25 years ago? It's been a full 25 years. Who knows how I got here in the past 25 years? As the universe ship landed and arrived, Lin Chuan, who was in the universe ship, was full of excitement and could not restrain his emotions from losing control. As a time traveler, he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball and became a Saiyan child who was sent to invade alien planets in his early years. To him, such a thing is so incredible. However, it became a fact. I remember that when he traveled through time, he was still full of excitement when he was in the breeding warehouse. I have determined that after traveling through time and coming to this world, I can definitely become a big shot in the future. Even if the starting combat power is only 50 points, it is still 50 points, which is 48 points higher than Kakarot. It should be noted that a capable farmer holding a shotgun only has 5 points of combat power. The start was full of expectations, but no matter what happened, Lin Chuan would also imagine another possibility, that is, even if he stretched his hips again, as long as he had the opportunity to find a remote small planet to hide, he would still be an invincible existence across the planet. By that time, not to mention the ability to destroy the universe with 3 punches and compete with the god of destruction in the original work, but with this strength, it will be enough to marry 10 or 20 beautiful wives on a lower planet, and live safely. The cow has finished his life. Imagine that nature is beautiful. No matter which one it is what Lin Chuan desires. And, the most important thing is that you must bring a golden finger when traveling through time. Unfortunately, it cannot be activated directly. It needs to meet the activation conditions before it can be activated. Go to Earth. You can activate the Unlimited Combat Power Improvement System. It's a very cool system name. Although he doesn't know what its function is, Lin Chuan is so excited about it. After all, as long as he is 2 years old, has stable strength and functions, and can accept the inheritance of memory information, he can leave planet Vegeta to invade alien planets. When the time comes, it won't be easy to go to Earth. The so-called system is in hand. I have the world. At the age of 2, he accepted this kind of cultural memory transmission similar to that inherited by the Saiyan family, and was then sent to a surveyed low-level planet for invasion. If the combat power is less than 100, they will only be transported to planets with extremely low risk for invasion. Therefore, Lin Chuan did not have any quarrel at that time, nor did he have any thoughts of stopping it. On the contrary, after leaving planet Vegeta, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to jump. Who would have thought that in a few years, planet Vegeta would be annihilated by Frisia because of a word from the god of destruction Beerus? If you want to live, you have to think more about yourself. You have to be unknown. The best thing is that no trace can be found, or even considered dead. Otherwise, Frisia's minions might not let him go. As for saving people and saving his parents in this life, Lin Chuan didn't have any emotion at all, and he didn't even see what his parents in this life looked like. I only know that there is a record in the inherited information that his mother is Seraph and his father is Thomas. His parents, both Saiyans in fighting form, have been away fighting all year round and have never even seen him. Perhaps it was because his combat power was too low and he was just a lower-level warrior, so he was not popular. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't care about these. He only cares about whether he can get to Earth quickly, activate the system, and start the path to rise. When his strength is so strong that even the gods can be completely surpassed, then he can pretend to shout that sentence, the top of the immortals, proud of the world, only with me, Lin Chuan, can the sky be perfect. Maybe, they don't fit in this world, but that's what it means. It's a pity that Lin Chuan was extremely disappointed before arriving at the invaded planet. I was thinking that maybe I could take this opportunity to make a U-turn and change my destination to go to Earth. As a result, the universe ship was granted permission. It must first reach the destination planet on its first flight, and then it can return or go to other planets. Lin Chuan, who had no choice but to let the universe ship move forward, went into hibernation. Navigating the universe is boring and long. In order to ensure the stability of body functions and to pass time quickly, living bodies will choose to hibernate. After a good sleep, you can reach your destination. Thus, the pain of more than 20 years has finally come to an end. When he arrived at the planet he was about to invade, he realized that this planet was no longer what his clan had surveyed many years ago. The entire planet ushered in a mass extinction of species due to the impact of meteorites. At the same time, the planet was enveloped in the sky by perennial haze and volcanic ash, leading to the advent of the Ice Age. His arrival was a direct entry into a hellish life. Fortunately, he is a Saiyan, not a low-level species without strength. Even as a child, with the help of the compressed basic food reserves in the universe ship, he can barely ensure that he can survive in a short period of time, so that he can slowly get used to it and find hope of survival. You said, now that it has reached its destination, can't the universe ship go to other planets? Indeed, but the one he was traveling on was an old universe ship built by Frisia's Legion in the early days. Its protection level was so low that after the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, it was swept away by thick sand and dust, and it happened to land in an ice valley full of potholes, causing the universe to collapse. The ship is damaged and cannot sail the universe again. In simple words, he was trapped and died on this planet named V3114. Just like that, let alone going to Earth to activate the system, it is difficult to say whether he can survive. For more than 20 years, Lin Chuan could be said to have been crawling around on the planet every day, fighting for survival every day. Until 3 months ago, a universe ship from Frisia's army fell from the sky. It seemed that he suddenly remembered this low-level planet that he had to conquer in the early years, so he came to investigate whether it was still valuable. The opponent's combat power is pretty good, with 5,000 points. But Lin Chuan, who was still hidden, killed him with one blow. As a result, he not only obtained a pile of supplies, but also obtained this new type of miniature universe ship. It should be said that for Lin Chuan, this was a pie from heaven. Fortunately, he has been surviving in a cruel environment over the years, and he will also use his knowledge of cultivation to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would really be impossible to kill this Frisia army soldier. When he had the opportunity to leave the planet, and he also found the planet named Earth number from the star map of the universe ship, Lin Chuan did not hesitate at all, even discarding all the things stored on the planet all year round, and left directly. In the end, it took 3 months. Today, he finally arrived on Earth where the original work set sail. Moreover, the system activation task that had not been completed for 25 years was finally completed. Excited, happy, emotions kept coming up. Lin Chuan recalled the past more than 20 years, and tears almost came to his eyes. If he hadn't been a time traveler, if he hadn't been working hard to restrain himself, and working hard to hope that there might be a miracle tomorrow, he will never wait until this day. Anyone else would probably go crazy. Sort out your emotions. Lin Chuan finally calmed down and then fully focused on the system. Infinite Combat Power Improvement System. At this moment, it is truly understood what the function of this system is. After 25 years, today, all the resentment and negative psychology have finally been let out in one breath. Combat Strength +1. Combat Strength +1. Combat Strength +1. Combat Power +1 per second. Lin Chuan suddenly felt refreshed as he watched the prompts for Combat Power +1 constantly appear on the auto hook item. Although with his combat power of 15,000 points, even if it increases a little every second, there is no special feeling. But if he continues to accumulate this, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds within a short time. The combat power increases by 1 point per second. 1 minute is a 60-point increase in combat power. 1 hour, that's 3,600 combat power points. This means that it only takes a little over 4 hours to double your own combat power of 15,000 points to 30,000 points. It's scary to think about it. Fortunately, this is his golden finger, not the enemy's. If it's an enemy, what can he do to stop him? Based on this calculation, his combat power can be increased by 86,400 points in 1 day. After 25 years of hard training, I have not been able to reach 1/6 of this value. Counting 30 days in a month, that's 2,592,000 points. In 12 months of the year, combat power increased by more than 30 million points. Lin Chuan can do nothing, and in 3 years, he can become a universe emperor with a combat power of over 100 million. What is the ultimate fighting power of Universe Emperor Frisia? It's just 120 million points. If you just stay like this for 4 years, you can surpass it. The most important thing is that this is still a level 1 system function. The system can be upgraded. After level 2, the combat power that can be increased per second will be increased to 10 points. This is level 2, but what about level 3? What about level 4? Or even higher? At this moment, for him in the past, those unattainable existences and those areas that could not be easily reached now seemed to be within his reach. I really have the system in hand, and I have the world. But, how to improve the level? I was confused because the system didn't prompt me and I didn't know what conditions were required. There is no way but to wait and see how to trigger it. I don't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more confused I become. I always feel like I have missed something. Have I lived in vain for so many years? No, absolutely not. If I had lived in vain, how would I be where I am now? Lin Chuan suddenly had the urge to laugh or cry. Of course, I don't really think that I am a noob or a waste. Over the years, it's not that he hasn't cultivated, nor has he always been lying down. It's not that he doesn't want to leave the planet, but he has no choice. Even if I try to practice teleportation, I still don't know anything about it. Regarding the cultivation and understanding of Qi, it still took 2 or 3 years to successfully cultivate. On such a planet, he is either fighting for survival or on the way to becoming stronger. Otherwise, he will be greeted by death. So no matter what happens in the future, I will never forget these 20 years of experience, day and night. After all, Lin Chuan felt that even though his talent was limited and his starting strength was not strong, he managed to reach 15,000 points. He was very proud. At least he doesn't rely on anything. He grows by himself under limited conditions and circumstances. Besides, in this era, Frisia hasn't died yet, and Vegeta may not even have arrived on Earth yet. His strength is far from comparable to that of the protagonist Son Goku at this stage. Comparing the protagonist to someone else is not enough to prove that he is not wasting his time. It's just that some things can't be achieved just by thinking about it. To gain strength, you have to take it one step at a time and cultivate yourself steadily, rather than being reckless and constantly improving. Lin Chuan is a time traveler, but he is not a very ambitious person. It's natural to think about it. Who doesn't want to have a combat power of over 100 million, a trillion, or even become a Super Saiyan casually, and then a Super Saiyan God casually? But these are unrealistic. All in all, the improvement of strength is directly related to the things experienced. There is a reason why the strength of the Z warriors in the original work has increased dramatically.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
After the era of the big universe, and they are not just random improvements. Although it's like cheating, at least there are adventures and help. 25 years later, compared with the increase in combat power of system function rewards, it is naturally incomparable. Lin Chuan had an idea in his mind, that is, he must stabilize his mind and not be blinded by the continuous improvement of his strength. Of course, you still have to be arrogant. In his past life and this life, he was originally a heroic and bohemian person. After withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Chuan raised his eyes and shut down the system of the universe ship. Now that we have arrived on Earth, there is no need for this universe ship. After suffering for so many years, you finally got to Earth and activated the system, so why don't you just take a break? Delicious food, delicious drinks, and fun things. If he didn't comfort himself for 10 days and a half, he would still be sorry for the hardships he had endured for the past 25 years. The next second, an arrogant belief emerged. I opened the hatch of the universe ship, but there was still no movement. It seems that at some point the hatch got stuck and could not be opened under the control of the spacecraft system. After several attempts, it still didn't work. Lin Chuan didn't want to think about anything else and kicked open the door panel of the universe ship with a domineering kick. Damn it, they have already reached the Earth, and this universe ship is still trying to play tricks on me. As the cabin door was kicked open, a different air hit us. Although there was no feeling of spring breeze blowing on his face, the refreshing cool breeze made Lin Chuan feel even more comfortable. This is a feeling I have never experienced in my life. Standing up, leaving the small space of the universe ship, and walking out of the crater created by the universe ship, Lin Chuan truly stood on this piece of land. This is a mountain valley with lush forests and grass, and numerous mountains and rivers. Full of the flavor of life, it is so intoxicating. Although there is no breath around, you can feel the breath of various animals from a distance. As long as it has a certain intensity, it can be checked. This is the benefit of practicing qi. For me, this is a new beginning. From this moment on, the sea is really vast. With emotion in his heart, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, thought, and slowly floated into the sky. Wukong Jitsu? This is the Earth. Although it is somewhat different, it is still the Earth. Lin Chuan was quite emotional as he uttered these words. After all, he was an Earthling in his previous life, and became a Saiyan after traveling through time in this life, and later stayed on that doomsday planet for 25 years. However, the Earth is still the homeland deeply rooted in his beliefs. As the saying goes, first impression comes first. Although they are two different worlds on Earth, they will be more or less similar. Welcome the world with open hands and integrate into the Earth of this world. For him, the future is smooth. After breathing enough fresh air, Lin Chuan flew between mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Not only did I see the scenery of this world, but I also saw the creatures of this world and the Earth. There are some that he is familiar with, some that he is not familiar with, and there are even animals that have long been extinct on the Earth in previous lives, such as various dinosaurs, saber-toothed tigers, and other ancient animals. It wasn't until he galloped hundreds of miles on the sea, stirring up thousands of waves, that Lin Chuan suddenly stopped venting his madness. For no other reason than that, the combat power detector carried on his right eye sent out an alarm. This is also the inventory in the universe ship that robbed the advanced soldiers of Frisia's army 3 months ago. Don't be afraid of being discovered, because even though this thing has the interstellar communication function, it also has huge flaws. The first one is that there is no identity authentication function. You cannot share channels unless you log into your personal registration account. So even if you use someone else's combat power detector, as long as you don't log in, others won't notice you, let alone know who you are, so anyone can use it as long as they carry it. Second, the universe is so big, a galaxy is extremely huge, and as long as it is far enough apart, it will be directly ignored. There are countless combat power detectors within the range, how could they pay attention to such a mere one? The universe ship is a similar example. Although they are numbered, in fact, as long as they are not labeled as objects of focus, they will not receive special attention. Lin Chuan had made detailed guesses and analyses on this point back then. Unless you take the initiative to contact me, you will not be found. When we first arrived at the planet V3114, although the universe ship was damaged and unable to navigate the universe, the internal communication function still maintained for 10 years before it was overwhelmed and damaged, plus the combat power detector. He had received the news of planet Vegeta's destruction. At that time, he had been worried for a long time whether Frisia's army would come to kill him to eliminate future troubles, so he did not dare to take the initiative to contact him for fear of exposing his whereabouts. This worry lasted for a full year, and then it subsided. From this, Lin Chuan also roughly understood that although Frisia's army wiped out the Saiyans, they would also send high-level troops to kill the Saiyans outside, but as long as they survived enough, they could escape the genocide. After all, how many Saiyan babies were sent abroad in the original novel? I'm afraid the number is not 100,000 million, but it is definitely more than 10,000. Afterwards, there were only a few surviving Saiyans. Maybe there are still in the universe, but definitely not more than 2 hands. Therefore, what is certain is that a Saiyan like him will either die in a harsh environment, or be accidentally killed by a hidden master or extremely lethal weapon on the planet, or else he will successfully conquer the planet reported it, and was discovered by Frisia's legion and killed. The only ones allowed to survive by Frisia were Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Let's talk about Broly, Paragus, and Vegeta's younger brother Tarbal, who only appeared in the later stages of the original work. It was just that they were just lingering and living in a low profile, so they were never discovered and killed. Otherwise, Broly will be on stage early, and Tarbal will die. Lin Chuan didn't think that Frisia would be so kind as to keep a Prince Vegeta as a dog and a useless little prince to play with. 2,800 kilometers to the southwest, how many people with more than 1,000 combat points are fighting against each other? Combat strength 416. Combat strength 1,330. Combat strength 1,307. Combat strength 1,500. Wait a minute, 1,307 dropped to 1 point? 1,500 dropped to 1,345 points. Hi, could it be that? As familiar data appeared in the combat power detector, Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. I was so excited before that I forgot to use Qi to sense the situation on the entire Earth, so as to judge what stage the plot has developed. In fact, Lin Chuan can roughly guess it, because according to the time when planet Vegeta exploded, until today, it should be the era when the big universe is about to begin. He is 25 years old this year, 2 years older than Son Goku, which means that Son Goku is now 23 years old. 23 years old, isn't this a twist of fate? Coupled with the extension of the plot, Lin Chuan immediately thought, who are these fighting auras? Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the important figure who opened a new era, Raditz. Good guy, this is a good show for me, and it seems to be almost over. Lin Chuan glared and rolled his eyes. Lin Chuan couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. I once thought about what I would do and how I would develop after coming to Earth. After 25 years, although those fantasies have all come to nothing, but now I have an opportunity to let the Z warriors on Earth know about his existence. Accept his existence. When Lin Chuan got excited, he immediately became furious and rushed towards his destination without hesitation. The speed is so fast that it reaches nearly 30,000 meters per second, which is 100 times the speed of sound. The sound barrier continued to explode, as if it was about to shatter the void. For him, Raditz is a stepping stone in the Z warrior circle. How can you just let it go? Even though he is also a Saiyan, he is him. Taking this opportunity to save Son Goku not only changes the plot, but also integrates into it. Not to mention having a good relationship with the Z warriors. Let's just say that he has come to the Earth, and in this era, many people and things can be cut off. To intercept some people, you need an absolutely perfect identity. Just like the heroine Bulma, how can she let her go? How can she not stop her? Lin Chuan is a realistic person. Before time travel, he had imagined that after time travel, now he has really come to the Dragon Ball world, and there are so many opportunities. Strength must be obtained, and women are also indispensable. If it were Lin Chuan 3 months ago, he really didn't have any hope for the future. But God loves to joke so much. He sent that Frisia army soldier 3 months ago, thus making him successful. As for Vegeta, he can only say that he is sorry. Wrong? This real world, now that he is here, can no longer be calculated according to the original work. His life, what he wants to do, why should he care about others? 100 times the speed of sound, reaching a speed of more than 30,000 meters per second. In just 1.5 minutes, Lin Chuan had crossed thousands of kilometers and arrived at his destination. At this moment, from landing on the Earth to now, Lin Chuan's combat power level has reached 16,680 points. From 15,000 points to the current 16,680 points, it has increased by 1,680 points, and 1,680 seconds have passed, which is a full 28 minutes. In such a short period of time, even if his strength improved bit by bit, the continuous increase accumulated in such a short period of time made Lin Chuan feel extremely satisfied physically and mentally. There was no specific feeling when activating the system, but now, Lin Chuan has truly experienced the rapid improvement in strength. Even though it seems that there is only an improvement of 1,680 points, not even 2,000 points, warriors of his level can already distinguish between high and low easily. At least now Lin Chuan can be sure that he can completely defeat himself before arriving on Earth, and it is extremely easy. At the same time, above the ground. Originally, the war situation was very unstable. The advantage that was finally created was reversed for the first time because of Son Goku's careless kindness. The opportunity was created for the second time, but it was missed because of concern for Sun Wuhan. Now for the third time. It is unimaginable that the 4-year-old Sun Wuhan burst out with unparalleled fighting power and severely injured Raditz with one blow. Now, it is time to reverse the situation again. However, another person wearing the same clothes as Raditz suddenly appeared in the sky. This person appeared so domineeringly and suddenly, his speed was so fast that it shook the void and was extremely terrifying. Now standing in the void, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. It's much scarier than Raditz. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha, Kakarot, you are going to be finished. It seems I'm not the only one who came to Earth. Your Earth has been spotted by Frisia's army for a long time. Don't say I didn't warn you. This person's combat power should be far superior to mine, and you will all die. Raditz was held by Son Goku from behind, and because he had received a fatal headbutt from Son Gohan before, he was unable to break free in a short period of time. Originally, he was still afraid because the guy named Piccolo was condensing the skills that could kill him. Once he succeeds, he will die on Earth. It is better to come by chance than to come well. Even if they don't know each other's identity and purpose, they are both Frisia's army combat uniforms, indicating that they both belong to the army. Raditz would not know, he is too self-righteous and has too rich imagination. Even if they are also wearing Frisia's army combat uniform, who can guarantee that only Frisia's army will wear it? At this time, Son Goku couldn't hold on any longer. He had no choice but to put aside everything and shouted to Piccolo desperately, "Hurry up, Piccolo, I can't hold on anymore. No matter whether the new guy is a friend or an enemy, you can only think about other things if you kill me, the eldest brother first." Speaking of this, Son Goku also vomited blood because of his injuries. Son Goku is very innocent and has simple ideas, but I have to say that he can make decisions at every critical moment. When he did this, Raditz's newly born sense of luck was defeated again, and he immediately panicked. "Stop joking, Kakarot, are you going to die with me? Damn it, even if you want to die, don't delay. Keep me on your back. Haven't you seen the situation clearly yet? Your Earth is over. Hey, you are finally scared. That's right, I just want to die with you." There is no brotherly feeling. Son Goku doesn't care about anything else now. This point has been established since Raditz touched Sun Wuhan. If Sun Wuhan is not moved, Son Goku still thinks that he can persuade this so-called elder brother to put down the butcher knife. "What are you waiting for, Piccolo?" He gritted his teeth and felt Raditz's strength getting stronger and stronger. Son Goku had already exceeded his own limit. After all, with his current strength, he is far behind Raditz. Even in his heyday, it would be difficult to lock Raditz. He was anxious and urging, but he didn't know that Piccolo on the other side was feeling very uncomfortable at this time. Son Goku is naive and simple. How would he know how Piccolo is feeling now? The energy that suddenly appeared out of the sky was like a planet pressing down on him, making him unable to move. The chi in the body is inherently unstable, even if it gathers beyond the limit with the help of the demonic light-killing cannon. In this case, it is directly disrupted. Even if the moves remain intact, the level of combat power has exceeded its original limit. However, he was just shocked and couldn't move. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and Piccolo gritted his teeth. Such a good opportunity can only be missed. He had a lot of resentment. If Son Goku had not released his hold on Raditz's tail, Raditz would have died. The situation will not become like this. Beside, the timid Sun Wuhan was trembling and crying. Under such circumstances, Piccolo became even more irritable. Breathing heavier and heavier, he watched the man in the air gradually fall, and finally reached the ground. The direct look in his eyes almost made him lose his mind. Too scary? The combat effectiveness has exceeded the previous critical value and reached 1,480 points. This amazing move not only maximizes one's own strength to the limit, but also makes the move lethal enough to kill the enemy beyond the level. The words of the evaluation said. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and was a little interested in trying Piccolo's ultimate move. Demon-penetrating light-killing cannon, this ultimate move that first showed its brilliance in the first chapter of Universe. How amazing was it when you saw it? It can be said that in fact, the early IQs of the Z Warriors were all outstanding. Various moves emerge in endlessly, but in the end they were all submerged in the tide of history. The early Z Warriors each had their own characteristics by virtue of their different methods. Later, the strength could not keep up, and the result was a development route dominated by strength. As long as the strength is enough, moves and so on will be slowly put aside. Son Goku is either a Kaioken or a Kame-style Qigong wave. Naturally, there are many Kame Senryo fighting methods, but they are all the same. The same goes for everyone else, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, everyone will not innovate easily. This did not change slightly for the two little ones until the beginning of the Majin Buu chapter. After the advent of the Super Era, especially Son Goku and Vegeta, they began to pay attention to changes in moves, choosing to accept new things, thereby breaking through to a new realm. You are, who? Piccolo was sweating profusely after finally saying such a sentence. Comments. It should be said that Piccolo in this era is still very discerning. If you feel that you are not easily manipulated by the other party, you will be very tough and domineering. But if the opponent is strong enough to crush him, then he will be smart enough to retreat in order to advance. Before answering this question, how about you let me take over your move first? Lin Chuan said. As soon as these words came out, the three people present were shocked. No, it should be four people. Even Sun Wuhan understood it, staring with two round eyes, looking silly and cute. After a few seconds of silence, before Piccolo and Son Goku had time to speak, Raditz, who was chained by Son Goku, seized the opportunity, broke free from the restraints, and regained control. Damn Kakarot! You calculated against me, my dear brother, and next I will let you know how stupid you are. Raditz escaped from danger and did not stay where he was in the next second. Instead, he came to Lin Chuan's side as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He subconsciously regarded Lin Chuan as his companion. Due to a series of accidents before, he was almost killed twice, which made him much more vigilant. He didn't directly launch a fatal counterattack against Son Goku. To be honest, in Lin Chuan's opinion, he was really stupid. If it were him, he would definitely take this opportunity to fight back directly. You are already risking your life, but you still act like a housewife? With 1,500 combat power points, you can only achieve the level of a few hundred combat power points. I am a member of the Saiyan team No. B119 of King Frisia's First Legion. The leader is Vegeta. My name is Raditz. As Raditz revealed his identity, Lin Chuan looked at him sideways. There was absolute intimidation in that look. For a moment, Raditz, who was about to please, stopped talking and stayed in place obediently. For Raditz, he was completely at the bottom of Frisia's army. Even if he didn't know how powerful the person in front of him was or what his identity was, he knew that they were definitely better than him. Obviously, it can be seen from the model of the suit Lin Chuan is wearing that he is at least one level higher than him. Judging from the momentum they released, their combat power exceeded at least 2,000 points. As for using combat power detectors to detect, this is disrespectful to others. No matter how stupid he is, Raditz knows that it is very impolite to probe someone's background in the current situation. Once he makes the other person unhappy, he becomes the other person's punching bag. To be honest, as a Saiyan, you obviously have a combat power of 1,500 points, but you were beaten into such a miserable state by two people with less than 1,000 combat points. It's really sad. He didn't pay much attention to Lottie. Now, Lin Chuan uses his own perspective to criticize the current situation. Tell Raditz what a waste he is. Regarding such a comment, Raditz blushed and felt angry for a moment, but he couldn't bear to express it directly. He could only retort in a low voice, that's entirely because these Earthlings are playing tricks, and they have mastered a method to control their combat power. Otherwise, how could I have been taken advantage of by them again and again, and that kid? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chuan turned around silently and looked at Raditz carefully. This move made Raditz take a deep breath. As Lin Chuan exerted a trace of aura, the combat power detector he wore in front of his eyes also changed digitally. There was no prompt at first, but now a digital prompt appears because of the alarm. The opponent's combat power climbed from 1,000 points to thousands of points in one breath. Combat power, 5,000 points. You. Raditz was horrified, and immediately became even more groveling. It was determined that this person's status was far above him, at least comparable to that of senior warriors. He originally wanted to retort, but what does his 1,500 points of combat power mean in front of others? Even Nappa, who has 4,000 combat power points, is far from being a match for this person. Unless it's a prince. I'm just talking so much to cover up my incompetence. His eyes narrowed, and his breath became heavy for a moment. Lin Chuan directly put pressure on Raditz, seemingly as a superior scolding his subordinates. Under this situation, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Son Gohan on the other side seem to have become heir. However, Son Goku and Piccolo, who have experienced many battles and are experienced, know that this is their last chance. No matter whether the opponent is friend or foe, or whether he is the same kind as Raditz, to protect the Earth, he must win by surprise. From the exchange of eyes, Son Goku and Piccolo seem to have made up their minds. At this moment, the two of them took action at the same time. Piccolo's magic-piercing light-killing cannon went straight towards Lin Chuan, directly attacking the blind spot in his back. Son Goku risked everything and unleashed the final wave of turtle-style Qigong. Under such a situation, Raditz, who was originally scared and had a straight face, was startled and reacted immediately. You really don't know how to live or die. Having said that, without waiting for Lin Chuan to react or speak, he instinctively struck backhand with an explosive wave that hit Son Goku's turtle-style Qigong wave hard. Where is Lin Chuan? He turned around with a smile on his face, and held Piccolo's demonic light-killing cannon in his palm. A sneak attack on him? Doesn't exist. The difference in strength is too big. This ultimate move that can penetrate everything in the world originally had the power to kill Raditz instantly, but in Lin Chuan's hands, it was like a plaything. If it were Lin Chuan whose combat power had not exceeded 10,000 a few years ago, he might not be so direct. But now the combat power is as high as nearly 17,000 points. Even if he only has 5,000 combat power points, this move cannot hurt him. Moreover, his physical strength is very excellent, even far superior to that of soldiers of the same level. These years of training on that planet are not in vain, and the combat power is increasing every second. Combat strength is the embodiment of comprehensive strength, including the synthesis of all aspects of body functions. Therefore, with the current improvement in combat power, Lin Chuan's body is getting stronger every moment, and the progress is very slow, but this can be obtained without practicing on his own. Seeing his ultimate move blocked by the opponent with one hand, Piccolo's heart became even more horrified. It is unimaginable that after reaching such an attack that exceeds the limit of one's own cognition, what kind of courage does the other party have to dare to follow it so directly? Is the gap really that big? Damn it! What have I been doing all these years? Piccolo cursed in his heart. Over the years, his vision has limited his growth. He thought that he was invincible and that as long as he defeated Son Goku, he would be #1 in the world. I have never thought that the world outside this world is so vast and vast. Any intruder who appears randomly is an existence that they cannot resist despite their best efforts. This is the case now, but what about in the future? Behind these people represent an extremely huge force, the so-called Frisia Legion. A seemingly unexpected sneak attack. The sand and dust brought by the energy collision explosion are also accompanied by billowing heat waves and fire. Generally speaking, it is really impossible to escape unscathed, but for people who have reached a certain level of strength, it is not worth mentioning. At this time, Lin Chuan stood at the center of the explosion and couldn't help coughing. To quote Raditz' famous saying, that is, useless attacks can only raise some dust. When the aftermath of the explosion completely dissipated, the smoke and dust also disappeared with the wind. Under the gaze of Piccolo and Son Goku, their last hopes were wiped out. Not only did it fail, but it didn't even harm the opponent's hair. Especially Lin Chuan, he caught the demon Guanguang killing cannon with one hand, and finally crushed it, which is enough to show how big the gap in strength is. Even Raditz, who had been injured before, was able to ensure his safety during the explosion. Lost, but, damn. Son Goku gasped and finally fell to the ground, with big characters appearing on his whole body. He has tried his best. The last desperate move consumed all his strength, so now he can't even stand. He wanted to fight again and was unwilling to admit defeat, but the reality was so cruel. Piccolo on the other side is in a similar situation to Son Goku. He had already reached his limit, and what he had just hit was all he had. Now that the situation is like this, he seems to have fallen into an abyss. Action, failure. I didn't expect that I, Piccolo Daimao, would one day become a frog in the well. It's really ridiculous. Earth is finished. Having the courage to face death is a mental breakthrough that is actually good for both Piccolo and Son Goku. Lin Chuan didn't wait for anything to say or do. Raditz was one step ahead because he had blocked his special move, and he was so excited that he started to show off his power. It was obviously the absolute advantage that made him drift again. Ha 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 ha. Kakarot, my stupid brother, I have told you long ago that your end has come. Originally, you don't have to die, because as long as you join us, you will be a member of Frisia's Legion. Now that you have given up this great opportunity, you have also brought absolute disaster to the earth. Raditz said as he approached Son Goku. That arrogant posture made people feel like the god of death was knocking on the door. Son Goku was powerless to refute, Piccolo was powerless, and Sun Wufan kept crying. This Raditz is really a typical bully and shy of the strong. It is also this kind of mother-in-law character that has harmed himself. Recalling the scenes in the original work, this guy did invent a lot of pretentious sayings, but it was also this kind of personality that cost him his life. Seeing Raditz going to ravage Son Goku, Lin Chuan naturally wouldn't pretend he didn't see it. As long as he really kills Son Goku, he will stop him in an instant. As for being attacked by Piccolo and Son Goku, he didn't take it to heart at all. To be honest, it was very wise to attack in an instant without knowing whether we were the enemy or not. Seize the opportunity and kill with one strike. It's a pity that the difference in strength is too big, and Lin Chuan is confident enough, so he is not afraid at all. In simple terms, when adults are talking, why would they care about two children patting themselves next to them? Only people like Raditz can retaliate for their anger. Moreover, Lin Chuan also had his word in advance, asking Piccolo to attack him. He wanted to see how powerful the demon Guanguang killing cannon was. What's wrong? You don't even have the strength to stand up? You're such a useless guy. Since your father is so ignorant, then go to hell. I will take your son away and train him for you. Walking in front of Son Goku, Raditz's domineering posture seemed to be that he was afraid that others would not say that he had defeated his younger brother. The weak can only find a sense of existence at this time. Facing the strong, characters like Raditz are dispensable. Stop, Gohan, run. Once again threatening his son, Son Goku didn't know where the power came from. It's like a flashback. This scene shocked Raditz again. After suffering several losses, he retreated 10 meters away when Son Goku exploded. I have been cautious from the beginning, fearing that the boat will capsize in the gutter again. What a loser? People like this can still scare you? With 1,500 combat power points on you, it's better to give it to a dog, Raditz. In one sentence, this is Lin Chuan's General Raditz. Demean to the bottom line. To be honest, their current combat power is probably less than 100. Even if it breaks out again, what level can it reach? Even though Raditz is injured, he can fully exert his strength with more than 1,000 combat power points. To be frightened by a person whose fighting ability has hit rock bottom is really like a dog's life. Needless to say, Raditz is really good at it. He obviously had absolutely crushing strength, and he started with a natural talent, but in the end he was beaten to a pulp by himself, and was counterattacked by Son Goku and Piccolo. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, Raditz didn't know what Lin Chuan really meant. He just thought that he was being looked down upon, and he couldn't wipe his face off, and he felt extremely unhappy. Although Lin Chuan's combat power is indeed as high as 5,000 points, everyone is working for King Frisia. Even though his level may be one level lower than others, as a team, the three Saiyans are one of the most capable teams under Frisia. Although I don't know who you are, and which team are you a member of. But, as a soldier of the same legion, there is no need to be sarcastic, right? Everyone, if you look up and look down, maybe you will have times like this in the future. As he spoke, Raditz suddenly paused, as if something happened to make him stop talking. It wasn't until a while later that he looked stunned and continued, "This time we meet on Earth, it is fate that we meet each other. We are both working for King Frisia. I think you came to Earth to survey whether the Earth is worthy of invasion, right? It just so happens that you are alone, and your combat power is as high as 5,000 points. How about cooperating with us? Compared to the Earth, our Saiyan team discovered a very valuable planet some time ago. This time I came to the Earth to seek help from this useless brother, just to gain more strength and seize the time to complete the invasion. If you join, I believe it will be done soon. By then, the credit and benefits will be evenly distributed. After Raditz' long speech, Lin Chuan was surprised for a moment by Raditz' sudden change. You know, he is insulting this guy Raditz without any bottom line. He is not afraid that he will not fight back, but he is afraid that he will not fight back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. As a result, I don't know where Raditz' scheming came from. His temperament suddenly changed drastically and he even said such words to him. There is no doubt that this is recruiting him. They are completely different from before and after, and even the look in their eyes has changed. Puzzled? But soon, Lin Chuan saw a subtle red light emitting from Raditz's combat power detector, and then he realized that it seemed that someone behind this guy was passing on the message. It shouldn't be Nappa. After all, although the idiot described in the original book is not stupid, his IQ is indeed not online, and it is absolutely impossible to teach Raditz to say such a thing. So, if it's not Nappa, it must be Vegeta. Unexpectedly, they are far away on the other side of the star, but they are always paying attention to the situation here. Located in an unknown galaxy extremely far away from the solar system, on a gray-black planet of life, two men wearing Frisia Legion combat uniforms were eating the creatures on the planet. Of course, it is eaten after it is roasted over fire. There is no doubt that they are Vegeta and Nappa. Originally, Vegeta and Nappa didn't care at all that Raditz went to Earth to find his brother Kakarot. After all, he was just a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2. Even if you are still alive after growing up, how much fighting power can you have? Cleaning up the battlefield won't help them, right? After all, even people like Raditz are just trash in Vegeta's eyes. More is not more, less is not less. If they weren't the only Saiyans left now, he would have abandoned them long ago. After learning that Raditz had arrived on Earth, if he and Nappa hadn't already taken over the planet at this moment, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention. The previous changes are indeed somewhat unexpected. After all, there is a way to control combat power on Earth. But later, when he learned that Raditz was almost killed several times, his anger immediately exploded. In his words, he has really raised a lot of people over the years. It's actually not as good as Kakarot, who was born with only 2 combat power and now has less than 1,000 combat power. No matter what you do, eating comes first. However, for him, Raditz also brought him a special news, that is, there are others going to the Earth. Although I don't know who it is, the opponent's combat power is as high as 5,000 points, which shows that the Earth has attracted the attention of Frisia's Legion. The value of such a remote planet is almost 0. No one would come to investigate such a planet that cannot be sold for much money. Vegeta, can you just let Raditz deliver the message? The value of that planet is at least worth 100 large life planets rich in minerals. Nappa swallowed the food he was chewing, and then said, "It is said that people with simple minds have well-developed limbs, but Nappa's well-developed limbs are not really as brainless as described in the original novel. He has a brain, but is just a brain. It doesn't matter. I just want to see what the other party's reaction is. We are also a member of the Legion, and he was so rude after knowing that Raditz was my subordinate. Who is the captain he leads? I am very curious." Vegeta had a cold and stern light in his eyes, and then said, "No matter how bad Raditz is, he is still my subordinate? Not just anyone can bully him. He has his plans, and there must be a purpose for doing so. For him, as long as it has value, that's great. If you are unwilling to cooperate, consider how to handle it after understanding the specific details." Although he has always been ranked among the upper middle class in Frisia's army and is not even considered a top fighter, Vegeta, with a combat power of 18,000 points, is not afraid of anyone except Frisia and the Jinyat team. Even when facing Dodoria and Sabo, he has always maintained his pride. As arrogant as he is, he finally came to his senses only after experiencing the severe beating on planet Namek in the original work, Earth. Looking at Raditz in front of him, Lin Chuan's expression changed unpredictably. Such a solicitation would probably have been accepted by those surveyors who were really members of Frisia's Legion. After all, who wouldn't want to take credit for bringing it to your doorstep? What a pity! Whether it was Vegeta's idea or Raditz's plan, the wrong person was used. Lin Chuan was not interested in this kind of thing at all. Looking at Raditz, Lin Chuan went from thinking he was useless to slowly showing a trace of pity. Frankly speaking, Raditz is indeed pitiful. Not only did he have no brilliant achievements in this life, but he died tragically on Earth in the end, and he died at the hands of his own brother. You say he is evil, right? He is indeed quite evil. In order to make Son Goku submit, he told Son Goku to kill 100 Earthlings and surrender. He even kidnapped his own nephew as a blackmail. In fact, is this really evil? Not? In the final analysis, it is most likely that Raditz wanted his younger brother Son Goku to listen to him in order to show his strength. From coming to Earth to dying with Son Goku, it can be said that he only killed the farmer who attacked him with a gun. In other words, Raditz died unjustly. As the first boss that just appeared in the first part of the universe, a new era started and then came to an end. Besides, Raditz's life can only be described as miserable in 2 words. In his early days, he obeyed the king's orders and stayed with Vegeta, until after Planet Vegeta was destroyed, he became a laborer at the lowest level. Later, he finally found some sense of existence, but he was dragged to death by his younger brother. Although he committed suicide, who can be sure that this is not a plot kill? If Raditz was truly evil and hopeless, then he wouldn't have asked Son Goku to kill 100 Earthlings to submit his name, but would have completely destroyed the Earth. With Raditz's strength, it is actually enough. To put it bluntly, Raditz is quite humane. Think about it, Nappa is mindless and cruel, torturing and killing people whenever they disagree. Vegeta is so ruthless that he won't even spare his loyal teammates like Nappa. In contrast, when Raditz came to Earth, he did not carry out large-scale destruction, but after finding Goku, he mainly focused on persuasion. Even if he was rejected, he would only use coercion and inducement. If it were Nappa or Vegeta, how could he have so many choices? And that's not the saddest part. Before Raditz died, he thought that his sincerity could be exchanged for Vegeta to come to Earth to seize the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to resurrect him. Life is aggrieved, and death is even more aggrieved. The worst thing about him is that he doesn't even know how miserable he is. From the beginning, I thought about killing Raditz to get tickets to the Z-Warrior Circle, but now I have a little compassion. Lin Chuan was slightly touched. He is a living person, and this is a real world. It's not a game, it's not a plot. His thoughts will continue to change due to encounters and experiences. Staring at Raditz, who was still proudly negotiating terms with him, Lin Chuan really wanted to tell him that he was so obedient, but he was not taken seriously by Vegeta and Nappa at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed and he began to ramble. First of all, my evaluation of you is not simply cynicism. I look down on you from the bottom of my heart, because this guy seems to have a brain, but he is very brainless. Secondly, on the basis that we are both Saiyans, you have 1,500 combat power points, but you can only perform at this level. You are so weak that you can only ravage your own brother for fun. In my opinion, this is the most useless performance. We Saiyans are supposed to become braver and stronger the more we fight, but you behave so timidly, even cowardly, in front of your brother. Finally, you helped count the money after being sold? What a fool! What you just said was taught to you by Vegeta, who is far away on another planet behind you. Don't you think that what you said will bring you the consequences of killing someone? Disaster. This is the Earth, and there are endless galaxies in the middle. If I want to kill you, if I disagree with you, who can protect you? After finishing speaking, Lin Chuan showed a teasing look. He suddenly changed his original idea and wanted to lend a helping hand to Raditz. Of course, people also need to be willing to hold his hand and escape from the abyss. Since Vegeta used him to test and recruit him, he would change Raditz and let him face Vegeta a year later. Raditz versus Vegeta, what an interesting thing. I don't expect Raditz to defeat Vegeta, but it shouldn't be a problem for Raditz to defeat Nappa under his training. A series of words reached the ears of everyone present. Not only Raditz was shocked, but Piccolo and Son Goku were also shocked. Even Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the star were in disbelief. Nappa stood up in shock, with a look of disbelief on his face. He is also a Saiyan? Over the years, it's not like they haven't visited and investigated, the surviving Saiyans are almost extinct. It's already a miracle that Raditz's brother Kakarot is still alive. The guy who appears now not only wears the combat uniform of Frisia's army, but also has 5,000 combat points. What does this mean? There is too much information. You said you are also a Saiyan? Impossible? Logically speaking, there are no other Saiyans except me, Nappa, Vegeta, my stupid brother, and my little brother who lives on Earth. That's right. You are still wearing the combat uniform of Frisia's army. Do you think we are all fools? How can we not know if there are other Saiyans in Frisia's legion? Raditz spoke righteously and vowed. Being questioned for this reason, Lin Chuan knew that his home court was here. After all, this is the reason for taking the initiative to expose your identity. I'm not afraid to get to the bottom of it, but I'm afraid that people won't care and won't ask. He is a Saiyan, and he must tell it now so that he can better integrate into the world in the future. Immediately, Lin Chuan laughed and responded, haha, there are no absolutes in the world, and many things are just what you think. Besides, you thought of me as a soldier of Frisia's legion, and I never said that. I am Frisia's dog. Take a good look at our Saiyan's tail. You probably don't recognize it, Raditz. I am also a Saiyan. With that said, Lin Chuan immediately let go of the tail around his waist. Who would have paid attention to this detail before? They were all shocked by Lin Chuan's sudden appearance and display of great strength. Seeing it now, it shocked everyone again. So, you are really our Saiyan. The most shocking person was Raditz, and his tail was the best proof. He stared at Lin Chuan and asked again without hesitation, tell me your name. The name of the Saiyan? It's been more than 20 years. If you didn't ask, I would have almost forgotten it. As he spoke, Lin Chuan's lips quivered. He knew that Vegeta and Nappa behind him also wanted to know who he was, so he said, Talos. But compared to this name, I prefer others to call me Lin Chuan. Forests of woods, rivers of mountains and rivers. After finishing his words, Lin Chuan glanced at Piccolo and Son Goku on the other side. Knowing that they were very nervous and worried at this time, he immediately said, you two don't have to be so afraid. I don't come to Earth with any malicious intent. I believe you can also feel that there is no murderous intention in me. Also, you don't need to worry about what Raditz will do. After all, even if he wanted to do it, he wouldn't dare to do it with me here. After the words fell, Piccolo and Son Goku were both stunned. Lin Chuan was a bit too direct, which made it difficult for them to accept it, and made them even more suspicious. In response to this, Raditz on the opposite side quit. What is your purpose, guy? You are not from Frisia's Legion, so why are you wearing this battle suit? Also, do you mean to protect the Earth? Protect my stupid brother? Are you going to be a traitor to the Saiyans too? After asking several questions at once, Raditz was obviously anxious. He couldn't even figure out what was going on with Lin Chuan. He was not a legionnaire, but he wore a combat uniform and came to Earth after him. What a coincidence? Also, this guy obviously wants to protect Kakarot, and that Piccolo now, Kakarot, in his opinion, is already a traitor to their Saiyans? His thoughts were confused and he could only wait for Lin Chuan's answer. The method of coercion and inducement can only be used on beings who are weaker than yourself. Raditz did not have the courage to deal with Lin Chuan, whose combat power was as high as 5,000 points. I was so tough when I talked about recruiting before, and it was because of Vegeta's support. So now, I can only question it as a Saiyan. It's just what you think about being a traitor? Of course I have a purpose for coming to Earth, but it's definitely different from yours. As for what you said about protecting the Earth, protecting Kakarot, and this name Kian, you are right. I don't intend to let you hurt them. Speaking of which, as he spoke, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Such an expression made Raditz tremble all over and send a chill down his spine. What are you talking about? Speaking of which, don't you think that instead of figuring out my purpose and plan now, or caring about whether I want to protect the Earth and Kakarot and the others, you shouldn't be more worried about your current situation? Lin said. Chuan narrowed his eyes. Then he added, according to what you said, you came to Earth to find your brother Kakarot to help you invade other planets, but now it's like this. Not only did you fail to gain the approval of your brother, but you fell into this situation. I'm afraid that if you return to Vegeta and Nappa now, you won't be treated well from now on, right? Even with the arrogant Vegeta's temperament, he will think that you have embarrassed him and kill you directly. This waste. As Lin Chuan's critical words fell, he added the words he said before. Raditz was immediately dumbfounded. Yes? What value does he have now? He insisted on coming to Earth and wanted to bring his younger brother Kakarot, but he failed and was almost killed by his younger brother who was weaker than him. Even if he is not dead, he will definitely not get any benefits if he goes back now. Besides, with his 1,500 combat power points, to put it bluntly, he is essentially dispensable in the team. It has always been the job of cleaning up the battlefield. His face was extremely ugly. Raditz had always thought that he was a smart person. He knows that he has always been looked down upon. So he tried to be low-key and silent in front of Vegeta and Nappa. If you are weak, you have no right to speak. This is a world of the weak and the strong. Lin Chuan was surprised for a while that Raditz was so serious. From his expression alone, he could see that Raditz knew his situation. It seems that you understand this truth, and that's the best thing. In the end, you are too useless, and your combat effectiveness is only 1,500 points for so many years. It seems that you not only don't practice, but you only avoid dangers and live on. So, now I am not even as good as my own brother Kakarot. Otherwise, even if there is no chance to become stronger, just because we Saiyans get stronger as we fight, your combat power will be at least 3,000 points higher after so many years of training. As Lin Chuan spoke, he was also calculating how Raditz had come here over the years. Of course, being suppressed by the genius Vegeta and the elite Nappa made him depressed. As the saying goes, it is not unreasonable for the strong to become stronger and the weak to become weaker. In Chuan's criticism was so cruel. Hit the nail on the head. Raditz gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. As Saiyans, when each of us was born, God has already determined how high our achievements will be and how big the gap will be between us and certain people. Yes, my combat power is indeed only 1,500 points. But it's not as bad as you said. Do you think I don't want to become stronger? Do you think I am willing to settle for the status quo, even if your combat power is as high as 5,000 points? Don't insult me like this. This is Raditz's heartfelt voice, and he has been fighting against fate. But in his heart, he still believes that talent determines everything. Even if he is a superior warrior, he is only the lowest talent among superior warriors. It is true that the birth combat power reaches 200 points, but there are so many Saiyans who have reached this level. He was able to follow Prince Vegeta because his father Bardock was the representative of the lower-level Saiyan warriors. It was an arrangement made by the original king to show off to all the lower-level Saiyans and win people's hearts. Really? Then why can your brother Kakarot do this? Also, I'm very sorry to tell you that my combat power when I was born was only 50 points. Raditz's excitement was gone. Lin Chuan didn't have any mood swings, but he answered calmly. Raditz couldn't believe this again. Even Nappa and Vegeta on the other side of the star were even more shocked. The birth combat power is only 50 points, and he is just a lower-level warrior. He can actually increase his combat power to 5,000 points? You know, Raditz's birth combat power reached 200 points, but now it is only 1,500 points. Nappa, as a noble queen among superior warriors, an elite warrior, the combat power at birth was 800 points. So far, it is only 4,000 points. Of course, Vegeta would not compare himself. Because Vegeta considers himself a genius, no matter how clever any Saiyan is, there is no way he can compare with him. He was born with 2,000 combat power points, the highest in Saiyan history, and now has 18,000 combat power points. The most powerful Saiyan in history. How on earth did you do it? Talos. No, Lin Chuan. Raditz took a deep breath. He wants to know. As soon as these words came out, even Son Goku and Piccolo on the other side pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know how Lin Chuan became stronger. They were not fools, so they naturally understood what Lin Chuan meant. Hearing this, Lin Chuan laughed again. He said so much, which shows that it is still useful to Raditz. Being able to ask this question shows that Raditz has shaken his original concept and also desires to become stronger. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan said, the combat power at birth is just an innate advantage and does not represent the limit of future growth. So what if you are a lower-level warrior, like Kakarot or me, whose combat strength is only 2 or 50 points, but with hard work and practice, you can still become stronger. A high starting point doesn't mean you are absolute. A low starting point doesn't mean you are doomed to be a weak person. Let's put it this way, you think you have been working hard, but I'm afraid you don't know what real hard work is. When you think that you have reached your limit, in fact, others have paid 10 times, even 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than you. As Lin Chuan's words gradually came out, Raditz was dumbfounded and his mind was spinning. In this case, even Vegeta and Nappa, who heard it through the contact function of the combat power detector, were greatly stimulated. We are not stupid, we have all gone through hardships and obstacles along the way. However, they have indeed been content with the status quo these years and have been wasting their time. Because as their combat power reaches a certain peak, it will no longer increase. Even improving 1 point of combat power is extremely difficult. Take the initiative to practice? In their opinion, what would happen even if they did it? Well said. So what if I am a lower level warrior? Even if my birth combat power is only 2, I will not give in easily. As long as I work hard enough, I can conquer anything. Inspired by Lin Chuan's words, Son Goku's voice came. Obviously, he agreed very much with Lin Chuan's statement, because that's how he got there step by step. Piccolo also nodded, even if he didn't speak, he agreed very much. TCH? Kakarot, do you think you can really surpass my big brother? Stop joking. Raditz gritted his teeth angrily. They say they don't believe it and are unwilling to accept it, but in fact they are shaken in their hearts. Because recalling the previous battle, he indeed seriously underestimated Kakarot, and even ended up feeling a little afraid. If Lin Chuan hadn't appeared, he might have been dead, so how could he still be here now? At this moment, Lin Chuan stopped talking. Son Goku over there had already taken the opportunity to catch his breath, protected his son, and replied firmly, although you are really strong, brother, you are not invincible in my opinion. Over the years, I have although Piccolo has been practicing, he is actually not practicing as hard as he did in the early years. This time we have seen a broader world, and our strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in the next period of time. I'm right, Piccolo. Son Goku is confident. He is simple-minded and has no ill intentions, and what he tells is the truth. No need to take me with you. You Saiyans are indeed powerful, but I, Piccolo Daimao, will surpass you sooner or later. Also, are you a very strong brother? Didn't you almost get killed by my demonic light-killing cannon? A self-righteous guy who doesn't even know how to practice to become stronger and just relies on talent to grow? How stupid. After finishing his words, Piccolo's eyes fell on Lin Chuan again. He knows that his real target is him. At least he was able to hold his magic-piercing light-killing cannon with one hand, which could surpass the limit and kill Raditz. It was so understated and unscathed. What is this concept? The gap in strength is like an insurmountable chasm. Under Piccolo's sarcasm, veins appeared on Raditz's forehead, but he did not have an attack. Getting angry is inevitable, but this is indeed the case. And he mainly heard Piccolo's evaluation of him, which meant that he was obviously talented, but he didn't cherish it and practice it. Who could blame him for being such a weakling? Raditz, if he had really practiced harder these years, or worked hard to become stronger. Maybe, this is really not the case now. Seeing that Lin Chuan's combat power of 50 points had been increased to 5,000 points, Raditz seemed to see a brilliant future waving to him. At this moment, everything and all the thoughts in the past have become farts. Compared with increasing strength, what's the point? After some communication, under the guidance of Lin Chuan's words, the original deadlock was brought to life, which not only invisibly resolved the crisis of brothers fighting to the death, but also opened a new chapter. Lin Chuan changed the original plot development trajectory and also changed the fate of everyone present. Neither Son Goku nor Raditz need to die, and Raditz will no longer suffer from the joint counterattack of Son Goku and Piccolo. Of course, the premise is that Raditz doesn't take action against them either. As long as Raditz does not do anything that harms the Earth or the people on Earth, even if he stays on Earth from now on, he will not be targeted. To be honest, it is very unexpected that things have developed to this result. But in a sense, everyone is happy. After the exchange with Lin Chuan, Raditz was stimulated and put aside everything else. After abandoning everything in the past, he even disobeyed the orders given to him by Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the galaxy. He also didn't want to be an ant at the mercy of Vegeta and Nappa. So, he wants to become stronger. As long as he has strong strength, as long as his combat effectiveness is doubled and doubled. At that time, not to mention Nappa, even Prince Vegeta can no longer treat him as a dispensable existence. It was the achievements of Lin Chuan and Kakarot that gave Raditz hope. Talent and hard work should coexist? Raditz believes that his talent is higher, so the intensity he can achieve through hard work will be higher. Kakarot was born with a combat power of only 2, but through his own efforts and training, he reached a combat power of over 1,000, and even threatened to surpass himself in a short time. Lin Chuan was born with only 50 combat points but now has 5,000 combat points, which is more powerful than Nappa. Raditz is not stupid, nor is he an idiot. He felt that if he practiced hard like Lin Chuan and Kakarot, with his starting point and his original talent, he would at least have a combat power exceeding 5,000 points. It might even exceed 10,000 points. Of course, what Raditz sees at this time is only the good side. He doesn't know that there are too many ways to become stronger, and finding the best and most suitable method for you is the key. Otherwise, if you practice hard and work hard, you will naturally get very little improvement. Otherwise, a person can become stronger just by practicing casually. It took Lin Chuan more than 20 years, using limited conditions to carry out countless kinds of training, to increase his combat power to 15,000 points. Lin Chuan will not tell others this. Raditz only thought that his combat power was only 5,000 points. If he knew how strong he was now, he would probably be dumbfounded. And if he knew that Lin Chuan had not only reached 15,000 combat power points with the help of his hard work, but could now increase his combat power by 1 point per second, he would be scared to death. Speaking of current strength, including these more than 20 minutes, Lin Chuan's combat power at this time has increased from 16,680 points to 18,060 points based on the unlimited combat power system that increases combat power by 1 per second. A full 1,380 points improvement? This combat power has already surpassed Vegeta of the current era. And in about half an hour, his combat power will break through to the 20,000 point mark. Of course, in the big universe era, a combat power of over 10,000 is the basis. A combat power of tens of thousands is nothing more than ants. But with a combat power of tens of thousands, placed on any planet, he would be considered an absolute powerhouse. Unless, it is on those super planets or forbidden planets. It should be said that Lin Chuan had not really felt the feeling of improvement every second until now. I simply am a time traveler and have gone through more than 20 years of suffering and training. Otherwise, I will really lose my way. At this moment, thinking of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly in this world, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a sense of empathy. Chuan Chao's existence is getting stronger every moment. No wonder Broly goes crazy because he can't control his power and can easily go crazy. The slightest mood swing can cause you to lose control. To improve your strength and temper your state of mind, you must catch up. It is true that it will not affect him at the moment, but if things go on like this, Lin Chuan's state of mind will not improve. As his strength continues to grow, he may fall into a state of madness at any time. The situation stabilized. Piccolo used the Namekian's self-healing ability to restore his broken arm. Such a cool operation shocked Son Goku and Raditz. Even though Son Goku knew Piccolo's abilities, he still found it incredible when he saw it now. Piccolo didn't mind this kind of look. He seized the opportunity at this time, faced Lin Chuan, and asked, "You said before that I am a Namekian? What does this mean?" When the words came out, Piccolo's expression became solemn. The matter of Raditz was not a foregone conclusion before, but now he would be a fool if he didn't ask. With an online IQ and courage and resourcefulness, Piccolo's questions also attracted the attention of Son Goku and Raditz. Especially Son Goku, after he found out that he was an alien, it was difficult to accept it. Now that he heard that Piccolo is also an alien, he started to look forward to it. In fact, if we really want to talk about aliens, Piccolo is the one. It seems that you don't know your identity yet. Speaking of which, your Namekian appearance is unique in the entire universe, and your clan has very strange powers, just like your rebirth of a broken limb before. Ability. Looking at Piccolo, Lin Chuan explained casually with a smile. The reason why Piccolo's identity was revealed in his previous words was to make him realize his own identity first. They wouldn't have to wait until a year later to know their life experience through Vegeta. Piccolo was silent. At the same time, the old god in the Temple of Heaven, who had been watching here, was also deep in thought. It was only at this moment that they realized their identity, and they were filled with emotion and confusion. Just imagine, you have always considered yourself a member of life on Earth, and suddenly one day an alien comes and tells you that you are from a certain star. What would you do? After all, Piccolo's ability to accept is extremely strong, so he did not show any unwillingness to believe it. He laughed inwardly, but after realizing that he was also an alien, he felt relieved. In the past, being bound to a planet resulted in great restrictions on what you could see and hear. Now, he has a new goal. I would like to ask, does my home planet still exist? Piccolo had a vague light in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chuan nodded without hesitation. Luckily, even though the planet Namek suffered a catastrophe many years ago, it was not destroyed. Unlike the Earth, Namek is surrounded by 3 stars. The sky is not as blue as the Earth, and the environment is not as good. And because it has 3 stars, Namek only has daytime and no night. As Lin Chuan spoke out the information about planet Namek in his memory, these words were also remembered by Piccolo. To him, this is his home planet after all. After hearing these descriptions, Son Goku was shocked. There is no night, only day, so people don't have to sleep anymore. At this time, I was very nervous and thought about this question. It should be said that it is indeed Son Goku. Okay, I only know so much about planet Namek. Maybe you will have the opportunity to go back in the near future. Now, let me first talk about the purpose of my coming to Earth. I believe you are also concerned about it now, right? I can't come for no reason. As he said that, Lin Chuan's eyes wandered around a few people with a smile. Finally, it fell on Raditz. Now Raditz has been successfully deceived by him, but if that were the case, Vegeta and Nappa might not come to Earth. Because Raditz is dispensable to them. Even if something like this happens on Earth, he still exists. But for Vegeta and Nappa, this is not enough for them to set off to Earth immediately. You must know that they still have a super planet to occupy. In the original work, they would abandon that planet and come to Earth entirely because of the Dragon Balls. Because of Dragon Ball, they were attracted. Later, I learned that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, so Frieza confirmed the news and went to the Namek planet to invade and snatch the Dragon Balls. Thus, the chapter of Universe Emperor truly begins. Because of Lin Chuan's sudden seriousness, Raditz frowned. Curiosity was inevitable. Including Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the interstellar, who were already angry and ready to go to the Earth to cause trouble, all pricked up their ears. Raditz's betrayal and disobedience made them extremely angry, and they felt that they had raised this loser all these years in vain, and others had instigated rebellion with just a few words. For them, even if what Lin Chuan said makes sense, how can a person's strength be improved so easily? Furthermore, so what if it has 5,000 combat power points? Not only was Vegeta dismissive, Nappa was just surprised. At this point, Son Goku, Son Wuhan, and Piccolo were all standing ready. They were deeply afraid that Lin Chuan would reveal a purpose that was unacceptable to them. At this moment, there is no doubt that Lin Chuan is the most threatening existence. Don't be so nervous. Through some special news, I learned that there is something on Earth that can fulfill other people's wishes. That thing should be called Dragon Ball. I need to use the Dragon Ball of the Earth to fulfill a wish of mine. I wonder if you can lend it to me. After the words fell, Lin Chuan still deliberately organized the language. On the one hand, Vegeta's combat power detectors are highly monitored by Frieza's army. Once it is too obvious and directly involves the Namekians, then Vegeta and Nappa may not come to the Earth in the middle, but directly go to the Namek planet to cause trouble. Therefore, it is only said that the Earth has something that can fulfill wishes, called Dragon Balls. In this case, it will be the same as the original route, only telling the existence of the Dragon Ball that fulfills wishes. In this way, even if Raditz's combat power detector is highly monitored by Frieza's army, Frieza will never take any action until there is no definite information to prove that the Dragon Balls can really grant wishes. After all, he is the Emperor of the universe. What world has he not seen before? There are countless planets in the universe, and there are too many legends and stories circulating, and most of them are just toys to deceive children. If a universe emperor rushes for any piece of news, then the universe emperor will be too busy. In the original plot, Frieza should have known about the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth with the help of Raditz's power detector at the beginning. He just kept waiting until Vegeta came to Earth to verify the accuracy of the news. Using Vegeta to go to Earth, he confirmed that the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes, and then he took action. It's just that he didn't go to the Earth, but knew that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians through the information obtained by Vegeta, so he went straight to the Namek planet. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, Son Goku and Piccolo looked at each other and expressed surprise. They couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Lin Chuan, a Saiyan from alien space, to actually know that there were Dragon Balls on Earth. Raditz on the other side was immediately shocked. Make a wish come true? Dragon Ball? His worldview was once again expanded. Is this true? Does such a thing actually exist in this world? Raditz couldn't help but ask with enthusiasm in his eyes. If true, he also wants to realize his wish. Although I don't know where you knew it from, but now that it's been revealed, we can't hide it anymore. Son Goku said calmly, but he wouldn't just ignore it. The Dragon Ball can make a wish for Lin Chuan, but if Lin Chuan's wish is to harm the world, or to benefit himself at the expense of others, or to wish for immortality, then no matter how powerful Lin Chuan is, he will definitely stop it. Just as he was about to say something more, Lin Chuan saw that the effect had been achieved and raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment for now. There is something I need to do first. After saying that, he looked at Raditz again, his eyes widened, and he used his energy to destroy the combat power detector Raditz was wearing. This happened, and several people were stunned. I was negligent just now? I hope what I just said was not heard by Vegeta and Nappa behind you? Lin Chuan's words made Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo tremble again. Only then did I understand why Lin Chuan did this. Damn! Although I took the initiative to cut off the contact with Vegeta just now, the communication function is monitored by Vegeta and has a listening function. Raditz panicked for a moment. Nappa doesn't scare him so much. Besides, Lin Chuan's combat power is as high as 5,000 points, so he doesn't need to be afraid of Nappa, whose combat power is only 4,000 points. But he knows best how terrifying Vegeta is. There are things like Dragon Balls on Earth that can make wishes come true. What could be more tempting than this? Hey, what do you mean? Do you mean? Piccolo asked immediately after seeing this situation. Even a smart person can guess it. It seems that there is no way to avoid it. Because of my outspokenness, the Earth may soon be invaded by 2 other Saiyans. Lin Chuan said and looked up at the sky. If you do a complete show and give up halfway, then you have really failed. Those 2 Saiyans? Are they the Nappa and Vegeta you just mentioned? Are they stronger than you? Son Goku asked. He was extremely excited now and was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. His son Wuhan next to him is also still young. He just feels that his father is beside him and he is not afraid of anything. TCH? Kakarot, so you don't know anything? Let's not talk about Nappa for now. Vegeta is the prince of our clan. He is known as the most talented warrior in the history of the Saiyans. His fighting power, up to 18,000 points. Before Lin Chuan could answer, Raditz couldn't wait to answer. 18,000 points. Son Goku was shocked. Piccolo on the side turned green. No, wrong. Piccolo's face turned purple. Raditz is so strong with 1,500 points. Lin Chuan, who had a combat power of 5,000 points, could already ravage them with one hand. So what is the concept of 18,000 combat power points? Piccolo can't imagine. Suddenly he felt top-heavy. At this moment, located on the planet where Vegeta and Nappa live, everything that happened on the Earth, including the last message about wish fulfillment, was heard by them through the listening function of the combat effectiveness detector. There is something on the Earth that can fulfill other people's wishes? They were shocked and even more incredible. The mere Earth could actually have such a product. That Lin Chuan went to Earth to get this thing and realize his wish. Damn it! It depends on the situation. That damn lower-level soldier Talos destroyed Raditz's detector. Not only Kakarot, but now even that good-for-nothing Raditz has become a traitor. Vegeta, what should we do next? Go to Earth and catch them all. Nappa became fierce, like a crazy beast. The momentum is surging and the appearance is ferocious. To call him stupid is actually not stupid at all, because he finally said that he would go to Earth to catch all the traitors. In fact, it was also for the Dragon Balls that could grant wishes, but he couldn't say it openly. He could only use purging traitors as the reason. Moreover, he could only go with Vegeta's consent. Where is Vegeta at this time? His expression was very calm, but it was so calm that it felt unnatural. Nappa, who was familiar with Vegeta, didn't dare to say anything more and stood aside obediently, because he knew that Vegeta in this appearance was the most terrifying. It seems that they realized that their conversations can be heard by us. That Talos is getting more and more interesting. Nappa, you don't need to hide it like this. You have been with me for so many years. You know me and I know you. Although I don't know whether the wish-fulfilling Dragon Ball is real or fake, but because that guy didn't take this prince seriously and even instigated Raditz's rebellion, I have to bear my prince's wrath. I haven't done any serious activities for so long that even a guy like Raditz has forgotten how terrifying this prince is. After saying that, Vegeta showed an extremely cruel smile on his face. Let's go to this Earth. Vegeta made a decision. He has already imagined in his mind what will happen after he goes to Earth. He will torture everyone who disobeys him to death. That guy from Talos can become stronger with his so-called hard work. When this true genius of his arrives on Earth, he will be completely crushed by him. He wanted to see how much of that illusory hope there was. As for the Dragon Ball that can grant wishes, it must be his. Eternal life? Vegeta was already planning in his mind. For a long time, he was subordinate to Frieza. He has always been hanging around in the Legion, and his status is neither high nor low. As the prince of the Saiyans, he had already guessed that the Saiyan clan would be wiped out by Frieza, and he already had a rebellious heart. It's just that there has never been a chance, nor is there enough opportunity for him to rebel. If he could gain eternal life by going to Earth this time, then Frieza would not be so scary to him. Frieza is not afraid. When the time comes, he can completely suppress Dodoria, Sabo, and those bastards from the Jinyu Special Forces. Leaving to Earth now? But we didn't plan it. If that planet is discovered by others, we won't even be able to drink soup. Nappa hesitated a little, and suddenly thought of their original plan. Arrangement, asked. Hearing this, Vegeta sneered. In front of something that can fulfill your wishes, do you think so-called wealth is still important? Such a planet is rare, but compared to eternal life, it's nothing, Nappa. Vegeta got up and strolled towards the universe ship. Eternal life. Nappa still didn't react. Of course, as Saiyans, if we can get long-term life, then we can enjoy the fun of fighting forever. With a sneer, Vegeta opened the universe ship and got in. While explaining the goal, Vegeta was also testing Nappa. It would be great if only he, Vegeta, could get eternal life. Let Nappa know this purpose, and he can't wait to take action after arriving on Earth. When the time comes, let him take the lead, and after he has figured out the situation on the Earth, he will finally take action resolutely to solve all the troubles. That's it. Eternal life, such a temptation is indeed worth more than anything else. Nappa understood immediately and quickly got into the universe ship. Let those three traitors survive for a while. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his words full of ridicule. It will take less than a year to get to the Earth from here. Although it is a long time, you can arrive as soon as you wake up. When the time comes, please let me crush those three lower-level warriors. Vegeta. A cruel smile appeared on Nappa's face. Then it depends on your performance. Vegeta didn't object and sneered. The next second he started the universe ship. He also closed his eyes. Navigating the universe is boring, and the fastest way for them to spend this gap period is to sleep. Here, Vegeta and Nappa have locked the Earth as their target and are driving the universe ship there. At this same time, located somewhere in the vast sea of stars in the southern galaxy, a huge disc-shaped universe battleship is traveling at superlight speed. This universe ship is one of the main ships belonging to Frisia's Legion. In the central area of this universe ship, the Universe Emperor Frisia is sitting perfectly on his suspended stroller. This time in the southern galaxy, he captured another 1,000 planets in one fell swoop, and even spread the power of his Frisia Legion's second army. Although Frisia has always called himself the Emperor of the Universe, in recent years, due to the lack of support from the God of Destruction in his early years, his power can only live in the North Galaxy. Therefore, Nanda Galaxy's move this time can be regarded as a direct expansion of his own power, and it has also raised his status to a higher level. He has been planning a bigger territory. The reason why it has been unable to reach out to the southern galaxy for decades is that, firstly, the power of the demon world cannot be underestimated. Secondly, the southern galaxy is not like the northern galaxy. The situation is chaotic and there are no less than thousands of forces. Fortunately, the Lord of the Demon World, Dapura, has been missing for many years, causing chaos and constant disputes within the demon world. This time, he got the exact information and learned that the internal forces of the southern galaxy had been fighting for years, so he decided that the opportunity was not to be missed and led the second legion of hundreds of millions of soldiers to plunder. It's a battle to decide the outcome. From now on, Frisia's Legion will march straight into the southern galaxy, and his territory will become larger and larger. Holding a glass of red wine elegantly in his hand, Frisia was still recalling the gains from this battle. It had been rare in many years for him to be so happy. While enjoying the wine, he admired the scenery of the universe. Of course, what the naked eye sees is just a straight line drawn out by darkness and countless bright lights. But in his eyes, everything he saw was his territory. Dodoria, how long will it take for us to return to our base camp on the border of the Baida galaxy? After drinking the blood-like red wine in the glass, Frisia threw the glass to the side of the soldier who was responsible for daily life. Just turning around so casually made the soldiers who were operating the universe ship covered in cold sweat and dared not say a word. Frisia has always been moody. Once he answers an answer that he is not satisfied with, he will face the disaster of killing. Therefore, such work is usually answered by Frisia's right-hand men like Dodoria and Sabo. The Emperor of the Universe is so domineering and cruel. Go back to King Frisia. According to the original plan, it would have taken us more than 10 days to leave the southern galaxy and enter the northern galaxy. However, the pilots of this warship are all well-trained elites, so it is 10 days earlier than originally planned. I believe we can reach Planet V3114 in less than 3 days. Under Dodoria's explanation, Frisia smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Navigating the universe is the most boring thing. Even Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, has a long life, but he will still find it annoying. The average person's answer would touch Frisia's reverse scale, because they can't grasp the key points and can't speak. But people like Dodoria don't. After following Frisia for who knows how many years, how could he not know how to report on his trip? Just when Frisia was about to find some topics and talk about something, suddenly, the hatch of the information department on the other side was opened. A short soldier wearing a scientific research information uniform came in and came to Sabo's side and whispered a few words. As the information came into his ears, Sabo, who had been quietly staying aside, couldn't help but exclaimed, "What? Are you sure you're listening correctly?" Sabo asked with a serious look. This sound made the soldier who reported the report turn pale with fright. Frisia was attracted and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Sabo, looking at your startled look, "This doesn't look like you." Report to King Frisia, "I just heard the news from Vegeta through the detector." "Forget it, let you explain it." Sabo's eyes narrowed, knowing that he couldn't explain it for a while, so he ordered to the soldier. After hearing the order, the soldier took a deep breath and said immediately, "See King Frisia? The general situation is this. I have been responsible for monitoring the intelligence of the Saiyan team, and just now, I heard that Vegeta seems to have discovered something extraordinary. On a planet called Earth, a Dragon Ball appeared that could grant wishes. Now, Vegeta and Nappa are on their way to Earth. Based on the distance, they will arrive in about a year. By the way, 2 new Saiyans have appeared on the other side of the Earth. One of them is the younger brother of Raditz, who has a combat power of 1,500 points, and the other one, according to the description heard by the monitoring, is not only wearing the battle uniform of our legion, and the combat power is as high as 5,000 points. His name is Lin Chuan, and his Saiyan name is Talos." After Xiaobing spoke in one breath, no one in the entire central area dared to answer the question. After all, the master didn't say anything, so what qualifications did his subordinates have to express their opinions first? Oh, it's really interesting. I have only been away for less than a year, and our little Vegeta has brought me some interesting news. 2 new Saiyans, one of whom is still hidden in our legion, has a combat power of 5,000 points. A gleam flashed in Frisia's eyes. The next second, he focused his attention on the Dragon Ball that can fulfill wishes. "Are you sure you heard correctly? What kind of Dragon Ball is that on the Earth? Can wishes come true?" Yes, King Frisia? That's what Vegeta said. He said that he would go to Earth to get the Dragon Balls and gain eternal life, and then he could enjoy the fun of fighting forever. The soldier did not dare to neglect and told the truth. Answer. These words made Frisia burst into laughter. On the side, Dodoria finally couldn't help it and questioned, really or not, is there really something in the universe that can fulfill wishes and gain eternal life? Whether it is true or not, that kid Vegeta knows this. You haven't reported the things yet. Are you planning to keep it for yourself? It should be so. Sabo answered the question intentionally or unintentionally. They have always disliked Vegeta. Although his strength is weaker than theirs, he has always been self-righteous. If it weren't for King Frisia keeping Vegeta in captivity, they would have suppressed him long ago. Ho 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 ho, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Maybe little Vegeta just wants to help me test whether it's true or not. Besides, hasn't the news been passed on? The Dragon Ball that can make wishes come true happens just as I have finished the first phase of the Southern Galaxy conquest. There is enough time. I also have a wish that I want to realize. I wonder if that thing can help me fulfill my wish. As Frisia finished speaking, everyone took a deep breath. Dodoria took a deep breath to come down as quickly as possible. He almost hurt himself by talking too much. Where is that planet called Earth? Frisia faced Sabo and asked. As soon as these words came out, there was no one left to stand. However, the short and fat soldier seemed to be taking credit and said directly, King Frisia, my subordinates have investigated the information about the Earth clearly. The planet called Earth is located at the end of the northern galaxy, and its coordinates are Rania. The Kaya Super Galaxy Cluster, a small galaxy called the Solar System. If we go directly at the speed of our main ship, we can reach it in almost a year, not much later than Vegeta. It won't take long, maybe we can even catch up. After the words fell, the scene became even quieter. However, just when everyone thought that this little soldier was going to suffer, Frisia stared at the soldier with interest. You did well. What's your name? Soldier. Subordinate Sorbet. Sorbet responded respectfully. If Lin Chuan were here, he would definitely recognize this guy, because he is the leader of the remnants of Frisia's army who only appeared in the Dragon Ball Super era. He also used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frisia, which led to the subsequent development of the plot. Of course, at this moment, Sorbet is just a soldier in Frisia's army collecting information. Sob, if there is a chance in the future, give Sorbet more opportunities. After nodding, Frisia said nothing more. He used his mind to control the baby chair to slide to the central console. At this moment, the staff had already called up the star map so that Frisia could see it clearly. 1 year? It's not too long. Now that Vegeta has started taking action, let's change the destination and let's go directly to Earth to find out. I hope my little Vegeta will not disappoint me. Ah. Frisia narrowed his eyes, murderous intent surging. Above the Earth. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely dull. After learning how terrifying the two upcoming Saiyans were, Son Goku and Piccolo were dumbfounded. The scene was extremely silent, so quiet that it made people feel uncomfortable. There is no doubt that when their combat power data is only a few hundred points, and when they try their best, they are only over 1,000, the gap in combat power of several hundred points is something they cannot easily overcome. Compared with Lin Chuan, who had a combat power of 5,000 points, it was even more different. The current combat power of 18,000 points directly made them realize how terrifying the enemy this time was. No matter how confident Son Goku and Piccolo are, no matter how many hardships and obstacles they have experienced from the past to the present, they have managed to escape the danger every time. But this time, it's different from before. Just standing aside, Lin Chuan did not take the initiative to speak to break the current atmosphere. Now is not the time for him to intervene, but for them to react on their own and develop fighting spirit. Otherwise, even if he changes the plot, it will be counterproductive. After being silent for a long time, Son Goku took a deep breath and came back to his senses. He comforted the restless son beside him, and then took the initiative to ask, Brother, how long will it take for the Saiyan named Vegeta to arrive on our Earth? How long does it take to reach the Earth? When Son Goku asked this question, he undoubtedly chose to fight head-on. What happened this time has made him understand that he has no choice but to face the difficulties and has no choice. Watching the Earth being invaded and hiding yourself? He can't do it. Piccolo on the side frowned, his ears pricked up, and his eyes were full of rigor. Naturally, he is not the kind of person who will sit still and wait for death, so he can understand Son Goku's thoughts. After all, even if the numerical value is indeed scary, he is not the kind of person who will be easily frightened by a numerical value. Shocked, although the enemy is powerful, he will not just surrender and wait to die. Based on the time I came to Earth, it would only take a year at most to reach Earth from the Ordida Nebula where Vegeta and the others are. It might even be faster, Raditz said with a livid face. At this time, he obviously didn't realize what his brother meant. 1 year, it's okay, then we still have time to practice. After getting the answer, Son Goku's face relaxed a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it takes a few days or 10 days and a half to reach the Earth, then he really has no other choice. Because even if they have the time to practice, it may be okay to surpass their eldest brother Raditz, but they will definitely not be able to compare with Lin Chuan. If you can't even reach 5,000 combat points, how can you fight against an enemy with 18,000 points? If the equivalent combat power value cannot even exceed 10,000, they will not even be qualified to challenge the opponent. Not even a fraction of others. However, if there is a year, at least they still have time to exercise. On the side, Piccolo couldn't help but nodded when he heard Son Goku's words. He knew that Son Goku had similar ideas to him. It must be said that although Piccolo in this era has not completely gotten rid of the devil's personality, he is already changing. The evolution of the situation forced him to change himself to adapt to this new era. After hearing Son Goku's words and seeing Son Goku clenching his fists, looking full of expectation for him, Raditz was extremely shocked. Hey, Kakarot. You don't really think that you can reverse the situation and defeat Vegeta and the others with just 1 year of training, do you? Raditz's mouth twitched, unable to accept that his brother was so stupid. How would he know that his brother would really do it in the future under the impetus of fate? It's just that no one would believe such an outrageous thing before it happened. Hehe, you can't say that. In my opinion, you can't give up just because the enemy is too powerful, right? 1 year is not long, but it is not short either. Even if I cannot reach such a high level of strength in the end, at least I will not regret it if I work hard. Son Goku's answer was so firm. The words are also full of encouragement. No wonder, he will be the protagonist and the backbone of the Z-Warrior group. Even though sometimes he is stupid and sometimes quite selfish, in the final analysis, he is always the one who moves forward bravely and resists all dangers. That's right. And just because others can't do it, doesn't mean we can't do it. Over the years, our strength has been limited by our vision and has been unable to improve. It's different now. We have seen a higher realm exist, so 1 year is enough for us to become stronger. Piccolo answered. He stood next to Son Goku, and even Son Goku was extremely surprised for a while. But Son Goku was very happy, because he didn't kill Piccolo at first, just hoping that Piccolo could fight alongside him one day. Although I still had selfish motives at the beginning, so that I could always have a competitor in the future. But Son Goku really wants to be friends with Piccolo. Listening to what the two said, Raditz was so angry that he laughed out loud. I admit that hard work may really make us stronger. After all, the example of this guy Talos is here. But, Kakarot, you are too naive. And you, the name Kian, are too self-righteous. Before you say such big words, let's first increase your combat power of less than 1,000 points. You are not even qualified to fight me alone, let alone Vegeta. Even Nappa, who has only 4,000 combat power points, can ravage you to death with a wave of his hand. Raditz has given up arguing and is telling the facts. He wanted to let them know through these words that they can have imagination, but don't think so wonderfully. To increase from 1,000 to 10,000 is a fantasy. However, Raditz would not know how firm Son Goku and Piccolo's beliefs would be. You guys who start giving up on yourself and saying it's impossible before you even try hard, stop being alarmist here. If you are afraid, just run away with your tail between your legs. Or, you can go back and surrender, and then you can invade the Earth together and see if we can defeat you. Piccolo's rebuttal was filled with the idea that I, Piccolo Daimao, will definitely become stronger to show you. Hearing this, Raditz's anger burst out uncontrollably. He thought that he was speaking very harmoniously and peacefully now, and this name Kian was just looking for death. It's you who can't recognize reality. How do you, who only live on Earth, know how big the difference in combat effectiveness is? Forget it, Talos. Your combat power is 5,000 points, you tell me. After saying this, Raditz closed his mouth and even reached out to slap his forehead to show how much pressure he was feeling. How big? Argument. Lin Chuan, who ate melon the whole time, showed a smile. His goal has been achieved, so there is no need to hide it anymore. In the final analysis, the three people are still struggling with the 18,000 points of combat power at this time. 18,000 points, after the strength level really reaches the standard, is really nothing. Lin Chuan did not answer immediately, but all four people looked over, including Sun Wuhan, who was only 4 years old and as timid as a mouse. Seeing Lin Chuan's calmness and composure, Raditz, who originally wanted Lin Chuan to explain, suddenly felt numb. He even doubted that Lin Chuan would have the same thoughts as Kakarot, right? He felt that was simply unrealistic. Hey, you guys have to say something. They don't know, don't you, who has a combat power of 5,000 points, not know how terrifying a combat power of 18,000 points is. Even if you do have a trick, you should be afraid of Vegeta, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't take the initiative to destroy the detector. Raditz's hard talk seemed to want Lin Chuan to stand on the same front as him. Obviously, in his opinion, the Earth will be destroyed in 1 year, and if they continue to stay on the Earth, they will all be finished. And this is even more of a headache for Raditz now. The universe ship was destroyed by Kakarot's son. This also means that he can't leave the Earth? Even if Lin Chuan's universe ship is there, it's probably a one-person universe ship. How do you say that? As the words came to his lips, Lin Chuan's thoughts kept spinning. He looked at Raditz, then at Son Goku, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chuan took a few steps to one side. While walking, Lin Chuan also said, one thing Raditz said is indeed right. A combat power of 18,000 points is not as simple as you think, nor is it so easy to surpass. Actually, for you, let alone surpassing 10,000 combat power points in the short term, even Nappa, whose combat power is only 4,000 points, is not something you can easily surpass. 1 year is indeed a long time, but it is also very short. Find a way to increase your strength to the highest level within an effective period of time. But according to my estimation, no matter how hard you try, you will only be able to improve your cultivation through ordinary means in the end. You can be on par with Nappa, unless you can discover a more amazing cultivation method. After saying this, Lin Chuan turned around and faced the 4 people. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Son Goku and Piccolo made a calculation in their minds. In fact, they themselves also know that if they really want to exceed 10,000 combat points, or even exceed 18,000 points, that is nothing more than a fantasy. But they won't admit defeat. After all, they didn't do it. Who knows what the result will be? Raditz raised his head with an arrogant expression. Just when he was about to criticize Kakarot and Piccolo, Lin Chuan did not give him a chance. Just listen to Lin Chuan say again, of course, for you, let alone 18,000 combat power points, even Nappa with 4,000 combat power points is extremely terrifying. But for me, 18,000 points of combat power, is it very strong? Lin Chuan said the ridiculing words, his eyes narrowed, and the unfathomable look on his face made several people stunned at the same time. Especially Raditz, he couldn't understand what Lin Chuan meant. Wait, you mean, your combat power is more than 5,000 points? You guy, can you also control your own combat power? After saying that, Raditz opened his mouth, with a look of horror on his face that could not be concealed. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan took off the combat power detector he was wearing and threw it to Raditz. This thing can indeed detect a person's combat power index. However, the value is dead, but the person is alive. Once you learn how to control your own strength and breath changes, this thing will be useless. And from the beginning, I only slightly mobilized my aura, letting you say that my combat power reached 5,000 points. As he spoke, Lin Chuan's lips curled up in an evil way, and his confident and awe-inspiring look shocked everyone. Raditz stared at Lin Chuan. Son Goku and Piccolo on the side took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the shock in their hearts. Isn't 5,000 points of combat power all he has? How strong is this guy? Listening to his tone, there is also disdain for 18,000 combat power points. I am afraid that it may exceed this value? Piccolo was suspicious in his heart. He vaguely realized that Lin Chuan's true strength level was far beyond their imagination. Even the so-called Vegeta was far from his opponent. Otherwise, knowing that the other party will attack in a year's time and showing insufficient strength, at least show a trace of nervousness. So, you actually have the absolute strength to resist that Vegeta? Son Goku asked with a trembling voice and a face full of expectation. If this is the case, then the crisis on the Earth can be solved. To be honest, today he really opened his eyes. There were so many emotions in his heart that he couldn't even count them. It can be said that it is a mixture of 5 flavors that is difficult to describe. No, I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, there is no way you can compare to Vegeta. If you are confident that you can surpass Vegeta, then why are you afraid that Vegeta will hear the news about the Dragon Balls and destroy my combat power detector? At this time, Raditz's eyes changed again and again when he looked at Lin Chuan. Unknowingly, a special fear surged into my heart. I didn't say that I was afraid that Vegeta and the others would come to Earth after hearing the news, so I destroyed the detector. I only said that it would be inevitable for them to come to Earth. Raditz's, you are a smart person, so you should know that your combat power detector can be monitored by Vegeta, then your detector may be monitored by Frieza. Unlike the combat power detector I gave you, your detector should be bound, right? After giving Raditz a reminder, Lin Chuan said no more. You mean, hiss. For a moment, it was like falling into an ice cellar, and Raditz's body began to tremble. If Lin Chuan's prediction is correct, then their every move is being monitored. If Frieza really gets the news, it will be a different story. The Saiyans, even Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 points, could only grovel in front of Frieza. Raditz was glad that Lin Chuan could react immediately. He didn't know, not even Lin Chuan knew, that the news had been passed on, and Frieza was already heading towards Earth. However, according to the plot, Frieza will definitely not be able to reach Earth smoothly. When the time comes, Frieza will learn that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians because of the information collected by Vegeta on Earth, so he will change his target midway to the Namek planet. Son Goku and Piccolo did not fully understand the cryptic communication between Lin Chuan and Raditz. But Piccolo and Son Goku were not stupid. They immediately realized that besides Vegeta, there were other beings who might also be eyeing the Earth. And that existence should be the Frieza I heard several times. It's a weird, hard to imagine name. The exact information summarized from the words heard is that Raditz and the others belong to the so-called Frieza Legion, and this Frieza should be the leader. Brother, there's Talo, forget it, I'd rather call you Lin Chuan. Who is that Frieza you are talking about? Seeing how cautious you are, could it be that that guy's combat power is higher than 18,000 points? Son Goku couldn't help but ask. Only outspoken people are eager to know the truth. If it were someone else, they would not ask so directly, but would wait for Lin Chuan and Raditz to take the initiative to tell them, just like Piccolo. Piccolo is more stable than Son Goku. He knows that neither of them can fully react to the current situation. At this time, it is easy to lose oneself when it involves a wider field. But Son Goku asked. Piccolo couldn't possibly pretend he didn't hear and didn't care. 18,000 points, haha. Kakarot, you have to know that although we Saiyans claim to be a fighting nation in the universe, we always think of ourselves as a superior race. However, in front of the truly terrifying emperor of the universe, even ants are considered not on. The universe is too big, not to mention our strength. Even our Prince Vegeta, who is said to be the most talented warrior in the history of Saiyans, has a combat power of up to 18,000 points. He is not even considered an elite in front of King Frieza. It can only be regarded as dispensable. You on Earth are like frogs in a well, unable to understand. The directness of Raditz' answer once again shocked Son Goku and Piccolo. You, Emperor of the Universe. A combat power of 18,000 points is just a little guy. Where can I imagine Son Goku and Piccolo? This simply subverted the worldview they had just established. I originally thought that Vegeta with 18,000 points was already an extremely powerful person. Now the person they thought was a peerless strongman was not even considered an elite in front of the Emperor of the Universe. Can you imagine the horror? Huh? Even you are somewhat self-aware, but you can easily expand the imaginable horror 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Raditz glanced at Son Goku and Piccolo with disdain. At this time, he could only gain a sense of presence in front of them by knowing more. Lin Chuan laughed at the side and said, "Actually, you don't need to scare them like this. Frieza is indeed scary, but not to the level you said." As soon as the words came out, Raditz felt dizzy. He was going crazy. If Lin Chuan had concealed his true combat power before, he would still be willing to believe it, but he could not accept Frieza's comments like this. "Are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? That's Frieza." Looking at Lin Chuan, Raditz wanted Lin Chuan's answer. Son Goku and Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan again. At this time, they are like two bottles on the sea, they can only drift with the tide. Given your position, you naturally know a lot. But at the same time, your vision also limits you. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza is indeed powerful, but you only know that he is powerful, but you don't know how strong he is. So, you just think that he is an unbeatable existence. I can tell you now, Frieza's combat index. After saying that, Lin Chuan paused. It's too early to talk about Frieza's information now, but now that it's mentioned, it's unavoidable. Anyway, not to mention that Frieza can transform, it only depends on his ultimate combat power. In this way, perhaps the Son Goku and Piccolo of this era, and even the Z warriors, can see further, improve their strength faster, and become stronger. Just imagine what Vegeta and Nappa's expressions will be like when they come to Earth a year later and see that the strength of the Z warriors generally exceeds 10,000, or even tens of thousands. Lin Chuan is looking forward to Vegeta and Nappa who are mentally broken. You said you knew Frieza's combat power? Even Vegeta didn't know about such a confidential matter. How did you know about it? Raditz asked. Suspect? No? He felt that Lin Chuan should not lie to others, otherwise, the communication would not be like this. How do I know? Is this important? As far as I know, Frieza's combat power should be 530,000 points. After saying that, the teasing in Lin Chuan's eyes became even heavier. 530,000 points? For any existence in this era, it is an astronomical value. Whether it is the Z warriors of Earth or Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 points, it is unimaginable. Raditz's mind went blank, and Son Goku and Piccolo's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. This is the Emperor of the Universe? Lin Chuan was very satisfied with the changes in their expressions. After all, they couldn't look up to them now with a combat power of several thousand points, let alone 530,000. From 1,500 points, to the 5,000 points that Lin Chuan showed before, to 18,000 points, and finally to 530,000 points. The worldview collapsed and then was established, and then collapsed. This went back and forth 3 or 4 times. If the people present were not all combat-oriented warriors with extremely strong receptive abilities, they would probably be frightened out of their wits. Frankly speaking, if Lin Chuan was not a time traveler and knew the plot of the original work, even if he continued to practice and became strong enough, he would be shocked by this value. After all, you have fought hard for decades and only have a fighting strength of tens of thousands. How can you compare with a fighting strength of hundreds of thousands? When an egg hits a stone, it breaks into pieces. Of course, even Lin Chuan now would be afraid if he really faced Frieza. You can only avoid the edge temporarily and hide yourself. In any case, his current combat power is only close to 20,000 points. Even Dodoria and Sabo beside Frieza can torture him to death. Fortunately, he also has enough time to practice and become stronger, and he also has an unlimited combat power improvement system. He really can't face Frieza now, but a year later, Lin Chuan will have absolute confidence to crush Frieza. At the same time, the god of the Heavenly Temple, who has been monitoring the situation here, turned purple and was breathing extremely heavily. In this short period of time, he heard too many unimaginable things. As a god, he also realized that he was completely eliminated by the times. Originally, God Piccolo thought that even if the stronger Saiyan arrived on Earth, Piccolo's grandson Goku and the others might be able to fight with the help of his arrangements after a year of hard training. Even if he is defeated, he has a last resort, voluntarily assimilating with Piccolo and helping Piccolo become complete to improve his strength. But now, the Universe Emperor has appeared. Even if all the trump cards are revealed, can it be compared? Their combat value is only a few hundred points. A combat power of several thousand is unimaginable, and a combat power of tens of thousands is a luxury. Hundreds of thousands of combat forces. It's simply indescribable. Boom. Just when the scene was so quiet that there was no other sound except the wind. Suddenly, a wave of sound exploded from the horizon and came. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention, and they shifted their gaze and looked over. Now, they are worried about being unable to get rid of the depressing atmosphere. If an outsider intervenes, the topic can be temporarily transferred. In the distant sky, a very fast beige jet was seen breaking through the clouds and mists, speeding towards this side. On this jet, there is a special logo engraved on it, which should be known to everyone on Earth. Because this is the unique logo of Magnum Capsule Company, TCH, the unsightly Earthlings are here, we can't stay here any longer. Taros, my universe ship has been destroyed, is your universe ship still there? Raditz naturally had no idea who the visitor was. He just felt upset now and wanted to find a place to quietly think about life. In addition, he also needs to figure out one thing, that is, if the Dragon Balls can grant wishes, can all wishes come true, and are they true or false? If it were true, he would really want to fight for it. After all, who wouldn't have a wish? I'm sorry to tell you that although the universe ship I boarded was not completely broken, it was damaged due to this universe voyage. If you want to use my universe ship to escape from the Earth, you can put away this idea. Giving Raditz an accurate answer, Lin Chuan's eyes remained focused on the jet. It's Bulma, Krillin, and teacher Wushan. Through breath perception, Son Goku quickly knew who the visitor was and said aloud. Of course, without him having to say anything, Lin Chuan could guess that the three auras in the jet must be Bulma, Kame Sennin, and Krillin. The plot of the original book is that they are worried about the situation here, so Bulma brings Kame Sen and Krillin to help. According to the original trajectory, when they arrived, Son Goku should be on the verge of death, and Raditz was already dead. Now, the situation is completely different from the original work. After Raditz knew that the person who came was an acquaintance of his younger brother, and seeing that Lin Chuan didn't take any action, he simply calmed down and made a new plan. In this unfamiliar place on Earth, he only knew Kakarot, Kakarot's son, Lin Chuan, and Piccolo. Piccolo was naturally ignored by him because he was not a Saiyan. If he wants to live on Earth in the future, he must stay close to Lin Chuan and Kakarot. After all, he doesn't know how to make himself stronger. The only one who can help him increase his strength is Lin Chuan. Boom. As the jet landed, it stirred up a puff of dust. Klin and Kame Sennin got off the jet first, with solemn expressions on their faces. Finally, there was Bulma, who was hiding behind in fear, looking at the current situation. Immediately, the three arriving people noticed Lin Chuan. Because this person was someone they had never seen before, and he was wearing a combat uniform similar to Raditz, they immediately concluded that this was a Saiyan who was with Raditz. The aura of this Saiyan seems calm and ordinary, but it also reveals an unfathomable terror. It is much more terrifying than that Raditz. Now, what is the situation? Is the battle over? Or, Kame Sennin, with his keen insight, kept making guesses in his mind. Not sure what the situation was, he couldn't make a conclusion and couldn't completely relax. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo, it's great that you are all okay. Has the enemy changed from 1 to 2? Teacher Wuden and I are here to help you. Krillin mistakenly thought that the battle before it was over. He decisively stepped forward and stood next to Son Goku. Looking at the posture, it looks like a fight to the death. They had already made up their minds before coming here. If they really needed to die to save the Earth, Krillin and Kame Sento would not look back. Seeing this, Raditz first sneered, confirming that the three people who came were all Earthlings he had seen before, and then hearing the words of the little bald Klin, he couldn't help teasing him. What ignorant Earthling? That tail didn't knock you apart before, but you still dared to come in front of me and talk nonsense. Let me see, the combat power is 206 points. How dare you make such a noise with a mere 200 points of combat power? Such contemptuous words made Klin furious and gritted his teeth. It was just that he was angry, and Klin really didn't dare to do anything. As Raditz said, his combat power is so low that even Goku and Piccolo can't take advantage of him, so how can he be an opponent? Raditz was delighted to see this kind of anger that he dared not speak out, and his expression became even more violent, which gave Klin a strong sense of oppression and even caused dense beads of sweat to break out on his head. Okay, brother, stop threatening Klin. Although Klin's strength is indeed not as good as yours, he is not as unbearable as you say. Son Goku stood up to clear Klin's name. The senior brother who grew up together since childhood, Klin can be said to be his most important partner. Even before the era of the big universe, Klin could be said to be the person he cherished the most. As the saying goes, Klin sacrifices to heaven, and his magic power is boundless. If Raditz killed Krillin, Son Goku might actually explode and kill Raditz. The most classic sacrifice to the sky in the original work, Krillin was killed by Frieza, and Son Goku transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. TCH. Raditz spat disdainfully, turned around and said nothing more. He also didn't want to get too involved with the Earth Ants. At this time, Krillin was confused. Not only Krillin, Kame Sen, and Bulma were also dumbfounded. It was obvious that the conversation between the two parties and the current situation made them incredible. Isn't it a fight to the death? Isn't it a battle to defend the Earth? Why did you call me brother? Raditz obviously listened. And what's that look in Piccolo's face? Klin's head was full of questions and his eyes were on Son Goku, wanting to get the answer. The same goes for Kame-sen and Bulma. Here's the thing. After a few minutes, under the joint explanation of Son Goku and Piccolo, the three finally understood. To summarize 2 points. First, Raditz is no longer their enemy and has turned from darkness to light. The other Saiyan named Lin Chuan, Taros, is currently on their side. Secondly, in 1 year there will be 2 Saiyans coming to Earth who are more than 10 times and 20 times more powerful than Raditz. Goku. So, those 2 Saiyans a year later came for the Dragon Balls? And they must be enemies. In a simple combat power index according to the description, Klin was so frightened by the 18,000 combat power points that he could not speak clearly. Raditz's 1,500 combat power points are terrifying enough. Isn't this going to destroy the Earth? It's okay, Klin, don't we still have a year to practice? At that time, I will definitely be stronger than now. Moreover, even if I can't beat them then, Lin Chuan's strength can definitely defeat that Vegeta, Son Goku said and turned his eyes. Everyone's attention fell on Lin Chuan again. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan with so eager eyes, as if they wanted to get Lin Chuan's affirmative answer. Only Bulma's eyes were different from the others, and had another meaning. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle when he noticed that everyone's eyes were focused again, and this time Bulma, Krillin, and Kame-sen were also included. This is when the home court has shifted back to itself. To be honest, Son Goku completely regarded him as his backer, which Lin Chuan did not expect. After all, even if he showed strength and goodwill, and told them so much information, he had only just arrived on Earth. How should I put it? Although this is what he wants to see, Lin Chuan is obviously somewhat resistant. This resistance comes from being used. Because Son Goku's approach does not really trust him, but because they are not enemies now, so people want to use him to stabilize the overall situation. To say that the early Son Goku had an average IQ and could not use his brain at all? This is bullshit. The smile that seemed to be intentional or unintentional, and the eyes were clear, but the thoughts were clear. You have said so. I can promise you that you will not watch the Earth being destroyed without taking action. At any rate, this planet does have what I need, and the environment is good and suitable for habitation. However, don't pray that I will directly suppress Vegeta and the others. If we are really defeated in a year, I will protect the Earth from destruction by then. This is the condition for me to borrow the Earth Dragon Balls and temporarily live on the Earth. How? After the words fell, Lin Chuan also circled back to borrowing the Dragon Ball. Since it was being used, Lin Chuan naturally had to make his position clear. As soon as these words came out, it was regarded as complying with Son Goku's words. Your words are enough. The Dragon Balls can be used by you, but you cannot wish for immortality or harm the world. Otherwise, no matter what, we won't help you find the Dragon Ball. Son Goku puts the ugly words first. He had long realized that Lin Chuan would mention this, but he had changed the story before because of the information about Vegeta and Frieza. It is inevitable to come back now. Call him smart, he is indeed smart, but he is also a bit stupid. What he said was so clear. If Lin Chuan acted like him and directly went back on his word when he made a wish, what could he do? Son Goku should be glad that he is really not an enemy and would not make that wish. Don't worry, that kind of wish has no temptation for me. Besides, I think the Dragon Balls on Earth also have their own limits, right? Once they exceed their capabilities, there is no way to realize them. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chuan took the opportunity to look at Piccolo said, actually, I was a little curious about how the Dragon Balls that grant wishes on Earth came from before. Now that I see you, a Namekian, I know it. You should have created the Dragon Balls, right? It is rumored that the Namekians have many strange powers. Your ability to restore limbs is one of them, and making Dragon Balls is also one of them. After saying that, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I said this deliberately to let Namek take the stage first, and at the same time make everyone here realize that there are Dragon Balls on Namek. What you said is indeed true, but it's also wrong. I didn't create Dragon Ball. The field I'm good at is fighting. Looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo's answer was very direct and unruly. Even though his strength is not good, Piccolo Daimao's pride is still there. Really? It seems that you are a fighting Namekian. However, your strength is indeed a bit weak, because the combat power of normal fighting Namekians is generally above 2,000 points. Lin Chuan said. He himself had forgotten whether this value was accurate, but according to the development of the plot, the combat-type Namekians had the combat power to kill senior soldiers of Frieza's legion, and they could also control their own power to explode instantly. In my memory, there was a Namekian named Nayla who was deeply impressed, because he was the first being on Namek to confront Frieza head-on. The combat power is as high as 42,000 points. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, the group of people became uneasy again, especially Krillin, Kame-sen, and Bulma who had just arrived and understood part of the situation. Who would have thought that Piccolo is also an alien? According to the news that the combat power of the combat-type Namekians is generally above 2,000 points, doesn't this mean that Piccolo Daimao can only run wild on the Earth, and he will be a scumbag when he returns to the Namek planet? Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling resentful and unwilling to do so. Think about it, those tribesmen who have never seen each other have more than 2,000 combat power points. What about him? With the help of the magic-piercing light-killing cannon to transcend the limit, it is less than 1,500 points. Looking back now, it is true that Master Tianshan told me when he was guiding me in my practice. Piccolo, you were a very powerful existence before you were separated from Master Tianshan. If you change back to a human, your strength may suddenly improve by leaps and bounds, and it is not impossible to have a combat power of more than a few thousand points, Son Goku said suddenly. This is considered a secret. No one on Earth knows the details except the gods Piccolo, Bobo, Son Goku, and Piccolo. Humph. Stop making up your mind about me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can get close to you? Son Goku, don't think that you are your friend just because I fought side by side with you once. I'm still Piccolo Daimao. When the time comes to defeat those two Saiyans, it will be your turn. Piccolo said harshly. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. After looking at everyone present one by one, he finally soared into the sky. Piccolo is gone. No one stopped this situation. Lin Chuan was immediately stunned. By the way, did Piccolo forget to take someone away? My eyes couldn't help but stay on Sun Wuhan for a while. Without Piccolo's teachings, would Sun Wuhan still be like the original? What the hell, I've been fooling around for a long time, and it seems that the most important part of the plot has been fooled. Without Sun Wuhan, would Piccolo still be able to change as quickly as the original? Just about to say something else. At this moment, Son Goku suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. He exclaimed, Lord God, it turns out that you have been watching the situation here. Son Goku's sudden words shocked everyone present, including Lin Chuan. Although he knew the development of the plot and knew that the gods had this ability, he did not expect to intervene at this time. No one interrupted the communication between Son Goku and the god. After a long time, Son Goku looked surprised and spoke, just now, Lord God used sound transmission to communicate with me. He wanted us to go to the God of Heaven together. He has the important things should be said to us face to face. Similarly, I also invited you and Lin Chuan, big brother. He said that although you are Saiyans from an alien planet, since you have turned enemies into friends, and you will also live on the earth in the future, I hope you can go together. The most important thing for the Heavenly Temple is to practice together and fight against the enemies that will come in 1 year. As Son Goku conveyed the words of the god, the atmosphere changed again. It is no longer as serious as before, nor as solemn. Perhaps everything has been explained clearly, and everyone has understood what is going on now, so after broadening their horizons, even though the gods have appeared now, they can no longer shock the people present. Of course, one person is still in the clouds. This person is naturally Raditz. The title of God made him dumbfounded. The word God is too broad. Kakarot, are you serious? God? Is there such a thing as a legendary god on a planet like Earth? Raditz asked urgently. At this time, thinking back to the previous conversation between Kakarot and Piccolo, his brain cells began to burn. Finally, we came to the conclusion that the name Kian and the so-called god were originally one body, but for some reason they became two people. In other words, that god is also a name Kian? Raditz was a little numb. He found that what he saw and heard today had subverted his imagination. Now a name Kian god appeared? What does this mean? After all, this setting is just like a bug in this world. God is the god of a planet? Moreover, not every planet has the existence of gods. Only special planets have the birth of gods. Otherwise, there would be countless gods among the countless planets in the Dragon Ball world. It can only be said that whether a planet will have the birth of a god depends on the development history of the planet, the life conditions of the planet, and finally, of course, whether it has the inheritance of gods. According to alien forces, the Earth is very small. But the Earth is not big, but it is involved in all fields. Not only is there a place connected to the underworld, but there are also people on duty in the underworld. Even the Earth is connected to many special planes, even areas like the demon world, all bordering. There are indeed gods on our Earth. However, I don't know how they are different from the gods in your imagination, brother. Son Goku nodded and replied. Immediately afterwards, no matter how shocked Raditz was, he looked at Krillin, Kame Sento, and Bulma on the side. At this time, before he could take the initiative to speak, Klin and Turtle Immortal were already sighing with emotion. Unexpectedly, Lord God already knows the current situation? So, does he also want to guide us in our practice? Kling said with some excitement. In the early years, Goku practiced under the guidance of the gods, and his strength increased dramatically. Although times are different now, in his eyes, gods are still gods and they are superior. Since Tenjin-sama has already made a plan, let's go together. It's a pity that Yamcha and Tianjin Fan have disappeared, otherwise, ugh. Kamizenran said, unable to bear it. Zhu sighed. Both are martial arts masters and warriors who protect the earth. At this time, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan are also worthy of great responsibilities in the eyes of Kame Sennin. At least it's better than this old man. The ship of time is still moving forward, but he clearly knows that he has already disembarked. Even if we get on the boat at this time, it will be too late. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask before, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of my eldest brother. As for Tianjin Fan, according to his character, he should be traveling around the world to practice, right? Where is Yamcha? Does Bulma know? Is there any way to contact him now? Here. Son Goku muttered and suddenly looked at Bulma. Among their group, Bulma has been with Yamcha. He originally thought that he could see Yamcha this time when he went to the Turtle Fairy house, but unexpectedly he only saw Bulma. Forget it, I don't know whether that guy is dead or alive, Hadot. Hearing Son Goku's questioning, Bulma snorted and turned away. The eldest lady's temper broke out, and she looked like it was of no use to anyone. When the situation has developed to this point, she can actually put aside the small things in the past. Perhaps because the plot was changed by Lin Chuan, Son Goku did not die, and the current situation is not particularly bad, so Bulma did not put aside her little emotions to inform Yamcha like in the original work. In Lin Chuan's eyes, this situation was an opportunity. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball plot, Bulma has been in a relationship with Yamcha that is not a love affair. Due to various factors, the relationship between the two was first love but not like first love, so their relationship was completely different from that of ordinary couples. In the final analysis, they are just two most inappropriate people, but they came together by accident. And this love lasted for more than 10 years. Others don't know, but as a time traveler, how could Lin Chuan not know the inside story? In fact, it was inner trouble that caused Bulma to be reluctant to leave her. She was always giving Yamcha a chance to change her ways, and she was also waiting for Yamcha to turn around. After all, Bulma in the early days was so innocent that she just wanted to find a Prince Charming who was strong, handsome, and caring and protective of her. Yamcha was the first capable and good-looking man to appear beside her. After he became her boyfriend, she decided that this was the man she wanted to spend her whole life with. Therefore, even though she suffered betrayal from Yamcha several times, she finally gave Yamcha a chance. But as a result, Yamcha got worse and worse again and again, and then completely transformed into a playboy. Calculating Yamcha's life, he never got a wife and had children until the end, and even his life was extremely bleak. Talking about the relationship, Yamcha was also the first Z warrior to be eliminated. After the Super Era, he was even forgotten. Son Goku would rather choose the Kame Sennin Ginseng and Power Tournament, and never thought about letting him participate. In fact, if Yamcha really had some brains, or was a man, restrained his temper a little, and worked harder, Bulma would never be snatched away by Vegeta. For Bulma, she will not change easily. After more than 10 years of inner struggle, she finally became completely disappointed with Yamcha. Later, the fateful Vegeta appeared in her life. According to this situation, the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha has completely broken down at this time, right? If it hadn't been for the death of Son Goku in the original work, I'm afraid Yamcha would never have the chance to get Bulma's forgiveness. Speaking of which, it was also at this time that the relationship between Yamcha and Bulma became strangers. After all, even if Bulma forgave Yamcha, they would have to be separated for nearly 2 years due to the Saiyan invasion and Yamcha's death. Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart and made a criticism. Recalling the plot of the original work, is Yamcha miserable? Sad indeed? But he did find it himself. Those who are weak in strength but eager to express themselves will always be the first to be frustrated in the end. In this case, we have to go first. As for Tianjin Fan and Yamcha, we will find a way to contact them after meeting Lord Tianjin. Son Goku said. There is no way to summon the companions from the past in a short period of time, and this is the only way now. Wait until the next direction is determined and then find a way to inform you. In Son Goku's view, whether it is Tianjin Fan or Yamcha, he is still someone he can rely on at this time. Unlike after the era of the big universe, when the era of artificial humans came on Earth, everyone except the Saiyans, including Piccolo, were gradually eliminated. Even if Son Goku wanted to rely on him, he couldn't rely on him. This was also a turning point in a real sense. From then on, the Saiyan family became the dominant one. In fact, is it true that people on Earth or other stars are inferior to Saiyans? This is certainly true in the case of transformation. But if they had the same opportunities, training methods, and no cheats like transformation, other Z warriors would not be any worse. Just like when Son Goku went to King Kai to practice for the first time, the warriors of the Earth simply relied on the training that Son Goku had done, and their combat power exceeded 1,000 points, reaching nearly 2,000 points. Piccolo even used the help of his own training has reached more than 3,000 points of combat effectiveness. Besides, Son Goku learned Kaioken and Vitality Bombs under the guidance of King Kai, and practiced under 10 times gravity, increasing his combat power to 8,000 points. The Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Yamcha, Piccolo, and others who went there later, no matter who they were, their combat strength exceeded 10,000 in a short period of time, and even reached the level of tens of thousands. Even the Jinyu Special Forces members who died were all killed. They beat hard. All in all, it's not that the qualifications are not enough, but that there are not enough opportunities, and the protagonist's halo is too bright. Thinking about the later eras, after the Saiyans became the main fighting force, they continued to advance in transformation. The warriors who were not Saiyans had no transformation or new development. Even Piccolo, who had assimilated with the gods, was completely eliminated. Thinking of this, as a time traveler, Lin Chuan deeply understood everything, but he could only sigh. After all, he was a Saiyan in this life, and his primary goal in the future is to become a Super Saiyan. TCH? Kakarot, why don't you ask my opinion? Do you want to go? Raditz suddenly shouted, interrupting Son Goku's train of thought. At the same time, Son Goku was embarrassed for a while. He really didn't ask other people's opinions, he just thought about himself and wanted everyone to go together. Others looked at Raditz cautiously, fearing that this guy would do something wrong again. For Krillin, Kame Sento, and Bulma, Raditz is an intruder. Even if they are in this situation now and have turned enemies into friends, they still have instinctive conflicts. just like with Piccolo. Even though Piccolo has joined forces with Son Goku to attack at this time, the fear that Piccolo once brought will not dissipate easily. In the original work, this grudge was not completely eliminated until a year later. Therefore, in the final analysis, we still have to stand on the same front, cooperate with each other, and understand each other to resolve grievances. Brother, don't you also want to become stronger? If you go, you can get the guidance of Master Tianshen to practice. The strength I have now is the result of practice along the way, plus the guidance of Master Tianshen a few years ago. Son Goku's IQ is indeed a bit higher than expected. I know how to use cultivation to deceive this big brother who I just met. You mean, the so-called Namekian god can guide me to become stronger? Stop joking? With a combat power of less than 1,000 points, what is there to say? Raditz said he was tough verbally, but he actually accepted it in his heart. He didn't give Son Goku a chance to refute. He turned his attention to Lin Chuan and asked, Talos, what do you mean? All eyes were once again focused on Lin Chuan. I don't care, but after hearing so many words, I'm quite interested. What's the harm in meeting him? Maybe it's really good. Lin Chuan said while keeping a smile. With his words, Raditz no longer hesitated. It is equivalent to walking down the steps and directly saying, then take a walk. Son Goku and others nodded to each other after hearing this. Raditz and Lin Chuan both agreed, so there was nothing else to worry about. Bulma, I leave Gohan to you. Taking your aircraft will allow him to have a good rest. This kid is also tired. Son Goku said as he handed Son Gohan to Bulma. He has somersault clouds, can perform aerial dance, and can fly by himself. Of course he can take his son with him, but due to the injuries he suffered in the previous battle and the fact that the child is still young, it is better to be more stable. Facts have proved that Son Goku at this time is not only thinking about himself, he is also considering everything comprehensively. Don't worry, leave it to me. Besides, if they all go, I will also have to send Klin and teacher Wu Tian there. However, my aircraft may not be able to fly to the temple where the gods live. At most, it can only be sent to Kalin Tower. Bulma took Sun Wuhan's little hand and said at the same time. Little Gohan had no objection to Bulma, so he didn't make any fuss. Klin and Kame Sento laughed sheepishly. One of them is a martial arts master, but he doesn't even know how to dance in the air. One is good at flying, but he is not proficient in it at all. He has not practiced flying much in these years. After arriving at Kalin Tower, God will arrange for Mr. Popo to come down and pick us up. After saying this, Son Goku summoned his somersault cloud. It should be said that in this era, the strength of Z warriors has just begun. Even Son Goku did not realize the importance of Wukong Jitsu. It was not until the Saiyan invasion that everyone began to practice this skill seriously. That's all. Led by Son Goku and Bulma's aircraft, Lin Chuan and Raditz followed closely and headed to the location of the Earth Temple. Along the way, Raditz often complained about the slow speed. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not that Son Goku can't be fast, but that Bulma's Earth aircraft is not advanced yet, so its speed is average. Speaking of which, in fact, for people on Earth, it is already extraordinary that civilian aircraft can break the speed of sound. Just comparing it to a strong person who can run thousands of meters or tens of thousands of meters per second, it is naturally slower. Speaking of which, how high is your combat power? What you said is clear and logical, and you have so much information, but you haven't revealed your true strength. I don't know why he suddenly thought of this. Raditz he didn't hide it and asked directly. During the flight, the distance between the two was very close, so Lin Chuan could hear clearly. Want to know how powerful he is in combat? Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. You will know later. At least, he is much stronger than that guy Vegeta. Lin Chuan didn't go too far. At this moment, he realized what stage the combat power value had reached, and opened the system plugin panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kilograms. Combat power index, 19,450 points. The current level of the system, level 1. Automatically hanging up, combat power +1/second. I remember that before, it only exceeded 18,000 points. As time goes by, it is now only 550 points away from breaking through 20,000 combat points. 550 points, which means that in just 9 minutes, he can reach the next level. Time passes little by little. For Raditz, he was getting more and more impatient. The speed was too slow, and he didn't know how far the destination was. He couldn't do anything but follow. His lack of patience and eagerness for success were also caused by the pressure in his life over the years. Of course, with Lin Chuan here, even if Raditz was unhappy, he could only endure it. No one said anything. What could he do? Not to mention anything else, he now regards Lin Chuan as the only way for him to become stronger. If any god can guide him to practice and become stronger, he thinks that is impossible. What if a god of Earth is really a god? If he was really awesome, then Kakarot would not be what he is now, and he would not even have 1,000 combat power. Lin Chuan is different. Everyone admits that he is stronger than Vegeta, so there is no need to worry about how strong he is. It would be even more promising to be able to double his combat effectiveness in a short period of time with his help, or even increase it to 3,000 to 5,000 points in a year. Crossing the plains, crossing a sea, until entering the primeval forest with lush vegetation. Time, counting from the time of departure, has passed for more than half an hour. The reason why Lin Chuan was not impatient was that he also took advantage of this time to experience the increase in strength brought by the unlimited combat power improvement system. Combat power +1 per second. Although after seeing too much, phantoms appeared in his eyes and he became a little numb. But the growth of one's own strength will increase to a level every few minutes, which is really enjoyable. Today, Lin Chuan's combat power index has reached 21,675 points. In just over 37 minutes, the combat power increased by 2225 points. It can be said that after exceeding 20,000 combat power points, Lin Chuan felt a broader field. His combat power used to hover around 15,000 points, and it was always difficult to make any progress. Compared with now, it was just like the sky and the earth. No wonder, in the original work, Dodoria's 22,000 combat power points are enough to crush Vegeta and Chu Yi, who have 18,000 combat power points. Now Lin Chuan just feels that the current self can ravage the previous self with a combat power of 18,000 points. Not to mention the strength it had at 15,000 points in the past. Brother, there's Lin Chuan, we're here. Son Goku's voice sounded. The speed that was originally flying at a rapid speed dropped sharply again. Looking around, deep in the endless forest, there is a stone pillar towering up to the sky. There is no doubt that this is the Kalintai of Earth. When Dragon Ball appeared in the early stages of the plot, it was so incredible and mysterious. But later, he no longer appeared on the screen and was forgotten by many people. Everyone's impression of Kalin Tower rests on the fairy beans of the cat fairy on the top of the tower. To be honest, the existence of Kalin Tower was originally set up as a way for martial artists to hone their strength and practice. One after another, Lin Chuan didn't say anything. Raditz couldn't wait to shout out, "Have we finally arrived? This is the so-called god? Don't be kidding, Kakarot, aren't you talking about the name Kians? This earthling's combat power is only 50 points. No, brother, the gods are temples that live on the clouds. This is the warrior who protects the holy land of Kalinta, named Bra." Son Goku stood up and explained, "I really miss it. Speaking of it, I have been missing it for many years. No more coming here." Afterwards, he greeted Bra and the protectors of the Holy Land. After revealing their identity and situation, Bra and the others obviously lowered their guard. After all, in their minds, Son Goku is the brave man who successfully challenged Kalinta. He also accepted God's call and became God's messenger a few years ago. Revisiting the old place, not only Son Goku, but also Krillin and Kame Sennin were full of emotions. Especially Turtle Immortal, when he thought about what he did when he was young at the top of the tower, he couldn't help but blush and felt extremely embarrassed. I just hope that when I see the god this time, I won't be reminded of these embarrassing things. Are you waiting here now for Mr. Popo to come down and pick us up? Goku. Klin stood next to Son Goku and asked. He was still somewhat worried, his eyes constantly wandering over Lin Chuan and Raditz. His character was like this. Son Goku understood it, but he didn't take it seriously and said, "No need to worry about Klin. In addition, Lord Tenjin has sensed our arrival just now, so Mr. Popo will be down soon. By the way, speaking of which, during the last martial arts competition, Klin, did you tell me that you challenged Kalin Tower and succeeded?" Son Goku's sudden question made Klin a little angry. "What? You really don't listen to people, and you answered me seriously at that time. Not only me, but also Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Yamcha all succeeded in the challenge, and we all also met the Karen Immortal on the top of the tower." Klin rolled his eyes and said. Such an answer made Son Goku scratch his head and laugh in embarrassment. Son Goku's idea is that if he remembers wrongly and Klin has not challenged Kalin Tower, then he can give it a try. After all, this is a good practice. But now that it's successful, that's another matter. In fact, with Klin's current strength, it is indeed not difficult to challenge this. After all, he has more than 200 combat power points and that's not all Klin has. The waiting time didn't last long. In less than 2 minutes, a shadow appeared in the sky. It was Bobo who appeared controlling the magic carpet and quickly descended to the ground. Fight, combat power, 1030 points. The first person to speak was Raditz again. The moment Bobo arrived in front of him, the combat power detector on his head reported Bobo's combat power value, which directly subverted Raditz's cognition. There are actually people on Earth, a lower-level planet, whose combat power exceeds 1000 points. For a time, he began to be suspicious of the gods above. Before, I seemed to have underestimated the other party. As soon as he said these words, everyone except Lin Chuan was shocked. Bobo's combat power is as high as 1030 points. What is this concept? Son Goku's combat power is only a few hundred points. He can break through 1000 points at full power, but that's only for a short period of time. Is this true? Mr. Popo, you actually have such powerful fighting power? Son Goku asked in surprise. In this regard, Bobo did not have any emotional fluctuations. Bobo doesn't know, it turns out that Bobo's combat power is more than 1000 points. This kind of performance is really in line with Bobo's setting. Lin Chuan saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly. He clearly remembers Bobo's famous scenes in the future. It was the era of the Majin Buu chapter, and Bobo easily withstood the combined efforts of 2 Super Saiyans, Son Goten and Trunks. Although the 2 brats didn't mean anything at that time, and they didn't mean to hurt anyone, but despite this, it can be seen how high Bobo's cultivation level is. Because Bobo's combat power exceeded 1,000 points, everyone except Lin Chuan made some shocked remarks. After sighing with emotion, Son Goku, Krillin, and even Kame Sennin all had a high respect for Bobo. This was impossible before. At most, it was because he was a servant of the gods and had some strength, so he was just polite on the surface. Even Bulma had put aside her inner grudge against Bobo's appearance at this moment, and felt a little strange about Bobo. This strange feeling is not disgusting, but she wants to try to maintain a relationship with this black man in the future. Maybe he can become her supporter. It should be said that Bulma is very smart, and she has always been very discerning. In the original work, she came into contact with Bobo because she was looking for the God Piccolo's universe ship. At the beginning, she was very resistant. Later, after knowing how useful Bobo was, he immediately started to win over him in various ways. If it weren't for the fact that Bobo couldn't leave the Earth as a servant of the gods, she would definitely have dragged Bobo to the planet Namek in the original work. Besides, Bulma's ability to recognize people is even more remarkable in the era of Dragon Ball Super plots. She used her IQ and communication skills to establish a good relationship with Angel Weiss in a short period of time. At one time, even Beerus, the god of destruction, was bribed by her with delicious food. She almost indirectly raised Beerus, became a house cat. Now that everyone is ready, let's hurry up and see the Lord God. Bobo's flying carpet can take 2 people up first. There are a total of 5 people here. As Bobo finished speaking, he began to make statistics. It was completely ignored that Son Goku, Raditz, and Lin Chuan could all fly up by themselves and did not need him to bring them. It's okay, Mr. Popo just needs to take Krillin and Grandpa Kame Sennin with him. Although I am not proficient in Wukong, there is still no problem in taking Gohan to the temple. Brother and Lin Chuan's flying ability not to mention, Son Goku said. Hearing this, Bobo nodded and said with a smile, that's great. Bobo took Klin and teacher Wu Tian with him, which saved a lot of time. After the two briefly communicated, everyone started to take action. Kame Sen and Krillin got on the flying magic carpet, while Son Goku looked at each other with Raditz and Lin Chuan. It was obvious that he was leading the way. In terms of speed, they must be faster if they know the air dance technique. Bobo can control the magic carpet very quickly, but he still needs to take care of Krillin and Kame Sennin. He came down just to bring Krillin and Turtle Immortal with him. Just when they were about to leave, Bulma, who had been silent and holding back her anger, couldn't help shouting, "What? Are you going to abandon me here like this? I'm going to do it anyway. After you were sent here, why didn't you take me up with you?" Anger is inevitable. Holding it in the palm of your hand when you need it and putting it aside when you don't need it is unbearable for everyone. Bulma's temper is considered to be good, at least as shown in the original work. She scolds her and doesn't really hold a grudge in her heart. Sorry, but I have to take Gohan with me, and I can't bring you with me. Bobo's magic carpet can only carry 2 people. Son Goku was embarrassed and felt guilty, but there is nothing to do. I wouldn't even think about coming down to pick her up. But Krillin and Kame Sennin thought of it and took the initiative to say, otherwise, Mr. Popo will take Bulma and teacher Wushan up first, and I will wait here. Upon hearing this, Bobo refused directly. Master Tianshan said to bring everyone up, but he did not mention this woman, so Bobo needs to go up and ask Master Tianshan for instructions. God, directly excluded Bulma. I have to say that even Lin Chuan couldn't stand it. Think about the God Piccolo in the original work. He was indeed very self-righteous at the beginning, and also had a sense of scheming. Not taking Bulma seriously? Just ignore it. Good guy. If you look down on others now, they will make you unable to reach them in the future. So, that old man from the god has no intention of letting me go up to the god's temple at all? Humph. Okay, if he doesn't let me go up, I will go on my own in the future. I will build advanced jets when I get back. Isn't it the god's god? A temple? I can even build a universe ship. Bulma was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. What she said made everyone present at a loss. Lin Chuan can understand Bulma. Raditz on the side was directly shocked by Bulma's last words. Build a universe ship? If it is possible, with the universe ship, he can leave the Earth and no longer be restrained. After spending so many years in the universe, does Raditz have a low IQ? If it was really low, he would have died long ago. Raditz is also ensuring the safety of his own life. If his strength cannot be improved within a year, then he can also use the universe ship to escape from the Earth. At that time, there was no surveillance on him, and he could just find a better planet to survive. At least it would be better than on Earth. If you want to go, let me carry you up. Suddenly, Lin Chuan spoke. This voice sounded, and everyone was startled. Bulma even looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. With a smiling expression, Lin Chuan stood there and looked at Bulma. A hidden light flashed in the eyes of Klin and Kame Sento, and Raditz looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. It was unbelievable that Lin Chuan would be interested in an Earth woman. Son Goku seemed to have been relieved, and he cast a very good look. Bobo couldn't say anything. One was that he didn't belong to the Earth, and he couldn't be restrained because of him. The other was that he was brought here, and it had nothing to do with him. No one spoke. After Bulma looked around, she made a decision in her heart. There was an impulse lingering in her mind. Friends who have known each other for so many years and have experienced so much together are not as concerned about what they think as a Saiyan who has just arrived on Earth. Even though she was not allowed to go, she still insisted on going to take a look. I finally understand now that you are all afraid of others, but they are not as bad as you think. I don't think they are scary at all, but you people treat them differently. Bulma said quickly. Bullet and Xiao ran to Lin Chuan. This boldness has long gone away from the nervous fear of the unknown Xians at the beginning. It seemed that Lin Chuan's kindness and handsome appearance were enough to attract and impress her. No one would know at this time that Bulma was actually pure in her heart. As smart as she is, she has already considered that Lin Chuan is not only powerful, but also capable of resisting future intruders. So she would not miss such a good opportunity to get close to someone. Besides, he is so handsome, with a well-proportioned figure, tall but not burly, strong but not looking like a muscular man. Even if he hugged her and took advantage of her, she would not suffer. Overall, Bulma is actually a bit of a nymphomaniac. When she compared the men she knew with them, she immediately discovered that no one seemed to be able to compare with Lin Chuan. Then I'll trouble you, Lin Chuan, if Bulma. Before Son Goku could finish his words, he met Bulma's murderous eyes, which directly strangled what he had not finished speaking. Cold sweat broke out on Son Goku's head. He immediately said nothing and changed the subject directly. Now that everyone is ready, let's go. Let me lead the way. With that said, Son Goku directly picked up Sun Wuhan, comforted him with a few words, then levitated him and flew straight into the sky. It is true that he is not skilled in the performance of Wukong Jutsu, and Son Goku's achievements in this area are really not considered average at this time. TCH? Haven't you mastered even the most basic flying skills? Kakarot is such a loser. Raditz complained for a while, jumped down, and followed Son Goku. They took action, and Bobo signaled Klin and Turtle Immortal in the next second, and then controlled the flying magic carpet to follow them. I don't know if it's because the load has reached the standard or something else, but Bobo's rising speed is very slow, even far less than the flying speed of Son Goku's clumsy flying dance. Seeing them all going up, Lin Chuan's lips twitched and he looked at Bulma. Are you ready? After hearing Lin Chuan's question, Bulma's cheeks turned slightly red. She was so bold and informal as she said before, but now she is still shy when she really wants to be picked up. After all, men and women are different, and they are not familiar with each other. Hearing her soft Lin Chuan reached out and picked up the princess. The first thing he felt when he put his hands on the soft jade body was a wonderful touch. This unprecedented feeling made Lin Chuan tremble in his heart. In this life, Lin Chuan had never met a woman like Bulma until today. Even if I saw pigs running around and ate pork in my previous life, the most they could do was hold hands and put their arms around shoulders. Now that Bulma is being held in his arms, she wouldn't know it if she didn't hold her, but once she holds her, she realizes that this woman's figure is so plump. Not to mention her devilish figure, her whole body also exudes an extremely alluring fragrance, which really makes people linger after one smell. It's really unimaginable. Why doesn't that guy Yamcha cherish Bulma, a top-notch woman, when he's guarding her? If it were him, he would have to hold it in his hands and protect it for the rest of his life, fearing that someone else would take it away. Lin Chuan was dull. Bulma is in the same situation. She never thought that Lin Chuan would pick her up so decisively. She was now a little top-heavy, and a special feeling swept over her heart for a moment, making her confused. The masculine breath hit her face, the strong masculine breath, and the hot body contact surface, which made her feel as if she had a fever. Lin Chuan was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, thanks to the reminder from Bra and the others, Lin Chuan finally came back to his senses. For the first time, Bulma's eyes met again, and Bulma's face turned even redder. Lin Chuan smiled slightly awkwardly, apologizing for being distracted. Remember not to move, I will rush up in one breath and take you to the Temple of Heaven first. After the words fell, Lin Chuan slowly stood up. After the Wukong technique was cast, for just a few seconds, from the ground, there were no traces of Lin Chuan and Bulma. It takes less than tens of seconds. Above the Temple of Heaven, a shadow rushed up from the bottom of the Temple of Heaven, and finally landed steadily in the center of the platform of the Temple of Heaven. It was none other than Lin Chuan who came here holding Bulma in his arms. The speed was so fast that it directly surpassed everyone. Even this was just Lin Chuan's casual burst of speed. The broad and majestic Temple of Heaven is filled with a sacred and majestic atmosphere. Invisibly, it brings an extremely strong pressure to people. Of course, if you are strong enough, you can ignore this kind of oppression. It looks just like what I remember. I have to say that this place where the gods live is like a bowl that has been enlarged countless times and is fixed in the sky. It's full of things. Bad taste setting. Looking around, the surrounding environment gradually matched the memory in his mind, and Lin Chuan was filled with emotion in his heart. Feeling the breath and looking forward, Lin Chuan first saw a man standing there motionless. The other party was also there looking at him. It was a big fat guy with an afro haircut. Who is a Kilobe, who is not known as the meat-suited Yasuo. Just like in the original work, he was forcefully summoned by the god Piccolo to practice. When their eyes met, Lin Chuan smiled slightly, but he didn't take him seriously and looked behind him. The god Piccolo is inside the temple. Lin Chuan's attention was all on the god. At this time, he didn't realize that he had to put Bulma down. At this time, Bulma's consciousness was still flying rapidly, making it impossible for her to recover. Now that I came back to my senses and saw the heavenly temple for the first time, I didn't realize that I was still being held. I sighed directly in my heart. Is this the heavenly temple? It feels completely different from what I imagined. Bulma, who was in Lin Chuan's arms, looked at the surrounding environment with curiosity and disbelief on her face. She actually wanted to study the existence of the Heavenly Temple many years ago, but she never had the chance. This time, she got her wish. Thinking of this, Bulma moved her body, and the next second she felt Lin Chuan's tightened palm again, and her mind was confused. Wait, she is still in Lin Chuan's arms? Bulma suddenly came back to her senses, raised her eyes suddenly, and met Lin Chuan's eyes again. You, put me down quickly. Bulma blushed, even a little at a loss. She covered her face with her hands, fearing that her embarrassment would be seen. Sample. Recalling the previous flight, she hugged Lin Chuan for protection because she was too fast. And this was also brought up by Lin Chuan and said, when I was flying just now, I don't know who was holding me tightly and yelling at me not to let go. The teasing intention was so obvious that Bulma blushed even more. Seeing this, Lin Chuan didn't intend to tease her anymore, so he reluctantly put her down. There is ample time. If you do it too much, it will be bad. After getting out of Lin Chuan's arms, Bulma stood aside and breathed a few sighs of relief, then glanced at Lin Chuan with her big watery eyes. The meaning is obvious. I was so nervous and scared before. Wasn't it because Lin Chuan was too fast? In response, Lin Chuan smiled even brighter. I have to say, Bulma is actually quite cute. At the same time, at the door of Tianshan Temple. At this moment, Akilobe was sweating all over and felt very guilty. Is he that Saiyan? He really has a terrifying aura. Even from such a distance, I can feel the danger from him, as if he could eat me alive. Yachirobe's instinct made him fear Lin Chuan. At this moment, he felt strange. Wasn't that woman Bulma afraid of others? Yachirobe was frightened by the aura emanating from Lin Chuan's surface. He didn't dare to act rashly, even though he saw Bulma and Lin Chuan standing together, he didn't dare to get close. At this moment, as if they noticed Lin Chuan and Bulma arriving first, a figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Temple of Heaven. There is no doubt that he is the god Piccolo. Because of his appearance, Akilobe took action and stood beside the god, as if seeking refuge and acting as a bodyguard. Lin Chuan and Bulma, who were in the center of the wide platform square, both cast their eyes. As a time traveler, how could Lin Chuan not recognize him? Bulma had met him at the world's #1 martial arts tournament a few years ago, so he wouldn't be frightened either. Not only that, her favorability towards the god Piccolo is now zero. Back then, because she was a god, she believed in her as a god. However, this time, the god ignored her existence, and her anger would not dissipate easily. Walking forward, the god stood in the huge square, and took the initiative to introduce himself. Welcome to you, Saiyans from the alien planet. I am the god of this earth. After the words fell, God Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan, intending to use his own eyesight to judge how powerful this Saiyan is. He looked at Lin Chuan like this, and Lin Chuan looked him up and down with a smile on his face. For Lin Chuan, he completely ignored the exploration of the god Piccolo. As for the god Piccolo, Lin Chuan's aggressive eyes seemed to treat him as a prey, which made him very uncomfortable. As the god of the earth, he has always been the supreme being. As a result, now, he has become an ant in the eyes of others. If the other party is weak, he will definitely punish him in his own way, because this is blasphemy to his god. But he knew how terrifying Lin Chuan's strength was, which he couldn't resist. With the advancement of the times, from a few years ago to now, he, a god, has been unable to dominate the overall situation. The most he can do is rely on his years of strategizing to see if he can change the situation. It's truly remarkable that a Namekian became a god on Earth. Unfortunately, as I said, both you and the previous Piccolo are too weak. If you were one, your strength might exceed 10,000 points, or even higher. Lin Chuan said and did not wait for the god Piccolo to answer for a second. Under the Temple of Heaven, suddenly another polar shadow rushed straight up, and then landed steadily on the Temple of Heaven. The person who came was undoubtedly Raditz. Lin Chuan rushed up directly. He couldn't bear the tortoise-like speed and caught up with him angrily. TCH? This is the so-called Celestial Temple? Where the gods live. For a Namekian to become the god of the earth is really laughable? Sure enough, the earth has always been an inferior planet, and a Namekian is enough to be called a god. Raditz looked at the surrounding environment and muttered words without giving the god Piccolo any dignity. In response to this, god Piccolo dared not speak out in anger, so he could only calm down and hide his unhappiness in his heart. For him, he only just knew that he was a Namekian. Now that they are so powerful, he can only swallow his anger. The god Piccolo is a very smart being. Although his strength is not good, he is very foresight. He has already planned everything, and now he is just waiting for Son Goku and others to arrive to implement it. For the sake of the earth, he decided to make the greatest sacrifice, even if he lost face. For the sake of the earth, he even decided to risk everything, leaving behind and influencing Raditz and Lin Chuan who were instigated to rebel. In this way, at least the short-term safety of the earth can be relieved. Not long after, Son Goku rushed to the Temple of Heaven with Sun Wuhan in his arms. Afterwards, Bobo, who controlled the flying magic carpet, arrived with Krillin and came Senin. We are finally here, Goku, as well as the bald Krillin and teacher Wu Tian. Finally seeing someone he could rely on, Akilobe approached him. He was scared by Lin Chuan before, and then he was shocked by Raditz's bloodthirsty and cold expression, so he didn't even dare to speak. We haven't seen each other for a while, Akilobe. Have you been summoned by Lord Celestial God? Son Goku said to Akilobe with a smile on his face. Lin scolded loudly from the side, don't you have any manners? Although I am bald, please call me by my name when you address me. Okay, Lin. Akirobe probably didn't mean it. Also, God is here, let's calm down first. Turtle Immortal hurriedly reminded Lin to pay attention to his emotions. Don't get too excited. As martial arts masters, although this is not the first time they have seen the gods, now that they have come to the temple and the gods are in front of them, they should maintain the most basic respect. I'm too lazy to get angry with him. Lin answered angrily. It should be said that everyone has their own bottom line, and once it is touched, there will definitely be emotional fluctuations. I didn't mean to do it. I'm really a stingy guy. Yakiluobe thought so much. He was habitually lazy, so he always spoke in a nonchalant way. This is also in line with his character. He is a Ronin in the jungle. You can even say that he is a savage. To put it bluntly, Akilobe is able to stand here today entirely because of his relationship with Son Goku. With Son Goku, he had the opportunity to come into contact with Lin Ta. As a result, I have been dependent on Lin Ta for the rest of my life. The reason why the fairy beans in the original work have no production and inventory is all thanks to him. Let's put aside the matters between Lin and Achilobe for the time being. Son Goku took his son and walked up to the god Piccolo and said, let me introduce you first. This is my son Son Gohan. Gohan, this is the god. Dad told you before. Of. The timid Sun Wuhan, under the leadership of Son Goku, is no longer as timid as he was at the beginning. I don't know if he was born with the name Kians. After seeing the god Piccolo, he said directly, my name is Sun Wuhan. I am 4 years old this year. Hello, Grandpa God. A simple greeting made the god Piccolo happy. However, now is not the time to coax the child. He smiled, nodded, and said, okay, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you also have a son. I can see that your son has extraordinary potential and his future achievements are limitless. Hehe, let me borrow the good words from Lord Tenjin. By the way, we are all here now. We can tell you what arrangements Lord God has. Son Goku said with a smile. After the words fell, God Piccolo also seized this opportunity. After taking a deep breath, he gathered his emotions and spoke. Although Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Yamcha, and others are not here, everyone is here, so I won't hide it and talk about it straight to the point. In order to cope with the crisis that will come in a year, it may even involve the Universe Emperor Frisia you talked about, so I know clearly that you all must become stronger as quickly as possible. As the god of the earth, I know a special place where an expert lives. With my ability, I can recommend you to go there and practice. I believe that with the guidance of that expert, no matter who it is, their strength can increase significantly in a short period of time. As God Piccolo's words came out, Son Goku and Lin immediately became excited after hearing them. The gods have said so, which means it is definitely not false. In this case, even if the two Saiyans are heinous, they will be able to handle it on their own after arriving on Earth, and they will not need to rely on Lin Chuan's power. Lord God, who is this senior master you are talking about? Where is he? Are there any such masters on our planet? Son Goku asked eagerly. Never heard of it, never seen it. As one of the top masters on Earth, how could he not be excited when he was told the news? At this time, Son Goku would not know that the god Piccolo was not talking about the existence on the Earth. Because of these words, not only Son Goku, Krillin, Akirobe, and Kame Sennin pricked up their ears. Raditz also heard it clearly and frowned, feeling surprised again. This god is too loud. It is acceptable to say that it is to prevent the invasion of Nappa and Vegeta, but it also involves Frisia. What is the concept of this? Lin Chuan did not expect that God Piccolo would directly say these words at this time. This is to expose the king of Kai. Goku, you need to change your temper? Because if you meet this existence in your current state, if you are rude, you may not have the chance to accept his guidance. He is also a god, and his status is far above that of the god of earth like me. As for where he is, I might scare you if I tell you. Because this god is a super existence in the underworld, he is also the most supreme of our northern galaxy, Lord Kaio. As the god Piccolo spoke, his expression became more and more serious. Kai, Lord Kaio, Earth, Underworld. Son Goku looked at the god Piccolo in shock, feeling in disbelief. Although I am very curious in my heart, what kind of existence is this king of the realm? But, if they are in the underworld, how should they get there? That's the world of the dead. As for the underworld, isn't that the world after death? Is it possible? Lord God, are you going to send us to the world after death? Or, after we die, we can go to the underworld to find that realm king to practice? Lin was so frightened that his face was livid, and he was even a little confused. He died once and also went to the underworld. But he was later resurrected by the dragon, so he returned to the human world. Akilab on the side was obviously frightened. He didn't want to die. The world after death? The underworld? The supreme king of the northern galaxy? What the hell is this? Raditz was so dizzy as he listened to the words of the god Piccolo that he almost thought he was dreaming. He doesn't know anything about this. Coming to Earth, I constantly refreshed my worldview. Now even the world after death has appeared, and a supreme king of the realm has appeared. He has been fighting in the universe for many years, but he feels that his life has been in vain. King of Kai, I have heard of his existence. So you, the god of Earth, had this idea in mind, so you summoned us here. Lin Chuan's sudden words caught everyone by surprise. At this time, Lin Chuan once again gave people the feeling that he seemed to know everything. At this time, especially the god Piccolo, he could not imagine what kind of existence Lin Chuan was. As a Saiyan, he actually knew about the existence of the Kaio. Lin Chuan, do you know Lord Kaio? So, this so-called King of Kai is really powerful and can guide us to become stronger. There was urgency in Son Goku's words. He also wanted to get some information about the King of Kai from Lin Chuan. If even Lin Chuan said that this realm king was incredible, then he was definitely right. As far as I know, our universe is divided into 4 major galaxies, and there are 4 corresponding Kaios. They are the 4 major Kaios in the southeast, southeast, northwest, and are in charge of the 4 major galaxies. What we are in now is the North Galaxy? So, this god of yours should be telling you to go find King Kai. Among the kings of the realm, King Kai is indeed very capable and has such a skill. Lin Chuan's explanation was simple and clear, and seemed to contain little information, but it still stunned everyone present. It can be said that this is Lin Chuan adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, the plot will not proceed smoothly. It is necessary for Son Goku and the others to go to the King of Kai to practice, but he won't go, and he doesn't need to go. Is this true? Talos, that king of the world, controls the 4 major galaxies of our universe. Raditz asked in disbelief. Seeing Lin Chuan nodding, Raditz took a deep breath. He has been fighting in the universe, invading various planets, and Raditz belongs to Frisia's legion. Naturally, he knows how big the universe is. The northern galaxy alone is too big to imagine. The 4 major galaxies of the universe, this is no ordinary galaxy. Simply speaking, the Baida galaxy is known to have tens of thousands of huge star fields. There are hundreds of millions of galaxies in a star field, and each galaxy has many galaxies. In comparison, he suddenly felt how stupid he was at this moment. He is like a frog in a well. A new concept was born, allowing him to compare King Kai with Frisia. He suddenly felt that the Kaio was more powerful than Frisia. Raditz would not know, he is overthinking. Being in charge does not mean that one must be very powerful. So this Kaio-sama is really powerful. To be in charge of a quarter of the universe, this is incredible. Son Goku reacted, and the blood in his body began to boil. It is undoubtedly a great opportunity to be able to learn skills from such a super being. As Son Goku regained consciousness, Lin beside him also became excited. His brain is actually smarter than Son Goku. If you don't understand now, you will be a fool. He is also a martial artist who hopes to become stronger. How can he be content with the status quo? The atmosphere began to change. More and more information has been exposed, and the atmosphere has become increasingly heated. There is no doubt that the existence of the King of Kai is indeed one of the supreme existences in this era. But in fact, existences like King of Kai will be placed in the future, and they will be the existences at the bottom. After the plot develops to the Majin Buu chapter, Supreme Kai will be closed. Only the God of Destruction can be regarded as the supreme god of the universe. Even if Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are equal in terms of divine status, how does Supreme Kai's strength compare with the God of Destruction? When Lin Chuan said those words, he felt dumbfounded. Because he couldn't talk too much about the King of Kai, otherwise who among them would be willing to receive guidance and practice? Therefore, it is necessary to praise the King of Kai in a more exaggerated manner. At the same time, while everyone was surprised and daydreaming, the god Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan with a dull expression. I didn't expect that he knew everything about the Kaio-sama in such detail. But where did he learn about it? Could it be that gods from other planets told him? The gods secretly thought in their hearts, thinking. Apart from this, there is no other possibility. After all, except for the gods who know the underworld and the existence of the king, ordinary people, no matter how powerful they are, cannot know or come into contact with it. Unless it is a dead person, I heard in the underworld. As his thoughts deepened, Son Goku suddenly spoke at this moment, pulling his consciousness back from his imagination. Lord Tenjin, then how do we get to the underworld and how do we get to Lord Kaio? Son Goku asked, is it really like Krillin said, let us die and then go find him? I don't have a problem. After all, even if I die once, the Dragon Balls can resurrect me, but not Krillin and Grandpa Kame Sennin. They have already died once. If they die again, Shenlong can't resurrect them, right? Being able to say that he doesn't care about death shows how simple-minded Son Goku is. And his words attracted everyone present. Especially Raditz. His eyes widened and he couldn't believe that Dragon Balls could actually resurrect people. You don't need to worry about this. As a god, although my combat ability is indeed not as good as yours, I am a god and have the authority of a god. I can take you across the 2 realms of yin and yang and directly into the underworld. The god answered. And then his face straightened again. Before Son Goku, Lin, and Kame Senji Akirobe could say anything, he said directly, it's very simple to go to the underworld. Going to the Kaio-sama to practice is the best thing I can think of so far. The only way for them to become stronger as quickly as possible. However, not all of you can go to the underworld. Even as a god, I can only send 2 living people to the underworld. This is the bottom line for challenging Lord Yama, so among you, only 2 individuals can go to the underworld to learn from Lord Kaio. Goku is one of them. I believe you will have no objection. As for the other person, God's words were like pouring a basin of ice water on everyone present. This is equivalent to the fact that there is only one place to go to practice with the King of Kai. Who among them can follow Son Goku to learn from his master? Although there were only Krillin, Akirobe, and Kame Sennin present, Tianjin rice, yamcha, and dumplings were mentioned before. You can't hide it from them, right? Everyone fell into silence, and it was the turtle immortal who gave Klin a look, signaling him to take the spot quickly. As Klin's master, Klin has always been the only one who has been truly by his side. Son Goku was his most proud disciple, but he always cared about Krillin. He knew that this was one of the few opportunities for Klin to become stronger, so he had to seize it. If he can grasp it, both of his apprentices will soar into the sky in the future. I understand, Teacher Wu Tian. Klin understood immediately. However, just when he was about to explain it to the gods, others took a step ahead. There is still one spot, so let me go? You don't really think that people on Earth can become stronger if they practice, right? The only ones who can deal with us Saiyans are us Saiyans ourselves. As for Frieza, haha, Raditz's voice was so domineering. When he said such words, even Lin Chuan was surprised. Good guy, Raditz took the initiative to ask for help, which is completely different from what he thought. Originally, he was thinking about whether he could help Raditz and Son Goku go to King Kai to practice together. First, slowly and step by step change Raditz's mentality and personality. Second, if Raditz accepts King Kai's guidance, what will happen in the future? How strong will he become? Brother, are you going? Son Goku also paused for a moment because of Raditz's initiative. For a moment, his mind was filled with images he had never thought of. Krillin and Kame Sento on the side could only hold back their tempers and not explode because of Raditz's words. Who makes people strong? But they believed in their hearts that God would never agree to Raditz going. After all, they had just arrived on Earth and were planning to invade it. Hey, old fellow God, you don't have any objections when I say that I want to follow Kakarot to find that King of Realms to practice, right? Raditz's behavior was obviously full of intimidation. This has been his habit for many years. As a Saiyan, he followed Vegeta and Nappa to invade hundreds of planets. His aloof character has long been cultivated and will not change easily. If Raditz changed in the next second, even Lin Chuan would have to wonder if he was also a time traveler like him. The god Piccolo was deep in thought. To be honest, if there was no other way, he wouldn't want to give this opportunity to a heinous person like Raditz who would invade the planet. But he also knew that Raditz was right. The only ones who can deal with Saiyans are Saiyans. No matter how strong the people on Earth are, they may have their limits. Even if it can grow, it will take more time. This point can be seen in the difference between Son Goku and other martial arts masters. I only hope that this person will be infected by Goku and change after he goes to Lord Kaio to practice with Goku. Once the relationship between their brothers is cultivated, it will naturally be the best for the future of the Earth. The god secretly thought in his heart. This was his initial thought. As for Lin Chuan, this Saiyan is too mysterious, and what he reveals on the surface is an uncontrollable aura. In that case, then you and Goku will go to the Kaio to train together. You are brothers. Raditz, you have also abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. I believe that together, you brothers may be able to go beyond the ordinary and become stronger. God Piccolo nodded and said solemnly. God Piccolo's words turned Kame Sen and Krillin to stone on the spot. Aquilobe shivered even more. My god. Lord Tenjin, how can you agree to this? He almost killed Goku, and he also wanted to capture Goku's son Gohan. If he was allowed to go with Goku, then maybe. Klin wanted to stop him, but at this point, he had to shut up. Not only did the god Piccolo look at him in reply, Raditz also gave him a look of disdain. Little bald man, what do you know? Do you know? If it were me before, I would have killed you long ago. Raditz turned around with murderous intent on his face. The intimidation brought by just one sentence scared Klin so much that he could only endure it. I'm warning you, this is the temple of heaven, and everyone is here. Don't mess around. Klin suppressed the fear in his heart and gritted his teeth. Said. In response, Raditz laughed directly. This little bald man actually learned to threaten him. It's okay, Klin. I don't know about the big brother before, but the big brother now has become different. The reason why he attacked me before was just to take me away from the Earth and invade other planets. I think there are factors of the two Saiyans in it. My eldest brother probably didn't have the ability to fight against fate before. Now that he has the chance, he will naturally not be the same as before. Since I have chosen to believe, I will believe it to the end. Moreover, I am also looking forward to going to Master Kaio to practice with my eldest brother. What will be the results? Son Goku took the initiative to reach out and pat Klin on the shoulder. He was excusing Raditz and easing the relationship between everyone. It should be said that even Lin Chuan sometimes couldn't understand Son Goku's thoughts. It became too fast. One moment he wanted to kill his elder brother, but now he forgives him. But, alas. Okay. Seeing Son Goku acting like this, Klin originally wanted to say something, but when he noticed that Kame Sennin also shook his head at him, he could only accept it. He also wanted to practice, but this opportunity was taken away by Raditz. No one understands his pain. However, he did not give up completely. Knowing what the future will be like, even if he can't go to Master Kaio to practice, he will not sit still and wait for death. On the side, Lin Chuan witnessed all this happening and felt even more deeply. It seems that the changes I made have slowly deviated from the original trajectory. Although the main line has not changed, the seeds have been planted. The world is starting to look different. Klin, you don't need to feel sorry or aggrieved. Although I can't send you to Master Kaio to practice, you can stay in the Celestial Temple to practice in the next year, including Tianjin rice, dumplings, and yamcha. They are all the leading martial artists on Earth. I will also arrange for Bobo to find them later. Seeing Klin's discouragement and unwillingness, God Piccolo began to reveal his other plans in depth. Naturally, he also wants to train the warriors on Earth to take their skills to the next level. Only in this way can the crisis a year from now be more completely resolved. At least, this is another way to ensure the safety of the Earth. Is this really okay? Klin's eyes flashed with wonder after listening to the words of God Piccolo. For him, practicing in the Temple of Heaven is also a great thing. At least, it is much better than what he can achieve by practicing on his own. Just like that, under the words of God Piccolo, with Lin Chuan adding fuel to the fire, Lin Chuan and Raditz were completely involved in the subsequent plot of the original work. However, Lin Chuan is different from Raditz. He does not need to practice according to the arrangements of the gods, and no one can influence him. It is worth mentioning that I did not expect the God Piccolo to be so anxious. He said that there was no need to delay, and took Son Goku and Raditz on the road to the underworld. It seems that they are afraid that Goku and Raditz will go back on their word or become heretics again, and all their plans will come to nothing. Others don't know the plan of the God Piccolo. How can Lin Chuan not know it? Now, about 20 minutes have passed. Because there was no God and no Raditz, Lin Chuan was too lazy to say anything and walked aside by himself, thinking about his next plan. Since arriving on Earth, until now, I have been using the information I know to make changes. Now that the overall situation has been decided, it is my turn. Because they were far away, Lin Chuan didn't care about the situation on the other side at all. After all, everyone else is acquaintances. Even though Bobo has only met the others twice, Bulma, Kame Sennin, Krillin, and Sun Wuhan are all acquaintances, and they all have a common language. Of course, even if they couldn't hear clearly, Lin Chuan could roughly guess that they must have felt that God Piccolo's decision to let Raditz go to the Kaiosama to practice together was reckless. In addition, they must also be thinking about how to explain to Shishi next. After all, Goku is gone. And he will be gone for at least a year? Standing on the edge of the Temple of Heaven, Lin Chuan took a deep breath of the fresh breath. This feeling was condescending, and it really felt like overlooking all living beings. No wonder the native Piccolo wants to be this god even if he separates himself. Taking charge of a planet and becoming the ruler of countless lives? How exciting and proud is this? If Dragon Ball does not follow the plot of the Z era, then he came through time and wanted to try to be this god, the Supreme One. Of course, the world is too big and the earth is too small. Lin Chuan couldn't be blinded by a little god. His future will definitely be extremely brilliant. And what he has to do is to keep getting stronger and keep moving forward. Speaking of which, if I want to rise quickly in a short period of time, there is a fastest way. With this thought in his mind, Lin Chuan turned around and looked towards the temple of Tianshan Temple. As a time traveler, how could you not know the existence of the spiritual time room? A year inside is just one day outside. With the infinite combat power improvement system he holds, even if his combat power is only plus 1 point per second, as long as he enters it, he can increase his combat power for a year in one day outside. A day is 86,400 seconds. A month of 30 days is 2,592,000 seconds. 12 months in a year is 31.104,000 seconds. Based on the fact that each person can only enter for 2 days at the beginning, which means 2 years of training, his combat power can be increased to more than 60 million points. It's equivalent to doing nothing and he can be so strong. Moreover, plus 1 year from the outside world in the future, when he goes to planet Namek to face Frisia, even if he cannot become a Super Saiyan and has a combat power of over 100 million, he will still be enough to deal with Frisia by then. With a combat power of over 100 million, you can withstand Frisia's edge? This is just the basics? After all, only when the combat power reaches the standard can we stand on the same platform and face each other. Of course, he will not simply rely on the system. Because although his combat power value can be continuously increased through the system, other aspects cannot. He himself also needs to take action to practice moves, skills, combat methods, combat experience. Only in this way can his true combat power match his own combat power. Although the system is very powerful, Lin Chuan always feels that he can be stronger given his current strength. Imagine that if your combat power exceeds 100 million, but you can only exert a combat power of no more than 10 million, what does that mean? In other words, if you rely solely on the system, it will indeed not be a problem to crush Frisia in the near future, but if he only has the same combat power as Frisia's final transformation, he will still be crushed by Frisia. If this happens, he will be a loser. Frankly speaking, Lin Chuan now has great confidence. Thinking about the past on Planet V3114, it was because of limited resources and limited conditions, so he could only increase his strength to 15,000 points of combat power, let alone explore how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Simply put, if there are not enough activated S cells in the body, what will happen? There is a method to the transformation of Chaoyi and Super Era, so after studying it for a period of time to no avail, Lin Chuan also found the reason. Nowadays, there are all kinds of possibilities on Earth, and many of the cultivation methods provided in the original work are applicable to him. For example, gravity cultivation is the most powerful cultivation method in this era. Son Goku from the original work went to the King Kai planet to practice. Firstly, although he relied on the guidance of King Kai. Secondly, 10 times the gravity of the Earth was also the key. Then later, after Son Goku was seriously injured and healed, he activated his Saiyan characteristics and became stronger. After 100 times gravity, he directly reached 90,000 combat power points. The time consumed during this period was only 6 days. Withdrawing his mind, Lin Chuan also shifted his gaze as he looked at the main hall of the Heavenly Temple. Nowadays, it is still a little too early to enter the spiritual time room. It's not that he doesn't want to become stronger quickly, but there are 2 problems. First, it is unknown whether the spiritual time house is recognized by the system and whether it can increase combat power. After all, it is a bug. He tried to contact him, but he didn't get any answer, and the system didn't give any prompts. He just felt that the system was half finished, and he didn't even know how to improve the level. Second, even if the system approves it, the current level 1 ability is combat power plus 1 per second. With his current strength, it will take 2 years to enter and he can only increase his combat power by just over 60 million. But if the system level is improved in the future, the combat power per second can be plus 10, or even plus 100, or plus 1000. Entering again at that time is the best choice. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lin Chuan made his decision only after thinking over and over again. At least, he can now use himself to become stronger. The system's combat power has been improved, but it can only be used as a support. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and changed his mind, and now saw Sun Wuhan over there. Thinking of what Son Goku said before leaving, he directly entrusted Sun Wuhan to him. This really made Lin Chuan's mouth twitch involuntarily. Son Goku meant to let him guide Sun Wuhan, and he had a good idea. He himself would influence his eldest brother, and his son would use it to build a good relationship with him. Lin Chuan originally wanted to refuse, but seeing how obedient and proactive Sun Wuhan was, he couldn't refuse directly. Therefore, I just agreed to help take care of him, but it was impossible to accept a disciple. Even though Sun Wuhan has terrifying potential, he is also the strongest single warrior in the future. But if he follows him, what will happen to Piccolo in the future? The current Piccolo is still Piccolo Daimao. In the original work, it was precisely because of Sun Wuhan's company that he was able to completely change. In the end, Lin Chuan's decision was to take Sun Wufan with him first, and then find an opportunity to send it to Piccolo. Besides, with his teaching methods and habits, if he really followed him to practice, he was really afraid of destroying Sun Wufan. After all, he is only 4 years old. Slowly walking forward, Lin Chuan left the edge of the Temple of Heaven. Just as he was about to go over and say something to Bulma over there, Bulma's voice reached his ears. Really, I haven't come back for so long. I can only wait and wait here. It's so boring. She was originally full of curiosity about the Temple of Heaven, but in the past 20 minutes, she had visited every corner of the Temple of Heaven and found nothing special. Her curiosity turned into disappointment. By her side, Krillin and Kame Sento were much more patient. They know better about the current situation and know that now they can only wait here. Okay Bulma, now is not the time to be anxious. You were the one who came up making noise just now, weren't you? Krillin couldn't help but complain. He was about to say something else when he saw his master's face straighten and he followed his gaze. Seeing Lin Chuan walking quickly, he also became alert and was sweating profusely. From beginning to end, Lin Chuan was too mysterious and too powerful. Seeing their tense conflict, Lin Chuan did not take it seriously, but said directly to Bulma, "You won't be bored after a while, Kakarot, forget it. You are more familiar with calling him Son Goku? That guy Son Goku should have told you to help me find the Dragon Ball of Earth." After the words fell, Lin Chuan waited for Bulma's answer. After seeing off God Piccolo, Son Goku, and Raditz just now, Lin Chuan said nothing more. Now that I mention it, I just want to confirm it and look for it later. There are some wishes that Lin Chuan can't wait to realize. For him, some time can be wasted, but some time he is not willing to waste. Since it was told by Goku, I will definitely help you find it. But to be honest, I'm very curious. You are so powerful. What else do you need the Dragon Ball to help you realize? Is it immortality? World domination? Goku said that if it is that kind of wish, you want me to stop you. Bulma said, with a strange smile on her face, a little weird. If I really want to make such a wish, how can you stop me? Lin Chuan showed a conspiratorial expression. Such a performance directly frightened Krillin, Turtle Immortal, and a Kirobe in front of them. Bulma, on the other hand, was not panicked at all. She seemed to know that Lin Chuan was not the kind of unreasonable, evil, and domineering Saiyan. That's why I said he was a big idiot. Bulma said. How do you say that? Lin Chuan asked in surprise. What should I say? Of course he has already agreed to help you find the Dragon Balls to make a wish, so whatever wish you make will be determined by then. Who can stop it? He can't do it, let alone a weak woman like me. Bulma rolled her eyes and changed the subject the next second. However, I am not worried at all that you will make that wish now, because if you really want to make that wish, just say it and no one on earth can stop it. After the words fell, Lin Chuan couldn't help but look at her again. Bulma is really extremely smart. What she said was absolutely correct. In fact, no one can control what wish he wants to make from the beginning. Unless, the existence of Dragon Ball is directly destroyed. Hey, Bulma, are you so sure? Why do I feel like that's what he thinks? Klin interjected out of worry. His words caused Bulma to feel helpless. It was obvious that Klin was so stupid and made Bulma angry. In Bulma's mind, Krillin was usually very smart, so why did he still not understand even though she spoke so clearly? Their strength is there, what's the use of worrying about it now? Bulma is right. I also believe that this Saiyan Lin Chuan will not make too many wishes. So Krillin, you don't have to worry, and Goku has gone to practice with Lord Kaio. Now it's the face of the earth, don't be so petty all the time. Turtle Immortal said, signaling to Klin to be more generous. Turtle Immortal is worried. He knows that if his apprentice is too outspoken, he will make the other party unhappy. After all, he is a Saiyan. He has just arrived on Earth not long ago, and he is very powerful. Although he appears to be a good person, it takes time to prove what kind of person he is. Turtle Immortal actually understood what Bulma meant, that is, if Lin Chuan was so strong, they could only rely on him and not resist. At least not now. Lord Tenjin. Suddenly, just when Lin Chuan was about to praise Bulma, he heard Bobo calling out. The next second, everyone turned their attention. God Piccolo has stood again where he disappeared before. The only difference is that he is sweating profusely and panting. It can be seen that the shuttle between the yin and yang worlds consumes a lot of money. I'm afraid, this is also the reason why God Piccolo said that he can only take 2 people with him. Naturally, the Demon King of Hell can turn a blind eye, but he will certainly not allow the same thing to happen twice. Therefore, there are only 2 places, which is a fixed number. Master Tenjin, you are back. Have Goku and his eldest brother Raditz arrived at King Kai's place? Kame Sennin took the initiative to step forward and asked. He is concerned about the specific situation of his disciples. After all, it is related to whether Son Goku can obtain the inheritance of Kaiowen. Don't worry, I have sent them to the underworld. As for whether they can see Lord King Kai, they still need to go through a training. Only by successfully passing through the snake path of the underworld can they reach Lord King Kai's planet for practice. God Piccolo waited for a long time before he weakly answered. I see. If you want to meet a higher god, you also need to complete the test. But I believe that with Goku's qualifications and the strength of his elder brother, completing the test will not be a problem. Kame Sennin said after thinking. The God Piccolo nodded, and then looked at Klin and Akilobe. Now Goku and Raditz have gone to the underworld to be trained. Then it's up to you next. After hearing the words of the God Piccolo, Klin's face became solemn, while Akilobe beside him seemed to be retreating. Please give me your clarification, Lord God. Klin asked respectfully. In his heart, God is still supreme. Hearing this, the god nodded with satisfaction, and after thinking for a moment, he said directly, it is inevitable to teach you how to practice, but as I said before, you need to find Tianjin rice, dumplings, and yamcha before that. Actually, Bobo already knows roughly which area they are in, but the specific location still needs to be found. After all, they have been moving around. I hope you can accompany Bobo and explain the matter clearly. In the end, you will bring them all to me. Although my guidance is not as good as that of King Kai, it is still better than your own blind practice. At this point, the god Piccolo stopped. Okay, I will follow Mr. Popo to find Tianjin Fan and the others. If they are with me, I will be more motivated. Klin raised his wrist and made a gesture of getting ready to go. In Lin Chuan's opinion, this scene was truly innocent. It should be said that this era has just entered the era of the big universe. Everyone is changing, and the desire to become stronger is particularly strong. Klin is like this now, but it may be difficult to see him in the future. Also suddenly, Lin Chuan had a flash of inspiration. He remembered that in the original work, they could find Tianjin rice the fastest with the help of Raditz's combat power detector, so he pretended to say, although I don't know what you are looking for. Who are they? But they should all be some masters with outstanding combat effectiveness on the earth, right? Looking at your appearance, you don't know the specific location, so you can't find it in a short time. Maybe I can help you with this. As he said this, Lin Chuan's lips froze. After hearing Lin Chuan's voice, the others were shocked. They didn't know what Lin Chuan meant. What did he plan to do? Bulma was not worried or frightened, and she didn't have any vigilance at all. She took the initiative and said, I didn't expect you to have such a side and be so warm-hearted. Don't get me wrong, I just hope you can end the arrangement quickly. After all, I still need you to help me find the Dragon Balls. Moreover, this is really nothing to me, and I don't need my assistance. I just need to go to my universe ship to get the combat power detector. As long as the combat effectiveness reaches the standard, the specific location of the existence with high combat effectiveness can be easily marked within the scope of the Earth. Lin Chuan did not take Bulma's good guy card and said methodically, warm-hearted? Stop joking? He just hopes to end it quickly and leave here. Moreover, she also hopes to use alien technology to let Bulma help her build the universe ship and gravity training room he needs. Combat strength detector? Are you referring to that thing worn on Raditz's face? Klin suddenly recalled the scene when he was reported to have combat strength, and at the same time, he also thought of Raditz. His actions on Earth were all so vigorous and resolute. Now he finally understood that the reason why Raditz was able to find Turtle Fairy Island and find them so quickly was because of the combat power detector. This thing can not only measure the combat power value and show how strong a person is, but it can also lock the target and indicate the direction. It would indeed be much more convenient if there was such a thing to help. I see. I'm really curious as to how your alien technology can achieve this. Bulma said in disbelief, her words full of wanting to see the combat power detector as soon as possible. And of course there's the universe ship. It should be said that she is indeed a genius scientist, and her mind is the best in the world. Once prompted, anything can be made. In the future, even time machines can be built. The combat effectiveness detector can be lent to you, but I don't know if you can understand the words on it. Seeing Bulma's reaction, Lin Chuan knew that his bait had worked, so he didn't forget to add another sentence. It is a combat power detector dedicated to Frisia's Legion. The alphanumeric information on it is different from the alphanumeric information on Earth. Lin Chuan could understand that it was entirely the cultural information in this area that was inherited by the Saiyans. Although I have never seen the text about this world and the Earth, the original work mentions it, so strictly speaking, the Raditz detector in the original work shows a bunch of gibberish to the people on Earth. Later, Bulma modified the detector and converted the text to digital information so that it could be understood. What? If it's just a small problem like this, just leave it to me. As long as it's not an overly complicated device, give me some time and I can use our Earth's methods to transform the language module. Bulma said it was said so lightly and decisively. It shows how confident she is in herself. Are you sure? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "What, are you questioning my ability? I am the most talented beauty on Earth." Bulma, who has always been strong, does not allow herself to be doubted in her exclusive field. Therefore, she immediately decided in her heart that she must do this, otherwise she would be looked down upon. So what you, this woman, said before about building a universe ship is true. If that's the case, that's the best. Come with me and help me repair the damage to the universe ship. Lin Chuan followed Bulma's words and said, "Repair the universe ship?" When the topic changed to this, Bulma was slightly startled, and then others also reacted. If there had been no invasion, and no Saiyan invasion a year later, it would be nothing to help universe friends repair the universe ship. But these are extraordinary times. I'm willing to help you, but I can't give you an accurate answer until I see the universe ship as to whether it can be repaired. Bulma did not fully agree, and she continued, "By the way, you don't want to use me to help you repair the universe ship, and then make a wish and run away directly, do you? I have to say, this idea is really clever. She is really smart and can think of this. Don't worry, although I have just come to Earth, I don't hate this planet, so I will continue to live on Earth for a while. Repairing the universe ship is only to facilitate my future travels across the universe. After all, it's impossible to stay on Earth forever, I have my own things to do. By the way, I have a suggestion. Since you are such a genius, if you can create a better multi-person universe ship, I can take you on a universe shuttle. If I have a technician like you by my side, I won't have to worry about the spacecraft being broken and no one will be able to repair it." Lin Chuan responded to Bulma's question, and hinted in an alternative form, so that he could subtly let Bulma help him create something in the next time. Universe travel? Now that I think about it, if my sister and I had made the same choice back then, maybe. As soon as the words stopped, Bulma's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. She remembered that when she was a child, her sister Tais ran away from home and followed a galactic patrolman named Gok to leave the Earth and travel across the universe. I remember the last time I contacted you, it was a long time ago. Now that she has grown up, she really didn't expect that one day she would have the opportunity to travel across the universe. If I travel to universe, can I go too? Suddenly, a timid and delicate voice spoke nervously, echoed in the atmosphere. Everyone looked around and saw who was talking if it wasn't Sun Wuhan. This little guy dares to travel to the universe. Call him timid, indeed. But if you say he is brave, he is really brave, and he is not afraid that he will not come back. Gohan, you are still too young. This idea is very dangerous. Krillin on the side seemed to be worried that Son Goku's child would learn badly, so he stopped him. There is also a hint of education in the words. Conservative thinking and stubborn. I have never experienced universe travel, so I am very old-fashioned in this regard. Thinking about it, in the original work, he also boarded the spaceship to the planet Namek, which opened up his world view. Beside him, Kame Sennin was silent as he looked at Sun Wuhan, with an intriguing look in his eyes under his sunglasses. With his sophisticated eyesight, it was certain that Goku, the son of his apprentice, would achieve limitless achievements in the future as long as he was guided. If you are afraid, don't scare the children. Bulma stepped forward and interrupted Krillin's threatening education, and immediately said, "What's wrong with wanting to travel to the universe? Isn't it just leaving the Earth? How can Gohan do this? The idea is a good thing, it shows that he wants to see a broader world. Also, our little Gohan's future goal is to become a scholar. Don't limit his thoughts." After Bulma finished speaking, she looked at Sun Wuhan with full praise in her eyes. The 4-year-old child is much braver and more mature than she was back then, although she is a girl. Krillin was embarrassed after being scolded by Bulma. Sun Wuhan spoke again at this time, "Aunt Bulma, I just want to go to outer space to see what the Earth is like if there is a universe ship. I also want to see Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, and many, many other planets." That childish voice was full of mysterious expectations for the stars and the sea, without any fear. It can be seen that people in the new era are essentially different from people in the old era. If your Aunt Bulma can really create a multi-person universe ship, your wish will not be impossible. Lin Chuan answered at this time. This kid was a great helper, and he unconsciously cooperated with him to create a perfect combination of punches. This also means that no matter what Lin Chuan said, Bulma will remember it in his heart. Based on Bulma's ideological outlook, she should have realized that if the Earth did not have a universe ship and people on Earth could not enter the universe, then they would always lag behind aliens. Thank you, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan bowed politely in gratitude. What he did really made Lin Chuan a little embarrassed. This kid is indeed so kind and simple that he doesn't need it. Then, without further ado, I'm really sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lin Chuan. As the god of the earth, I sincerely thank you for helping us. God Piccolo came up and said. He was urging me. With his current mood, he was very confused and anxious. Therefore, even if Son Goku's son Son Gohan had such a bold idea, he chose to ignore it. After all, it won't come true in a short time. He doesn't know that what he ignores will be the strongest single player in the future. I said, I'm just doing it for myself. Lin Chuan didn't take the God Piccolo's overture seriously. As several people reached a consensus, each of them began to take action. Lin Chuan took Bulma to find his universe ship. Klin and Turtle Immortal returned to Turtle Immortal Island first with the help of Bobo. First of all, Turtle Immortal is going back. His strength is naturally very high among the people on Earth, and he is also an extremely respected figure. But in the final analysis, when you get older, even God will be embarrassed to tell you that you have to work hard and exercise. Counting his age, Turtle Immortal is over 300 years old, and he can be said to be one of the oldest people on Earth. Secondly, Klin also wants to take advantage of this time to go back and find Shishi to explain the situation. After all, Goku has gone to the underworld to train with Lord Kaio, and he won't be back for at least a year. Gohan couldn't go back for the time being. He was afraid that once he went back, Shishi would directly prevent Lin Chuan from taking Gohan away, so he stayed in the Tianshan temple for the time being, just waiting for Lin Chuan's follow-up arrangements. After all, Goku entrusted Gohan to Lin Chuan before leaving, which also explained the situation. Krillin didn't understand why Goku did this, but Goku said so. Gohan didn't resent it, and he couldn't stop it. He was asked to do difficult things, which put him under a lot of psychological pressure. He is a thoughtful person and knows that once Shishi learns such news, his husband and son will have to leave him for a year, and he will definitely not be able to accept it. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Because Bulma's aircraft was too slow, Lin Chuan still carried her all the way towards the location where the universe ship crashed. Originally, Lin Chuan planned to go find the cat Immortal and ask for a somersault cloud and some fairy beans. But after thinking about it, I temporarily let go of this thought. It's easy to say that somersault cloud is because he has seen it before. But what about fairy beans? He has never seen them before, so where did he learn about them? After all, he has just arrived on Earth not long ago, so he can only wait until he has the opportunity, or slowly intervene in the plot by himself, and then find a solution after learning about it. One of the things he had to do was to take care of the kid Akilobina. The reason why the original novel was so short of fairy beans was because of this BD. Lin Chuan ignored him before and didn't take him to heart at all. Now he thinks of Xiandu and looks for opportunities to scare him in the future. In other words, you can get the method of growing fairy beans from the Nico Immortal. I believe that with Bulma's intelligence and methods, it is not impossible for fairy beans to be mass-produced in the future. Once you have the idea, implementation will have to wait until later. Carrying Bulma back to the dense forest where the universe ship landed. I have to say that Lin Chuan also lost some effort. His original combat power detector was given to Raditz, so he could not accurately locate it, so he could only rely on his own memory to return the same way. Simply, nothing went wrong. This is due to his more than 20 years of survival experience on Planet V3114, and he is not a road fool. Otherwise, even with an ordinary person like Bulma, the flying speed cannot be very fast, and the search really won't be as simple as an hour or two. However, Lin Chuan neglected one thing. He ignored that there were too many wild creatures in such a primitive forest. Even if you are frightened by the sound of the universe ship falling in a short period of time, it only takes half an hour to an hour. After it is confirmed that there is no danger, the creatures that originally lived in this area will become active again. Without a threat present, the universe ship becomes a toy for these animals. It seems that Lin Chuan thought that the universe ship would be useless after reaching the Earth, so he directly chose to abandon it. Who would have imagined that this universe ship should be used for Bulma's research to create a better universe ship? After driving away all kinds of wild animals, Bulma couldn't wait to get out of Lin Chuan's arms. As time passed, Bulma no longer resented being taken advantage of by Lin Chuan. After landing, she carefully observed the alien universe ship that she thought was unique. Is this the universe ship? It's so small, but it can carry out universe navigation. The alien technology is incredible. As he spoke, Bulma watched while taking action. After all, the seemingly small universe ship actually condenses the essence of technology. As long as she fully understands its technology, her knowledge in the scientific field will also greatly improve. Her heart was full of curiosity, which gave rise to motivation. She couldn't wait to dismantle the universe ship to thoroughly understand its internal structure. Seeing her so ecstatic, Lin Chuan just smiled without saying anything, walked quickly to the universe ship, and after searching inside, took out 2 spare combat power detectors. All of them are not bound to identity information, let alone activated and used. Here you go. How to use it is to press the button on the side. The intelligence system can even analyze your brain waves and give corresponding feedback. Handing a detector to Bulma, Lin Kawa put on the other one and showed it to Bulma while talking. As a genius, Bulma obviously has no resistance to this new thing. After following Lin Chuan's instigation for a while, she roughly understood the function and use of this combat power detector. However, as Lin Chuan said before, alien characters are not that easy to understand, and she cannot understand them at all. It is indeed very complicated text data, but I don't know what the internal structure is. As she said that, Bulma took out the personal master key, used the thinnest screwdriver to touch the base entrance, and opened the combat power detector housing cover. Seeing the motherboard parts and various components inside, Bulma's eyes were full of shock. I didn't expect that a small detector can be so sophisticated, so powerful, and it has such intelligence. The chip is at least 10 to 20 years ahead of the Earth. However, it is easier to handle with a smart chip. I have several ways to quickly modify this detector. Fortunately, I always have portable work equipment with me. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, she took off the FY pack from her waist, took out the universal capsule box, picked out a universal capsule and opened it. After the white smoke passed, what appeared was not a room, but it was similar to a workshop, but without walls. The one-piece work area has 3 tables surrounding each other, which is very long and wide, with a pulley chair in the middle. Looking at the table, there were all kinds of equipment that Lin Chuan had never seen before and didn't understand what they were. Bulma didn't say much, and quickly sat on the chair and got busy, which made Lin Chuan sigh in his heart. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Damn, as a time traveler, he does know all the plots of the original work, and his knowledge is very broad, but compared with Bulma's mind, it is really going to be crushed. Lin Chuan just stood quietly watching Bulma's actions. He remained calm and didn't dare to make any sound. She was deeply afraid that it would affect her and cause her transformation to fail. Although he knew nothing about this aspect, he also knew how difficult it was. If you look at Bulma's series of operations, you will know how precise this transformation process and technique is, and there is no room for negligence. It should be noted that once there is a flaw, the combat power detector will be directly scrapped. It should be said that Bulma really has both brains and action capabilities. Under her transformation, in just 10 or 20 minutes, she has completed the final steps and restarted the combat power detector. Looking at Bulma's victorious smile, Lin Chuan knew that she must be doing more than just modifying the text message. Hey, it finally worked! Bulma shouted excitedly, and the next second she put the combat power detector on her left eye. When the combat power detector was activated again, the alien characters displayed on it had turned into Earth characters. I didn't expect you to complete the transformation so quickly. Although I expected it, but seeing it with my own eyes, it is indeed a genius. Lin Chuan started to admire. The meaning of the compliment was expressed directly, and it also allowed Bulma to satisfy her vanity. Huh, now you know, my ability is not just that. Bulma said proudly, then an arrogant smile appeared on her face, and she said to Lin Chuan, I'm not just changing the text information of this detector also strengthens the detection capability of the detector to a certain extent, so that the combat power units it can calculate can reach a higher peak. Hearing this, Lin Chuan became interested and asked, are you saying that you have strengthened the upper limit of the detector? Then what is the highest index that it can detect now? Although it is a semi-finished product that has been added together, but if the detector could barely detect a value of about 20,000 at the beginning, it should be able to reach about 40,000 to 50,000 now. I added the chip I developed myself. Although it is not as good as the main chip of the detector, it can play a role in assisting calculations. After Bulma thought for a while, she answered. It can be seen that even though the smart chips on Earth in the past could not compare with alien high-tech chips, they were still developing rapidly, especially under Bulma's production, which was already quite terrifying. Speaking of which, in fact, the technology in some areas of the Earth is so advanced that even the technology of Frisia's Legion cannot match it. For example, Dr. Gro's artificial human technology, as well as top-notch biotechnology, etc. 40,000 to 50,000? It can catch up with the latest advanced combat power detector developed by Frisia Corps. Lin Chuan muttered. The combat power detectors held by these people are old models that have been in use for decades. The guy Lin Chuan plundered was just a high-level reconnaissance warrior, so the combat power detector was also an ordinary model, and the detection limit was only about 20,000 combat power. According to Lin Chuan's understanding and the information provided by the original work, at this stage, only senior personnel of Frisia's army will be equipped with new advanced combat power detectors. The range of combat power that can be detected can reach more than 50,000 points to 100,000 points. Just like Sabo in the original work is equipped with a new type of combat power detector, the combat power detectors of the Jinyu Special Forces that appeared later are also high level. Calculating this time, the advanced combat power detector may still be in the research and development stage. Even if it is developed, it should only be in the trial stage. Therefore, in the plot a year later, most of the soldiers in Frisia's army are still equipped with detectors with a maximum combat power of no more than 20,000 to 30,000. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Bulma finally understood that this kind of detector also has high and low levels. However, she felt proud when she thought that she had reached an advanced level through casual modification. At that moment, another idea flashed through her mind. Out of curiosity, she pressed the button of the detector directly towards Lin Chuan. Diddy-diddy-die. As the combat power detector made a detection sound, Lin Chuan was slightly startled and unprepared. Bulma saw a piece of data that shocked her. The combat power value is 100 points. No, is it a failure? Your combat power is only 100 points. Bulma pressed the button of the combat power detector again in disbelief, confused for a while. Things like making mistakes should not exist in her dictionary. If it fails, it stands to reason that it will not even start. Hearing this, Lin Chuan reacted, knowing that Bulma wanted to know his fighting power, and the corner of his mouth could not help but tremble. Her transformation of the detector did not fail. She controlled her own combat power to be a unit with 100 points, so the detector could only detect 100 points. The reason for doing this is that my chi cultivation has already reached a certain level, so I can control it as I wish. Secondly, the combat power is increasing every second. If you are always showing your strongest posture in front of others regardless of everything, then your momentum should not be soaring every moment. Who can bear it? Your transformation did not fail, it's just that I hid my own aura and couldn't detect it with the combat power detector. If you want to see my combat power, you should have said it earlier. If you want to see it, then I will let you see it. By the way, I will also test the level of your modified combat power detector. With a slight smile, Lin Chuan gave Bulma the answer, and then directly mobilized the power in his body in the next second. As his energy was released and his momentum soared, the combat power detector Bulma was wearing began to scan and calculate rapidly. Combat power 1000. Combat power 5000. Combat power 10,000. Combat power 20,000. Still rising. Okay, so awesome. Frightened by the numbers on the lenses, Bulma turned pale. With the help of research on combat power detectors, she knew that the numbers set for combat power were not random. Each numerical level has a certain definition. For example, with a combat power of 1000 points, a small satellite such as the moon can be easily destroyed. Combat power starts from a few thousand points and reaches about 10,000 points, which can probably destroy a planet as big as the Earth. With a combat power of more than 20,000 points, although it still belongs to the destruction star by definition, Bulma can no longer imagine it. Lin Chuan's combat effectiveness is still improving. It's just that the numbers Bulma saw were no longer soaring as before, but increasing gradually. While Lin Chuan was showing off his strength to test the results of Bulma's transformation, he was also taking this opportunity to feel how strong he was now. Since arriving at the foot of Kalin Tower more than 2 hours ago, his combat power has reached 21,675 points. With the increase of combat power plus 1 per second, his combat power at this time has reached as high as 30,375 points. A total of 8,700 points of combat power have been increased. Calculating the specific time, 145 minutes have passed. Lin Chuan only had a clear feeling when Bulma modified the detector just now when the combat power exceeded 30,000. Add 1 every second, step by step, small increments are nothing, it will become natural after you get used to it. But a big span is a different feeling. This is my current strength. Although it is not completely explosive, I can easily defeat the 10 previous me. Even if a real battle does not break out, Lin Chuan can be sure of his own strength level at this time. The strength is getting stronger and the body is transforming. For a moment, I was filled with joy. Just every time you pass the node of 10,000 combat power, the gap in strength can become so big. I can't imagine how powerful 100,000 combat power can be. How terrifying is 1,000,000 combat power. Only when your own strength has truly reached this point can you truly understand. Your combat power has exceeded 30,000 points, and it is still rising. Wait, why has it dropped again? Bulma's voice continued to sound. Until the detector's data dropped again, she suddenly felt that there was something wrong with her transformation. It wasn't until Lin Chuan answered the question that Bulma realized that it was him who had taken the initiative to put away the power that could destroy the planet. It's really hard to imagine how you cultivated such a powerful power. Goku has been practicing since he was a child, but his combat power seems to be only a few hundred points, and his eldest brother only has 1,500 points. Bulma, her words were enough to express her incredible shock. In fact, her ability to accept is quite strong. Anyone else would have been scared to death. Of course, the reason why Bulma is not afraid is because Lin Chuan is a friend in her eyes. He's not an enemy, and he won't do anything to the earth, so what does she have to be afraid of? It won't take long for their strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Okay, now is not the time to think about this. Why don't you sort it out? Let's go to that Gaixian island to give them the combat power detector. Lin Chuan said perfunctorily. Now that the combat effectiveness detector has been transformed, there is no need to continue to waste time here. As for the universe ship, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yes. Hearing this, Bulma nodded. He immediately started to take action and put the portable workbench back into the capsule, and then took out another capsule from the capsule box. More than an hour passed quickly. Gaixian Island at this time. Turtle Immortal and Klin had already returned to Turtle Immortal Island under the escort of Bobo, and several of them were waiting for Lin Chuan and Bulma to arrive here. Time passes little by little. The originally calm mood and the mentality that does not think too much will often lead to random thoughts due to instability, causing great psychological pressure. Especially Krillin, this is clearly reflected in him. Sentimentality and excessive worry are also Krillin's character. In contrast, Kame Immortal remained extremely relaxed. After returning to Gaixian Island, he lay on his sun lounger, enjoying the sea breeze and reading the beauty magazines he never got tired of. What about Bobo? His performance was similar to Kame Sennin, even calmer than Kame Sennin. As a godly servant who has lived for more than 1,000 years, there is no doubt that he is the real hidden boss on Earth. It's been so long and you haven't come yet? Could it be that there was an accident? Clint stood on the beach looking into the distance with a dull mood. This look, not to mention how depressing it is. After all, he was miserable, and he had to take care of all the funeral affairs. Don't be nervous, let alone be anxious. Krillin, you have to keep a normal mind. Instead of worrying so much, you should think about how to face the guidance of the gods in the future and how to become stronger. Kame Sennin's eyes flashed. Guang looked at Clint and said something to him. Hearing this, Clint could only smile bitterly and immediately replied, "Yes, master." He agreed, but how could his heart calm down so easily? At this point, he will not be able to fully control his heart until he reaches the future super era and truly realizes the realm of selflessness. I don't know what the Saiyan named Lin Chuan's plan is. After collecting the Dragon Balls, what will he wish for? If he wants to rule the entire Earth, he doesn't need the Dragon Balls at all. He can do it alone. Besides immortal life, what else does he need to get? Clint kept speculating in his mind about Lin Chuan's desire to use the Dragon Balls, but there was no way he could have guessed. The conjectures made were all based on the fact that Lin Chuan would persecute them and possibly destroy the Earth. It can only be said that on the one hand, the gap in strength is too big, and the other party is simply not something they can understand. On the one hand, Radit's arrival was too much of a deterrent, and it was also their first time contacting aliens. While he was thinking, a black spot suddenly appeared in the sky that Clint was looking at, which made his nerves jump. "They're coming? That's Bulma's jet," Krillin shouted. After a while, on the distant sea level, a black spot was continuously enlarged, and finally turned into the shape of a jet. Just not an aircraft at the beginning, but a large jet. When the real owner arrived, Kame Sennin changed his previous state, put down the magazine in his hand and stood up, and Bobo also came closer. And the turtle, he is always at home. Even though he knew the cause and effect, he was still afraid of having to face a strange and powerful Saiyan again. Inside the jet, Lin Chuan sat in the passenger seat, folding his arms and looking straight ahead. At this time, his combat effectiveness increased from 30,375 points to 34,695 points. For more than an hour of sailing time, if his combat power hadn't been improving every second, he really wouldn't have been so patient. I had no choice but to leave the universe ship alone. As a result, Bulma had to transport it away, fearing that it would be damaged if it was kept there. This was like treating the universe ship as her property, which left Lin Chuan speechless. Along the way, Lin Chuan didn't say anything, just listened to Bulma talking nonstop. "We're here." Under Bulma's reminder, Lin Chuan also saw the lonely island in the sea. With Lin Chuan's sight, he could see clearly even if they were still some distance apart. This is Gaixian Island. Situation and got out of the jet. Unlike Bulma, coming to Turtle Immortal Island for the first time still brought back a lot of memories for Lin Chuan. These memories are naturally memories of past lives. To use a saying on the internet, in the previous life, that is, Turtle Immortal Island is where the main plot of Dragon Ball really begins. If he had just traveled through time and came here, Lin Chuan would be really excited, because if he came here when he was weak, it meant that he had an extra opportunity to become stronger. But now that I have arrived here, everything has changed. The only thing that remains unchanged is the understanding of Gaixian Island, which is an isolated paradise. To be honest, Lin Chuan would also really like to live a life that is comfortable and free from worldly interference, especially after so many years of hardship. But coming to a world where the jungle prevails, becoming a Saiyan, and activating the infinite combat power enhancement system, it is impossible for him to live such a life in this life, at least for now. Wandering around Gaixian Island alone is also a good way to experience the wonderful feelings brought here. Anyway, where was such a place on the Doomsday Planet before? After a long time, Lin Chuan came back to his senses and returned to the beach in front of the main house. At this time, Bulma has obviously explained everything and is teaching Krillin how to use the combat power detector. Don't they feel uncomfortable wearing this thing in front of their eyes? It affects their vision very much. Clint put on the detector and couldn't help complaining, which was considered a complaint. As he turned the button under Bulma's guidance, the combat power detector responded immediately. The first time, it was naturally detected that Bobo's combat power was as high as 1,030 points, followed by his master Kame Sennin, whose combat power was 139 points. He learned earlier that his combat power value exceeded 200 points. This time, Clint became excited because he had surpassed his master. In this era, in Clint's heart, surpassing his master is such a fulfilling thing. Yes, after all, Turtle Immortal's status is too high. It seems that you already know how to use it. The next step is to learn to use brain waves to perform some basic uses of the detector. Of course, you can also use long press to find the location of people with high combat power, operate it, or you can use language to control it. It only took Bulma a short time to fully understand the detector, and even added her own modification function. I know, let me try it first. Lin said as he spoke. The next second, he began to press and hold the button of the detector to trigger the function of finding powerful combat power. Diddy-diddy-die. The combat power detector keeps making sounds. Less than 10 or 20 seconds later, a force with a combat power of about 250 points was detected about 3,000 kilometers away in the southwest, and next to this combat power, there was another force with a combat power of 150 points. One person's combat power is 250 points, and another person's is 150 points. If I'm right, it should be Tianjin rice and dumplings? Apart from the two of them, there should be no one else on Earth who can have this value. Lin immediately thought of Tianjin rice and dumplings. As for the possibility of Yamcha, it's almost zero. Yamcha's strength has been slightly inferior to his since a few years ago. Moreover, I know from Bulma's mouth that Yamcha has been living and drinking all these years. By the way, he has been practicing, so there is no way Yamcha can exceed his 206 combat points. Now that we have learned the specific location, let's set off quickly. Master Tianshan is still waiting for us to return in the Temple of Heaven. Bobo took the initiative to step forward. This is a reminder, and I don't want to waste more time. As a divine servant, he cannot leave the celestial temple for too long. Now that the combat power detector is in hand, it should be easy to find Yamcha after finding Tianjin rice and dumplings. Lin hesitated for a moment, because he was still worried about Lin Chuan and Bulma. But after getting a nod from the turtle immortal, he could not continue to think about anything else and could only embark on Bobo's flight. Magic carpet. The two of them left Turtle Immortal Island just like that. From beginning to end, Lin Chuan didn't say a word. After they left, Lin Chuan stepped forward to have a simple conversation with Bulma. Of course, I did not forget to say hello to Turtle Immortal and nodded. This martial arts master is a real martial arts master, otherwise he would not perform so well in the Future Power Conference. Therefore, he deserves Lin Chuan's respect. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. After sending Krillin and Bobo away, Lin Chuan and Bulma completed their discussions and started looking for the Dragon Balls with the help of the Dragon Ball radar. In this seemingly long but short period of time, they collected 5 Dragon Balls. Counting the 4-star Dragon Ball that was taken off Sun Wuhan's hat at the beginning, 6 Dragon Balls were already in their hands. Now there is only one last stone left to summon the dragon to make a wish. The location of this last Dragon Ball has also been marked on the Dragon Ball radar. It is located in the coldest zone on Earth, the far north. As a place in the far north, the temperature remains below -30 degrees Celsius all year round. In order to go there, Bulma specially prepared several sets of antifreeze suits to deal with the harsh environment. However, Lin Chuan did not ask for the antifreeze suit Bulma prepared for him. To him, this harsh climate was nothing. The doomsday planet he once lived on, in terms of changes in ecological environment and climate, was much worse than the low temperatures in the far north. Both Beidou and Lin Chuan have experienced sub-zero temperatures. All the way north along the Dragon Ball radar, Lin Chuan not only used his own energy to maintain his own body temperature, but also created a protective circle so that Bulma in his arms would not feel uncomfortable. After a while, a strange iceberg nearly 1,000 meters high came into view of the two people. That's it. According to the position on the Dragon Ball radar, the last Dragon Ball is inside this iceberg. If you want to get the Dragon Ball, it seems you have to break this iceberg. After Bulma determined the location of the Dragon Ball, she pointed forward and said to Lin Chuan, "I know, small problem." Looking at the majestic and towering iceberg in front of him, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and raised his hand to condense a golden energy ball the size of a table tennis ball. The energy ball escaped from his palm and crashed into the iceberg. Boom! The impact of the explosion was extremely terrifying, and the flames shot straight into the sky, immediately causing an ice and snowstorm. I will add another chapter today and tomorrow. Please beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Under the powerful blast of Lin Chuan's energy bomb, the entire iceberg was shattered. The storm is like a wild beast awakening, capable of swallowing up everything. Of course it will not have any impact on Lin Chuan. Where is the strength? What does this aftermath mean? Bulma will be fine, because Lin Chuan holds her and keeps the energy shield open, so she will never be harmed. Hey, what you did is a little too much. I just asked you to explode, and I didn't let you blow up the entire iceberg directly. What if all the Dragon Balls are blown up? The entire iceberg disappeared without a trace. Although Bulma was shocked, her first thought was whether the Dragon Ball would be destroyed directly due to this wave of explosions. As a strong woman, after spending time with Lin Chuan for a long time, she became more and more bold and dared to say anything. If you want to start looking for the entire iceberg, you will have to search for an unknown amount of time. You have also said it yourself. The accuracy of the Dragon Pearl radar has an error of nearly 50 meters. Instead of searching slowly, it is better to just blow it up. As for destroying the Dragon Ball, it will naturally not happen. The level of bombing just now, with the strength of the Earth Dragon Ball, will not be broken. After finishing his words, Lin Chuan continued to stare at the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand. Although the marked position above has changed, the 7th Dragon Ball has indeed not been destroyed. Because of the explosion, he was swept away to the ice field ahead. There. Before Bulma could refute, Lin Chuan flew forward with luck. After several kilometers, Lin Chuan fell to the ground holding Bulma. In the vast white ice field, there is only ice and snow. There is no survival of any living things, and no other things exist. If there was one, it would be that the debris from the iceberg explosion just now was scattered in every corner of the plane. Putting down Bulma, Lin Chuan took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma's hand. Don't move around here for the time being. There may be a fault under the snow. If you fall, it will be life-threatening. Lin Chuan warned Bulma, then let go of his senses and started walking to search. Bulma stood where she was, not daring to run around. Although she is brave, she also cherishes her life. It wasn't until several minutes passed that Lin Chuan's lips quivered and he took out the 7-star Dragon Ball that glowed orange-yellow from a hole in the ice and snow. Finally, we got it together. It took more than 5 hours to find the Dragon Balls scattered around the world. Looking back, Lin Chuan looked at Bulma and showed the 7-star Dragon Ball in his hand. Seeing that the last Dragon Ball had been found, Bulma was also very happy. For a moment, she forgot Lin Chuan's instructions and trotted away. Bulma, who was originally in a happy mood, thinking that she could finally leave this hellish place, suddenly lost her feet. For a moment, her whole mind went into a panic, causing her to fall into death despair. Seeing this situation, Lin Chuan didn't know what was happening. I cursed secretly in my heart, stupid woman. The next second he was furious, and in less than a second, he directly grabbed Bulma's body that was about to fall into the ice cave, and used the air dance technique to get off the ground. Fortunately, the distance is short. Didn't I tell you not to move? Lin Chuan adjusted his posture and hugged Princess Bulma again, and Lin Chuan made an accusing voice. If he didn't react, something would really happen to Bulma. I didn't think that I could leave here after finding this Dragon Ball. Bulma pouted with a look of resentment on her face. Langbuting experienced a death wandering, which made her even colder. She shrank subconsciously, and Lin Chuan felt something. After shaking his head helplessly, he luckily formed a protective shield again, and then left the far northern plains. On the edge of a forest where the vegetation was still lush, Lin Chuan dropped from the sky with Bulma. Once here, it's no longer cold. The temperature has risen to about 15 degrees above zero. Although it is still not warm, compared with the minus 40 or 50 degrees in the far north, this place is simply paradise. Are you sure you want to summon the dragon to make a wish here? Bulma said as she took off her heavy antifreeze suit. Of course, if you hadn't been unable to bear the cold, you would have made a wish over there before, Lin Chuan said. After hearing this, Bulma rolled her eyes, and then took out the Dragon Ball from the space bag. The 7 round Dragon Balls gathered together and resonated in the dark, emitting flashes of dazzling golden light. Then let's get started. Come out, Shenlong, followed Bulma's shout. Wang. The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly bloomed with extremely brilliant light. At the same time, the sky was shrouded in a layer of billowing black fog, extending to the entire sky of the earth. In just a short time, the whole world was plunged into darkness. The sky above the earth was shrouded in darkness. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the Z warriors. The light was shrouded in darkness, and in the next second a golden beam of light shot out from the 7 Dragon Balls and shot straight into the sky. The dazzling brilliance gathered into the body of the dragon, suspended in midair, full of majesty and domineering aura. The dragon of the earth was suspended above Lin Chuan's head. The sense of oppression that radiates invisibly is real. This is not the suppression brought about by great strength, but simply the pressure brought by Shenlong itself. It's not an exaggeration to call it Longwei for short. Those who have collected the 7 Dragon Balls, tell them your wish. No matter what your wish is, this dragon can help you realize it. Familiar opening remarks, familiar taste. For a brief moment, Lin Chuan recalled the scene when he watched the dragon appear on the big screen. It's a pity that he looks so majestic and domineering, but his tone is also so loud. In fact, the dragon on Earth now is little Karemi. Compared with the divine dragon Bolunga and Namek, it's not even a bit worse. Only in the future, Shenlong, who will be transformed and upgraded by Dende, will be able to realize his wishes from 1 to 3, and he will rise a few points. Of course, it was still not as good as Palunga at that time. I remember that in the Super Era, in front of the god of destruction Beerus, the Earth Dragon was almost scared to death. Okay Lin Chuan, the dragon has been summoned. Now, you can tell your wish. Bulma fixed her eyes on Lin Chuan and reminded him loudly. After hearing Bulma's words, Lin Chuan's lips twitched and he revealed a wicked smile. I have an idea, but I don't know if it can be realized. Bulma looked at Lin Chuan with a smirk on his face and felt something was wrong. Are you the wishmaker? Tell me your wish. No matter what your wish is, this dragon can make it come true. Shenlong seemed to have heard Lin Chuan's suspicion, and his rich voice had an invisible impact on people. It seemed that it is saying, there is no wish that this dragon cannot realize. Are you sure that any wish can really come true? What if it can't come true? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Argue with Shenlong and see if you can gain anything. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't catch it. Hearing such doubts, Shenlong immediately became unhappy. As long as it does not violate the rules set by the creator that wishes cannot be realized repeatedly, any wish is fine. It seems that you are very confident, so my wish is to give me 3 more wishes. As Lin Chuan expressed his wish loudly. The next second, not only Shenlong, but also Bulma on the side was dumbfounded. Both of them had a bunch of question marks in their minds. What the hell, can you still make a wish like this? What do you think he is? As a divine dragon, he knew everything and was omnipotent. However, at this moment, he was out of his mind. The wish was made, but he really couldn't realize this outrageous wish. At this moment, he recalled the high cow he had boasted about before, and fell silent for a moment. From the day he was born until today, he has never seen such a shameless person. Where's Bulma? At this time, Shenlong didn't answer, and there was an expectant look on his face. If this is really possible, then all their previous summoning of dragons to make wishes was wasted. She has made wishes so many times, and after so many years, she is a genius after all, so why didn't she think of this loophole? After being silent for a long time, Shenlong sighed and replied, I'm really sorry, this wish cannot be realized by Ben Long. It was indeed Ben Long who boasted about High Cow just now. As the answer came out, Bulma on the side couldn't suppress the disappointment on her face. Lin Chuan guessed it. If this is really possible, it would be outrageous. It seems that Shenlong is not omnipotent. Can you tell me the reason? Of course, this reason is not the wish I want to make. Lin Chuan continued to joke with a smile on his face. After all, if you can't realize your wish, then you must give an accurate reason why your wish cannot be fulfilled. Hearing this, Shenlong looked serious. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been tricked, but he had no choice but to say, this dragon can fulfill a wish, which is based on the original rules. If you want to turn a wish into if you want more wishes, you must break the rules and create new rules. This, Ben Long, can't be done. After the words fell, Shenlong changed the topic. Greedy humans, can't you satisfy one wish? You must know that the cycle of cause and effect, excessive greed, will eventually lead you to a dead end. Really? I wonder if any of your wishes can come true? Is that why I made the wish? Why are you saying I'm greedy now? Lin Chuan was not polite. Is this dragon trying to save face for himself? Lin Chuan didn't buy his fault, nor would he let him gain a sense of presence on him. The atmosphere gradually became awkward, and Lin Chuan and Shenlong were also in a stalemate. Well, Lin Chuan, you'd better hurry up and make a wish. Although Shenlong is omnipotent, your wish just now was indeed a bit outrageous. If we continue to waste time and let Shenlong Qi go away, it will be more of a loss than a gain. Bulma stood up to resolve the awkward situation. I was just joking casually. Since I can't realize my previous wish, then give me the ability to teleport to and from any planet at will. Lin Chuan said. As soon as these words came out, Bulma looked at Lin Chuan with surprise. Is this ability achievable? At least it's more reasonable than the previous one. Both of them waited for Shenlong's answer. After a moment, Shenlong spoke again depressedly, this kind of ability has exceeded the scope of this dragon's intervention. Please, make another wish. Shenlong's answer once again surprised Bulma and left Lin Chuan speechless. If the previous wish was a joke, then this time, it is not too outrageous. I didn't expect that Earth's dragons are so weak. I asked, why can't it be realized this time? Bulma asked. His wish has already involved the realm of gods. Please forgive me for not being able to answer. 2 consecutive defeats made Shenlong lose face and wanted to run away. He is deeply afraid that if it happens again, then he is no longer an omnipotent dragon, and he will be able to realize all his wishes without having to do anything in the future. The realm of gods? In other words, Shenlong, you actually have many wishes that cannot be realized. Bulma opened up a new world view and asked. To this, Shenlong did not answer, because this was not a wish, so he did not need to answer. He continued to stare at Lin Chuan and urged, okay, tell me your other wishes. If you haven't thought about it yet, then Benlong will leave. Before my wish came true, I thought about leaving. This is not taking other people's hard work of finding the Dragon Ball seriously. Where is Lin Chuan? There was dissatisfaction in his eyes at this time, but it didn't happen. To be honest, his wish just now was to obtain Supreme Kai's ability to teleport. No matter how bad it is, it should be able to be transformed into the teleportation of the Atra planet. However, Shenlong didn't mention it at all, so it's certain that Earth Shenron's ability is indeed very impressive. Otherwise, there will definitely be more explanations, instead of just saying that it involves the realm of God and he cannot achieve it. If even this wish cannot be realized, then what other wishes does he need to realize? Make a wish and go directly to planet Namek. Make a wish with Palunga, the divine dragon on Namek. As soon as this idea was born, Lin Chuan killed it. It would be a real loss to use this wish to go directly to Namek. Not to mention whether the Earth Dragon can realize it. You know, as long as the universe ship is repaired, he can go to the planet Namek. Moreover, if Bulma builds a new type of universe ship in the future, it will only take 6 days to go to planet Namek. Therefore, why waste this wish when you can use other methods? Don't you have any wishes? Seeing Lin Chuan's silence, Shenlong confirmed repeatedly. Just when Shenlong was about to say goodbye and leave, Lin Chuan suddenly raised his head and said, "My wish is to give me the ability to survive in all harsh environments, such as surviving in the universe. It's okay if you can't realize the first 2 wishes, but you should be able to fulfill this wish, right?" Lin Chuan said it righteously and sternly. This time, Shenlong gave a direct answer. As you wish, I will give you the ability to survive in any environment, especially the ability to survive in the universe space. As Shenlong spoke, a penetrating light flashed in his bright red eyes. A majestic special force is released with Shenlong as the center. With the end of the wish, Lin Chuan gained the ability to survive in any harsh environment. Of course, the most important thing is the ability to survive in the universe. In order to ensure whether his wish really came true, Lin Chuan also conducted an experiment and went directly into the universe to see if he would receive death threats. I have to say that the buff that Shenlong's willpower gives to his body is quite incredible. Being in the universe is no different from being on Earth. In the past, Lin Chuan could use his own power to stay in the universe for a short time, but that was extremely energy-consuming. This kind of survival now seems like something he was born with. Standing in the void, Lin Chuan looked down at the Earth. At this moment, it is another feeling. In the past, he was powerful enough, but he could not truly escape the shackles of a planet. Now he can ignore the constraints of the past, so his state of mind has become different. That's almost it. Next, we have to take Bulma to the Celestial Temple. According to the direction of the aura, they are also approaching the Temple of Heaven. Talking to himself, Lin Chuan's figure dropped rapidly, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the interior of the Earth. Naturally, the purpose of going to the Temple of Heaven was to take away Sun Wukong. After all, Son Goku entrusted his son to him, and he had to show off no matter what, and then send him to Piccolo for instruction. Time passed in the blink of an eye for almost half an hour. Temple of Heaven. At this moment, except for Son Goku, all the Z warriors of the current era are here. Before finding Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamcha, Lin had already explained to them in detail what happened today. To them, this sounds like fantasy. Not only was the strongest Son Goku among them defeated, but Piccolo Daimao, who was once invincible and almost ruled the world, was also defeated. What does that mean? Doesn't this mean that the cultivation these people have undergone over the years is nothing to aliens? The world view has been opened up, and the reluctance is certain. The most important thing is that in a year's time, the Earth will usher in an even more powerful Saiyan invasion. They must maximize their own strength within a year. Otherwise, they will become ants that the intruders will kill at will. Unexpectedly, Goku turned out to be an alien, a fighting race Saiyan. No wonder he is so powerful. 1 year, only 1 year to become stronger. Although I can't go to the King of Kai to practice like you, I won't admit defeat. When we meet again in a year, I will definitely impress you, Goku. Tianjin fan sighed in his heart. He actually didn't know that he was not from Earth, but from Three-Eyed Planet. As a martial artist on Earth second only to Son Goku and Piccolo, his strength has always been among the best. If it weren't for the lack of opportunities, and if his vision wasn't constrained in the early years, his strength would definitely not be lower than Son Goku and Piccolo. After reverie, Tianjin fan's eyes turned slightly and fell on Sun Wukong, who was waiting obediently next to Tianjin not far away. Is he Goku's son? He has grown so old in just 5 years. Tianjin fan asked subconsciously, involuntarily thinking about himself. Tianjin fan suddenly had a strange idea. He actually has a chance, because Lan Chi has been pursuing him by his side. It's just that he ignored her existence for the sake of martial arts training. Well, he is Goku's son. His name is Sun Gohan. He is 4 years old this year. Speaking of which, there is one thing I haven't told you yet, that is, for some reason, Goku entrusted Gohan to the Saiyan named Lin Chuan before he left. Lin nodded and spoke, taking this opportunity to express his biggest worry. Son Gohan was entrusted to Lin Chuan, a Saiyan who had just arrived on Earth and was almost unknown to him? This is so ridiculous. That guy Goku still trusts others so easily. This Saiyan named Lin Chuan, God knows whether he is a good guy or a bad guy. Yamcha couldn't help but criticize. Logically speaking, even if it is entrusted, it should be left to them. Is it really okay to leave it to a stranger you just met like this? Anyway, Yamcha doesn't believe it. The Earth had been peaceful for so many years, but suddenly everything was in chaos due to the arrival of the Saiyans. A year later, there will be another Saiyan invasion, and Gohan is handed over to another Saiyan. What does this mean? This matter really needs to be discussed carefully. While several people were discussing, under the Temple of Heaven, a figure quickly leaped up and landed on the platform square of the Temple of Heaven. The speed was so fast that even the 4Z warriors present with their superior perception could not catch it at the first time. The visitors were undoubtedly Lin Chuan, who had returned after making a wish, and of course Bulma. We're here, come down. Lin Chuan said as he slowly put Bulma down in his arms. Huh. Bulma muttered angrily as her heels landed. I said, can you please consider my feelings anyway? Next time you fly, go slower. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't bear it at all. Not as fast as you. Bulma complained repeatedly. She was still thinking about next time, but she didn't realize that she and Lin Chuan had just met today. Because of various coincidences and the search for the Dragon Ball, Lin Chuan would always hold her in his arms. This scene looks like a flirtation between lovers. For a moment, the picture happened to be seen by Yamcha not far away. At this moment, Yamcha was completely stunned, as if something was broken in his heart, making him breathless and extremely difficult. Buledin. Bulma, why are you following him? What's going on? Why is this guy hugging you? Yamcha is already red-eyed. He was so angry that he could not speak clearly, his face was ferocious, and he was full of hostility towards Lin Chuan. Bulma was the woman he had always identified with, and he would never allow any man to get involved with her. Not even if you are a companion? However, now something like this happened. In his opinion, only he can hold his girlfriend? Even his boyfriend only went as far as hugging. Now an outsider, a stranger, has actually taken advantage of it, making him feel that his life has been in vain all these years. Yamcha was completely unaware at this time that it had been a long time since he and Bulma broke up. Just because he joined the baseball team and flirted with women, either watching movies with other women or having dinner with other women, Bulma directly blacklisted him. Yeah, Yamcha and Tianjin rice and dumplings. Bulma heard Yamcha's question and turned around. When she noticed Yamcha's angry look, she couldn't help but feel a sense of revenge in her heart. In the past, she was the only one who was jealous, and she was the only one who was betrayed by Yamcha. Now Yamcha's performance is undoubtedly urgent. The corners of her mouth raised, and a good idea came into Bulma's mind. What she wants is for Yamcha to have the feeling of losing her. It's been so long, and it's obviously his fault, but he won't take the initiative to come to her to admit his mistake. Although she had spoken too much at that time, the incident was caused by Yamcha. If he had refused the approach of those beauties, they would not have reached this point today. After being separated for so long, Bulma had forgotten the last time she talked to and met Yamcha. At this time, she just wanted to make Yamcha regret and let him know that her tolerance had limits. What does it have to do with you? The two of us have nothing to do with each other anymore. I can let anyone hug me if I am willing to do so. You have nothing to do with it. As he said this, Bulma took the initiative to hold Lin Chuan's arm like a provocateur. The conspiratorial smile on his face gave Lin Chuan a headache. Although he didn't mind Bulma dragging him like this, he was caught off guard when she used him as a demonstration. Knowing that Bulma was deliberately trying to anger Yamcha, Lin Chuan didn't feel comfortable either. At this time, it is true that the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha has not been truly characterized as unrelated. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Chuan saw Bulma's gaze again. Although there was no verbal communication, Lin Chuan knew that Bulma was begging him for help and asking him to act in a play with her. This woman really doesn't take things too seriously. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Lin Chuan was not the kind of person who would be manipulated by others. Anyway, Bulma has already been recognized by him, so he doesn't need to hesitate. On the contrary, Bulma took the initiative to approach him and took the initiative to use him as a shield, which was a good thing for him. It should be noted that if a woman uses you as an excuse when facing another man, then she will have more chances of falling for you than anyone else. To put it simply, what kind of show are you acting? Why not just do it for real? Lin Chuan pulled Bulma into his arms and hugged her waist even more. This intimate action makes the two people's bodies stick together at another angle, which is particularly eye-catching. Bulma was shocked by Lin Chuan's sudden move. But she didn't dare to move, because once she got disgusted, she wouldn't be able to perform the play well. She glanced at Lin Chuan and Bulma's cheeks turned red when she saw Lin Chuan's evil smile. She could feel those salty hands kneading her. What's the meaning? Treat her as a random woman? You. When Yamcha saw this scene, his eyes widened. He felt unspeakable pain in his heart, and he was so angry that he couldn't control it. If looks could kill, Lin Chuan would have been tortured and killed thousands of times. My own woman was tainted by another man. Moreover, Bulma did not resist, but showed that she was ready to be picked by anyone. He and Bulma have been in a relationship for 10 years, and he has taken the initiative, but he has never seen Bulma act like this. Were you showing murderous intent towards me just now? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in just a moment, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. An invisible aura formed in an instant, enveloping the entire celestial temple like a king looming over the world. This, just a casual thought from Lin Chuan, was enough to make Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Dumplings present unable to move. Naturally, it also includes the gods Piccolo, Bobo, and Achilobe. If Lin Chuan used all his strength to release his pressure, I'm afraid they would be knocked unconscious by him. From the time he searched for the Dragon Balls until now, in the past 6 hours and a total of 20,700 seconds, his combat power has already exceeded 50,000 points, reaching 55,395 points. This strength, placed on the earth at this time, no one can withstand it. Because of Lin Chuan's intimidation, Yamcha suddenly became silent. He knew the terror of Lin Chuan, an unknown Saiyan, and his cowardly character was revealed. Well, Yamcha didn't mean that. Their relationship is that of boyfriend and girlfriend, so, when I saw you holding Bulma, I wanted to know what was going on. That's all. Klin wanted to make peace with the old man, but he was overwhelmed by Lin Chuan's momentum. He divided his sentence into several paragraphs before he finished. Lin Chuan laughed directly after hearing this. I don't care what happened in the past, I only know the present. Do you think I felt wrong about the murderous intention just now, boy Klin? And you, an earthling named Yamcha. Although I don't know the inside story, I'm not stupid. Now that Bulma has said it has nothing to do with you, what qualifications do you have to accuse others? Or, how great do you think you are? After replying to Klin, Lin Chuan spoke to Yamcha in a domineering tone. Klin didn't dare to speak anymore, while Yamcha secretly clenched his fists with mixed feelings in his heart. He gritted his teeth, his resentful eyes constantly shifting back and forth between Lin Chuan and Bulma. Knowing that he hated him in his heart, but he didn't even dare to answer the question, Lin Chuan smiled disdainfully. He continued to hug Bulma, regardless of her struggling, and said again, as a man, if you really cared about this woman, you wouldn't even dare to fart under the intimidation of my words? Say, to be honest, you are not worthy of Bulma. Having said that, Lin Chuan amplified the pressure and brought even greater oppression to Yamcha. Originally, a group of people could barely resist, but now they were completely suppressed. Is this the power of Xians? Tianjin Fan doesn't care about anything else, he only cares about his own feelings. At this time, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the pressure released by Lin Chuan. The gap was so big that even if he exploded with power beyond his limit and raised his combat power to 400 or 500 points for a short period of time, it would still be useless. No wonder, God-sama is so anxious to summon us to practice in the heavenly temple. Are all the Xians who will come a year later at his level? Are you kidding me? A person's anger can actually reach this level. Tianjin fans fully realize how insignificant they are. Tianjin. Dumpling stood next to Tianjin Fan. He was so frightened that he could only rely on Tianjin Fan to give him a sense of security. The effect was achieved, and Lin Chuan took back his own breath. Instead, he didn't even look at Yamsha. His attention was focused on the Tianjin rice and dumplings, but the Tianjin rice was indeed worthy of his admiration. Under his pressure, he still maintained his original intention. I didn't expect that not only do we Xians and Namekians exist on Earth, but there are also tri-eyed people. Lin Chuan smiled and said with a frown on his lips. Three-eyed star man? In the original work, even Tianjin Fan himself didn't know this, right? Tianjin Fan is a descendant of the three-eyed star people, just like a hybrid of Xian and Earthling. What? Oh my god, Tianjin Fan is also an alien. Bulma, who was in Lin Chuan's arms, was the first to exclaim and forgot to break free from Lin Chuan's hand. This, first Goku, then Piccolo, and Tenjin-sama, and now Tenjin Rice. Krillin was completely dumbfounded. He began to doubt whether he was from the nose star. Compared with people on Earth, he has no nose, but he is no different from normal people. And Dumpling, is he also an alien? Although his appearance is similar, his skin is nothing like it. Frankly speaking, he wouldn't believe it if he heard this from someone else. But when it comes out of Lin Chuan's mouth, you have to believe it. After all, they are so powerful and have a lot of alien knowledge reserves, so they naturally know more than they know. Not just Klin, everyone looked at Tianjin Fan in disbelief. Who would have thought that Tianjin Fan, who is the closest to Earthlings in appearance but with one extra eye, is actually an alien like Goku? I should have thought of it a long time ago. Tianjin Rice is indeed different from ordinary Earthlings. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Earthlings to grow a third eye. Even if there is a certain probability of mutation, 3 eyes will not. Maybe he was trained to the level of Tianjin Fan. God Piccolo spoke, but he didn't say much. It was just what he thought. He was smart. It would be strange if he really doubted it. Three-eyed star people, three-eyed star people, I didn't expect that I am also an alien. Tianjin Fan's worldview has problems. He himself never doubted that he was not from Earth. As a result, the Xian's true identity was revealed today by the Xian in front of him. Regardless of whether Tianjin is an alien or not, in Dumpling's heart, Tianjin Rice is Tianjin Rice. Dumpling stood aside to comfort Tianjin Rice's turbulent heart. After hearing what the most important other half in his life said, Tianjin Fan took a deep breath and quickly came back to his senses. He was relieved. As quickly as possible, he accepted this fact and smiled at the dumplings. As Dumpling said, so what if he is from the three-eyed star? He loves the Earth. The Earth is his home. He is an Earthling. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Tianjin Fan having such thoughts. He is a mixed race himself and has half of the blood of Earthlings. It seems that I have unknowingly exposed a person's identity again. However, you, the three-eyed star, are not pure. You should be a hybrid of a three-eyed star and an Earthling, right? Otherwise, the aura will also be. They won't be that similar to people on Earth. Lin Chuan said and looked at Sun Wuhan again, just like this little guy Gohan. The reason why his aura has the aura of Earthlings is because he has the blood of Earthlings. In the simplest way, explain the exact situation of Tianjin Rice. That's it, thank you for letting me know. Tianjin Fan expressed his gratitude for the information given by Lin Chuan. He suddenly felt that the Xians in front of him were not evil and scary. Although they had just burst out to suppress them, they did not actually take action. It should be said that everything happens for a reason. If the aliens showed murderous intentions towards him, if it were him and he was strong enough, he would not easily get over it. Tianjin Fan looked at Yamsha, knowing that this brother revealed his murderous intention towards Lin Chuan because of Bulma. However, he is not a person who does not distinguish between right and wrong. According to what Bulma said before, he and Yamsha should have broken up. If they broke up, it would be inappropriate for Yamsha to pursue Lin Chuan for holding Bulma and question him with murderous intent. I have never encountered such a situation, and it is not easy for Tianjin fans to interrupt. After all, he never knew anything about the relationship between men and women. The focus is back on Yamsha again. Only then did Bulma realize that she was still being held by Lin Chuan. He immediately left Lin Chuan's arms, but his blushing cheeks would not go away quickly. Lin Chuan naturally didn't care about this. The purpose was also achieved, whether it's his or Bulma's. Forget it, there's no need to get into this situation. Seeing Yamsha being suppressed by Lin Chuan, Bulma suddenly felt unbearable. After all, I have been getting along with Yamsha for so many years. Although Yamsha spends his days drinking and flirting with women, after so many years, even if there is no love between man and woman, they are still partners for many years. It's true that she had to take a breath and didn't expect it to develop to this point. From now on, she will have to think carefully about whether she and Yamsha are suitable for each other. Yamcha's performance was indeed what Lin Chuan said, disappointing her. If Yamcha dares to fight Lin Chuan for her this time, she will forgive him again if he dares to take a step forward or even say a word. But as Lin Chuan said, Yamcha didn't put her first at all. As you wish, but there are some things you have to say first. If you take the initiative to release murderous intent on me next time, then I will not pretend that nothing happened. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He also has a bottom line? This time Quan thought he also had a crooked idea and the robbery was too blatant. However, the two parties have broken up, whether it is true or not, and they have been separated for a long time. If this is the case, then he is not really robbing? It can only be said that he is seizing the opportunity? Locked by Lin Chuan's gaze, Yamcha trembled all over and sweated profusely. He really had the courage just now to win back Bulma's heart. But when he met Lin Chuan's eyes, he was scared again. Now that he thought about what he had done over the years, he began to regret it. If he had known today, he shouldn't have just passed by Bulma's house some time ago. He should have put aside his bullshit dignity and gone in, explained to Bulma, and promised not to mess around again. Now, it's too late. Just because he couldn't get satisfaction in that aspect, he chose to steal S**X. Their eyes met, and Bulma turned her head away from looking at Yamcha. Yamcha could only look away and divert his attention. He couldn't show his displeasure, nor could he show his hatred for Lin Chuan. Full of cleverness, he began to make calculations, thinking that there would always be a chance to change Bulma's mind in the future. He would never have imagined that he would never have another chance. Bypassing Yamcha, bypassing everyone, Lin Chuan came to Sun Wuhan. Returning to Tianjin Temple, although meeting Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamcha was one of them, the real purpose was to take him away, so Lin Chuan did not intend to waste time anymore. After some exchanges, Sun Wufan was not against him. Instead, he cleverly called him Uncle Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan was so embarrassed that he was embarrassed to leave the little guy behind. Sun Wufan is willing, so how can others stop him? Even though Sun Wuhan was still young, his fathers entrusted their children to each other. Coupled with Lin Chuan's strength, even if they wanted to stop him, it would be impossible. Just watching Lin Chuan take away Sun Wuhan. Of course, there's Bulma. No one said a word to stop it. It wasn't until they watched the three people disappear from sight that they barely came back to their senses. Still no one spoke. It was the god Piccolo who stood up and stimulated their group of warriors with words from his perspective. Do you understand the difference in strength now? The Saiyan invaders who arrive on Earth a year later will most likely have the same combat power as Lin Chuan just now. Although Lin Chuan's previous statement did not take the two Saiyans seriously, the actual situation is still unknown. 1 year? Only 1 year? I don't want to place all my hopes on Goku, and I don't want to leave the future of the Earth in the hands of that Saiyan Lin Chuan. So, you must be fully prepared. Welcome the most cruel devil training. Piccolo, the god of heaven, spoke earnestly and sincerely, with a strong sense of depression. There is no doubt that the reason why he asked Sun Wuhan to stay and let Lin Chuan and Bulma go to the Dragon Ball to make a wish was to use Lin Chuan's power to scare these good seedlings he found. As long as it serves as an incentive and gives them a clear goal for their future, it will definitely make them stronger. Everyone understood what God Piccolo meant, nodded one after another, and expressed their thoughts. All in all, I would like to ask the God Piccolo for his guidance. In the original work, they did use the God Piccolo to improve their skills. In a blink of an eye, at night. It is the largest and most prosperous city on Earth. Western capital. At Bulma's invitation, Lin Chuan took Sun Wufan back home on the large transport jet she left on Turtle Island. You said, can't this jet machine retract the capsule? There was no other reason. Naturally, the jet towed Lin Chuan's universe ship, so the capsule could not be recovered and had to be driven back to Zidou manually. This was the case before, so we drove to Gaixian Island. Later, Lin Chuan felt that the jet was too slow, so he directly carried Bulma to find the Dragon Balls. Now that the important things have been done and my basic goals have been achieved, there is no need to be too anxious. On the contrary, it takes a certain amount of time to think and consider the next detailed plan. First, of course, how should I carry out my own cultivation? How should I change the plot in the future? The second is how Sun Wufan guides. No matter how you say it, just showing off requires him to take action. Arrive at Bulma's house. Private residential estate by Magnum Capsule Company. The first impression can only be described in one word, that is big. It's so ridiculously big that you can't even imagine it. Lin Chuan is not the kind of bumpkin who has never seen the world. As a time traveler, what kind of mansions and estates have he not seen? No matter how bad it is, I have seen countless photos and videos of my past life on the internet. However, it is still hard to avoid being shocked. The main reason is that Bulma's family is backed by the Great Plains of Zidou, so if we really want to calculate the size of the area, there is no certainty. At least, it is calculated in square kilometers. To put it simply, a front yard, a backyard, plus a garden, just the normal living area covers tens of thousands of square meters. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the manor. The huge ecological park can provide survival for large creatures such as dinosaurs. That large warehouse group is as big as a port. There are dozens of buildings of different shapes, the research area, etc. If it were anyone else, it would be unbelievable. It should be said that it is indeed the #1 universal capsule company on Earth. Even in this era, when Bulma was just beginning to manage her own property, she should not be underestimated. In any other place, this piece of private land could be considered a sizable town. Jet landing. Bulma jumped off directly, and Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan also got off the jet. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, he heard Sun Wuhan's surprised sigh. Is this Aunt Bulma's home? It's really big. Sun Wuhan is like a curious baby, looking around. Everything he saw overturned his small world view. In the past, he only lived in the remote Baizai mountain. Although he knew a lot of information about the outside world through books, he had never gone out, let alone a modern city. For him, it's like entering a new world now. Little Gohan, what you see now is only a small part of my home. After dinner later, I will take you for a walk. Speaking of which, your father entrusted you to Lin Chuan. From now on, Lin Chuan will temporarily live in my house, and you will also have to live here for a while. Bulma said as she used the remote control to lower the universe ship on the jet. Sun Wufan on the side said and stopped talking, just looking with his eyes wide open. Under Bulma's control, the universe ship quickly landed. At this time, many robots approached to provide assistance. Such a scene shocked Lin Chuan. You should know that such a scene has never appeared in the original work. Even though Bulma's family has intelligent robots in the original book, there are only a few of them. Because of the surprised looks of Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan, Bulma liked to see them. The corners of her mouth undulated slightly, and she handed the remote control in her hand to the robot to continue operating it. Just leave it to the robots for now. It's already past 6 o'clock. Let's go have dinner first. When I come back, I will arrange for the home robot to start preparing. With the intention of surprising Lin Chuan, Bulma drove Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan in a sightseeing car and introduced them while driving to the huge round house in the distance. Not only explained to them the division of each area, but also the significance of the existence of each different building. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the main house of the manor. It's the huge round house that appeared n times in the original work. For Lin Chuan, this landmark building is now relatively familiar. In the past, he only thought that no matter how big Bulma's house was, it only had several large gardens. Who knew it was so terrifying? After entering the main house, Lin Chuan also met Bulma's father and mother, Mr. and Mrs. Brive. The couple was extremely surprised by the identities of Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan. First of all, this is the third man Bulma has brought home. Secondly, Goku, who is younger than Bulma, has a child. Can you not be shocked? Looking at my daughter, as a woman, if she drags on for a long time, she will become an older leftover daughter. Of course, Bulma would not listen to her parents' hints in this regard. In the original novel, she is determined to have her own way. Let her make do, it is better to kill her. How can parents not know what kind of temper their daughter has? So seeing that surgery on their daughter was useless, the Brives focused their attention on Lin Chuan. Especially Bulma's mother, Lin Chuan was a little flattered by her tentative approach. After several exchanges, under Bulma's strength, Lin Chuan got rid of his mother's entanglement in an awkward manner. It should be said that the practice of taking action at every turn is really unacceptable. If you didn't know what kind of person he was, you would really think he was the king of the sea? I have to say that Bulma's mother looks young, as if she is in her 30s. Although there is an explanation in the original work, seeing it with my own eyes, it is hard to believe that this is the mother of two daughters, who is nearly 50 or 60 years old. Looking at Brive's appearance, he looks like an old man. After bidding farewell to the Brive couple, Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan were brought to the restaurant by Bulma. The delicious food that caught his eye, coupled with the tangy fragrance, instantly aroused Lin Chuan's appetite and made Sun Wufan swallow his saliva. For Lin Chuan, not to mention the previous 3 months of the voyage to the universe, just talking about the turmoil after arriving on the Earth for so long, he was so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back. His body was now extremely hungry for food, and even his stomach had begun to growl in protest of his abuse. The sumptuous dinner can be said to have completely convinced Lin Chuan. At this moment, thinking about the hard life of the Doomsday for more than 20 years before, my eyes suddenly seemed to well up. He had better suppress her, otherwise it would be so ugly for a grown man to cry. Nowadays, when it comes to delicious food, there is no need to be reserved. Lin Chuan sat at the dining table without saying anything, grabbed a roast chicken and started to eat it. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan stopped being polite at Bulma's signal and sat down to enjoy his meal. Although Sun Wufan is still young, his appetite is not small at all. He has perfectly inherited the attributes of the Saiyan big eater. Seeing the two of them looking like they had never eaten anything delicious in their lives, Bulma couldn't help but pursed her lips and laughed. This also reminded her of when Goku ate in front of her. It seems that Goku is not the only one who can eat it. It seems that all Saiyans can eat it. Eat slowly, eat slowly. There's still a lot left. If it's not enough, I can let the robot continue to do it. Bulma's words were like a stimulant to Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan. One big and one small, even chewing felt like a waste of time, so they just started swallowing them whole. It's delicious? It's completely different from the food made by my mother. I've never eaten it before. Under the interference of Lin Chuan, Sun Wufan also began to learn to eat and drink in large gulps. This also gave him a different feeling. No need to pretend. The dinner lasted nearly an hour. It wasn't until the plates on Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan's left and right sides were stacked almost like mountains that they ended the food fight. Seeing this, Bulma couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How could an ordinary family afford to support this? Suddenly, Bulma began to feel sympathy for Shishi. Not only do you have to take care of Gaku, but you also have Sun Wufan waiting to be fed. After the meal, they rested for only 10 minutes. Bulma had already prepared a rest room and clothes for Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan to wash and change. Lin Chuan, who had suffered enough, felt as if he had arrived in heaven. The past will no longer exist. His future will be extremely bright. Came to the room and enjoyed the long-lost feeling of taking a bath. Lin Chuan didn't know it, but taking a hot bath was like a dream to him. Not to mention, there is a bathtub. I haven't experienced this in more than 20 years. It wasn't until another half hour passed that Lin Chuan lay comfortably on the big bed. The feeling of warmth and comfort is like a gentle hometown. A feeling of sleepiness came over him, and Lin Chuan fell directly into sleep. So bold and unprepared? Naturally, Lin Chuan knew that it was very safe here. Bulma won't do anything to him, and no one on earth will come to him to ask for trouble. However, Lin Chuan never thought that not long after he fell asleep, Bulma knocked on the door and saw that he was sleeping like a dead pig. She looked at him quietly for a long time before leaving the room. The next day, as a ray of sunlight shone in through the window, Lin Chuan woke up suddenly and broke out in a cold sweat. It wasn't until he saw the surrounding environment clearly that he breathed a sigh of relief. While sleeping, the dream world keeps switching. Sometimes the past life, sometimes this life. Especially the last dream, which made him think that he was just dreaming when he arrived on Earth and activated the system. Dreams and reality are confused. You open your eyes on one side and think that the other side is a dream. He stood up slowly, went to the bathroom and took a shower. Only then did Lin Chuan completely relax, and all the tension was gone. If it weren't for the feeling brought by this powerful strength, he would really doubt whether he was in a dream or reality. Open the system panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 110,775 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. After just a nap and a night, his combat power exceeded 100,000 points. It reached 110,000 points. 110,000 combat power? This was such an unreachable number before? After more than 20 years of hard training, he only reached 15,000 combat power points. It's not that he looks down on his hard work, but when conditions were limited, he might not be able to reach 100,000 points in his lifetime. With my current strength, even Jinyu of the Jinyu Special Forces is capable of fighting. Lin Chuan muttered softly. Jinyu? In the original work, Frisia's true elite is also the strongest subordinate, with a combat power of up to 120,000 points. In just one day, Lin Chuan was already on par with him. According to this progress, in 5 days, his combat power data will be comparable to that of Frisia who has not transformed. He clenched his fist, and the surging power in his body seemed to be able to build a 10,000-meter mountain with one punch. It's time to practice. I don't want to become a slave to strength. Unable to conceal his excitement, Lin Chuan put on another set of loose clothes. Bulma is a very discerning woman. Her clothes are not too big or too small, and the styles are also very suitable for him. After walking out of the room, Lin Chuan went downstairs. He originally planned to go out and practice kung fu first, but suddenly he was attracted by a burst of fragrance, which made his eyes light up and he quickly ran to the restaurant. It's not that he can't control his mouth, but that after so many years of hardship, he can finally make up for it, and he must be satisfied. Bulma and Sun Wuhan, who were enjoying breakfast, were surprised by Lin Chuan's intrusion. Then seeing Lin Chuan start eating without saying a word, Bulma rolled her eyes. It's really rude not to say hello. With that said, Bulma still ordered the smart home robot to continue preparing some breakfast. Knowing that Lin Chuan has a big appetite, the food on the table will definitely not be enough. A breakfast made Lin Chuan once again realize what it means to truly be alive. If we were still on Planet V3114, it would be okay to eat as much as we wanted, but the food wouldn't be as good as here. Simply the freshness and variety of food are incomparable. Looking back on the past, Lin Chuan remembered how miserable it was when he first arrived at Planet V3114. If it weren't for the several months of compressed food reserves in the universe ship, plus he was a time traveler himself and knew how to obtain food in desperate situations, otherwise, he would have died long ago. It should be said that he is very lucky, because even if the civilization of that planet has not entered the space era, it has already developed to the level of the Earth. Especially research on food storage. Just say that those foods are made to have a shelf life of decades and will not go bad, which shows how amazing they are. It's a pity that this aspect is really great, but in other aspects it is extremely stretched. Lin Chuan later learned through some special methods from the videos of the planet's remains and various information that because Planet V3114 was a very troubled planet, the scientists on the planet would put aside everything and devote themselves to research how to stock up on more food. To put it simply, with the movement of the celestial bodies, the planet will experience minor disasters every 10 years and major disasters every 100 years. Over time, the indigenous people on the planet realized that food was the most important necessity for their survival. Therefore, there are very terrifying food reserves and advanced food preservation methods. Even if Lin Chuan had eaten for more than 20 years, he had only eaten a drop in the bucket of the remaining food reserves. You need to know that these so-called remains were after the meteorite impact. To sum up, this nation is a very miserable nation. They thought they could survive one disaster after another with the help of food reserves, but they completely ignored the threats from outside. Without the protection of other technological powers, the power of life forms is even more fragile. A huge meteorite hundreds of kilometers away hit the planet and overturned the entire civilization in one fell swoop. Even if they hid underground, there was not a single survivor left. Waking up from his memories, Lin Chuan recovered his thoughts. After communicating with Bulma and Sun Wuhan for a few words, they came to the nearest open space in the backyard together. The huge courtyard is also connected to the garden. It's really nice to have such a good place for practicing. Of course, Lin Chuan is just doing warm-up exercises and will not mess around. Otherwise, if he breaks out casually here, everything good will be destroyed. Bulma did not stay here for long. After giving a few instructions, she went to do other things. The universe ship needs research and repair. Bulma also needs to master alien technology. Also, many affairs of the capsule company have begun to be handled by her. It was also a good thing for Lin Chuan that she went to work on her business, because he also needed to calm down and think about future arrangements. Originally, these plans were supposed to be completed last night, but I fell asleep directly. Of course, Lin Chuan already had some preliminary ideas. In short, he now lives in Bulma's house and doesn't have to worry about any other trivial matters. Repairing the universe ship and building the universe ship was something I told Bulma yesterday. She didn't guarantee that she would be able to do it, but Lin Chuan knew that she would be able to do it, and in the shortest time. There is also a gravity training room. Lin Chuan mentioned it just now while eating breakfast. Bulma has never thought about this aspect and has never studied it. Now that it was mentioned, she became interested. She didn't say that it would be possible to create it, but Lin Chuan knew that it would be a piece of cake for her. It should be noted that in the original work, although Breve first created the 100-fold gravity environment and combined it with the universe ship, Bulma was even worse than Breve. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, Breve will not sit back and watch. To put it simply, Lin Chuan knows how to proceed step by step. After all, scientific research breakthroughs, like improvements in strength, require time to slowly settle. In the courtyard, without anyone else, only Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan were left. Because he knew that Sun Wufan at this time had not even done basic training, Lin Chuan could not come up and teach him anything directly. With Sun Wufan watching from the side, Lin Chuan simply moved his body and did some warm-up exercises to fully familiarize himself with his current level of strength. All he did was simple punches, kicks, and a series of basic training. As for the means and skills, they were only used slightly. Frankly speaking, in terms of boxing, kicking, and various hand-to-hand combat techniques, even if Lin Chuan had to explore and practice on his own, he had achieved a lot, but he thought he was not good at it yet and was just average. After all, on Planet V3114, although Lin Chuan has been practicing, he actually has no opponent, so his combat experience is really poor. Without enough combat experience, there will be great limitations on improving one's own kung fu. This will also be an aspect that Lin Chuan needs to hone and become stronger in the future, and the system cannot grant it. Suspended in the void, Lin Chuan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After a full 10 or 20 minutes of venting, Lin Chuan finally had a clearer feeling. With the improvement of the system, my own strength has reached more than 110,000, but I don't feel out of control at all. On the contrary, the improvement of combat power is as if it comes from self-cultivation. Now that I don't have that kind of worry, I won't need to spend too much energy on practicing and controlling in the future. Lin Chuan muttered in his mouth, and kept planning for himself. If the power cannot be controlled, then he must spend a lot of time. However, proficiency requires proficiency. No matter how powerful the system is, it must form muscle memory itself. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan slowly descended and finally landed firmly on the ground. Before he could say anything, Sun Wuhan on the side couldn't wait to walk up, his little eyes full of desire. Uncle Lin Chuan, can you teach me how to fly? Sun Wufan's words surprised Lin Chuan. This kid is so proactive, so unexpected. In fact, at this time in the original work, Sun Wuhan and his understanding of Sun Wuhan were timid, unwilling to contact new things. He took the initiative to say that he wanted to learn to fly. Even if this was not about learning how to fight and become stronger, it was still a breakthrough. Yes? Why did I forget it? In the original Majin Buu chapter, Sun Wuhan taught Videli how to condense energy and learn the air dance technique. I can definitely copy it. It just so happens that this kid wants to learn Wukong. An idea flashed in his mind, and this temporarily solved Sun Wufan's problem. After all, simply guiding his own qi and controlling his own qi to learn Wukong technique is enough for him to practice for a long time. During this time, he can also carry out his own training, and then wait for Bulma to complete the construction of the universe ship and gravity training room. With the decision made, Lin Chuan smiled slightly. To be honest, I'm surprised that you took the initiative to ask me for advice. Gohan, I can sense that there is a very terrifying potential in your body, but you can't guide it out. Although you are still very young, only 4 years old. But you have to know that Whisians are not different from Earthlings. In the next period of time, I will guide you on how to practice. And if you want to learn how to fly, you must learn how to control your own qi, gas. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, Sun Wufan immediately grasped the key point. It should be said that he is really smart. No wonder I can really become a scholar through my own efforts in the future. Frankly speaking, the vast majority of Saiyans are fighting types. Although there are auxiliary non-combatants, there are almost no warriors like Sun Wuhan who are both incredibly smart and have unlimited potential. To describe it in one word, it is both civil and military. Looking at Sun Wufan, Lin Chuan couldn't help but think of the settings of his previous life. Anyway, in the original work, Goku was originally supposed to replace Son Goku as the protagonist, but unfortunately he became Nobihan later. With the thought in his mind, Lin Chuan sighed and prepared his words. It seems like that guy Son Goku really hasn't taught you anything. Lin Chuan complained. His father is the best martial artist on earth, but his son was raised like this. Actually, I wanted to exercise with my father, but my mother was afraid that I would be injured, so she never agreed. Sun Wuhan replied with a slight grievance. Hearing this, Lin Chuan secretly said that it was true. Then he didn't take it seriously. Many things are inherently controversial. Is she at fault? She wasn't wrong either. It can only be said that the considerations are different. Frankly speaking, Lin Chuan can actually understand. When he said that Son Goku didn't teach Sun Wuhan anything, he meant that he didn't even tell Sun Wuhan what qi was. Okay, let's not talk about your family's past for now. Let me tell you first, what is anger? Qi is the most fundamental energy in living things, and it is something that everyone in our lives has. This power hidden in life can be freely manipulated with practice or training. It's like this. As he spoke, Lin Chuan raised his hand and condensed a golden ball of light. For beginners, it is impossible to condense such a large ball of energy in an instant. But after cultivating qi to a certain level and knowing how to use it, you can use it at will. Is this anger, Uncle Lin Chuan? He asked knowingly, and Sun Wufan's eyes widened curiously. The first time he came into contact with cultivation, and with direct contact with qi, Sun Wufan naturally opened up a new world. Nodding slightly, Lin Chuan took back the ball of energy and continued. There are many categories of energy, and there are more uses for it. For example, we can use qi to perform energy attacks, which you have seen not long ago. You can control qi to cause more powerful damage during close combat, etc. Of course, flying is one of them. So, you said that if you want to learn how to fly, cultivating qi is the first step. Only if you learn to cultivate qi and control qi, can you fly in the sky. After the words fell, Lin Chuan controlled his body to levitate again. Only this time it was just off the ground. Sun Wuhan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but he generally understood that he had to learn how to use qi before he could do various things, such as fly. After landing again, Lin Chuan looked at Sun Wuhan with a smile. Uncle Lin Chuan, please teach me. Sun Wufan, who was full of courtesy, really felt like a child who could be taught. He has said so, do you still need to hesitate? Immediately, Lin Chuan took him to sit cross-legged on the grass and guided him to guide his qi first to feel the existence of qi. This method, simply put, relies on your own understanding. Regarding the cultivation of qi, Lin Chuan spent 2 or 3 years before reaching a certain level. Simply speaking, it took Lin Chuan several days to guide the qi in his body to make himself feel the existence of qi. Even with the help of the Saiyans' inherited memories, they are naturally equipped with energy-based attacks, but without the qi training method, it is still very difficult to guide them. To put it simply, when he was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, he learned to run before he could walk. When you come back and want to walk well, you will find that you can't walk well at all. Only by practicing over time and accumulating bit by bit in the process can you truly and completely control your own power. Vegeta in the original book discovered this, and then relied on the battle with Son Goku to gain insights in this area after recovering from serious injuries, and was able to quickly master a series of uses of qi. At that time, in fact, he had only initially learned to sense qi and control his own qi. Later, when he arrived on Earth, Vegeta's true transformation began. Vegeta is a genius, there is no doubt about this. But the reason why his strength has improved so quickly and he has cultivated qi to a certain level is because he has enough strength, so the basic aspects of cultivating qi will be very easy. Just like when Lin Chuan's strength reached thousands or even 10,000 points, the basic use and cultivation of qi became extremely simple. Remember, guiding your own qi does not mean asking you to exert force, nor does it force your body to exert force. It needs to be felt with the heart and guided with the heart. After standing up, Lin Chuan did not forget to say something to Sun Wufan. Then he stopped disturbing him and walked away alone. Sun Wufan's cultivation problem was temporarily solved, and Lin Chuan also needed to think about other things. He would not have thought that just because he changed Sun Wuhan's cultivation method and taught Sun Wuhan how to sense and guide the qi in his body, Sun Wuhan would have the current era in a short period of time in the future. Z warrior level power. The potential within Sun Wuhan's body is unlimited. With a little guidance, the potential will explode, and his combat power will also increase dramatically. Of course, these are all things for later. For him, he still needs some time to seriously consolidate his own strength. Even if the combat power given by the system is as if it was obtained through self-cultivation. Arriving alone in another open space, Lin Chuan slowly sat down, holding his hands on his chest, his eyes shining. When he was doing warm-up exercises just now, he noticed something strange. That is, as his strength increases and his combat power increases, his body seems to be conveying a feeling of dissatisfaction to him. The feeling of being able to burst out with great power, as if he could increase his strength dramatically with just a little training. As my combat power increases by 1 every second, my potential is also increasing, so my body is telling me instinctively. Lin Chuan thought. This can be verified in the next period of time. Closing his eyes, Lin Chuan entered the world of meditation. This cultivation method can be said to have been learned from Piccolo and Klin in the original work. There were no opponents before, and there were no good training methods. Meditation and simulating opponents to fight in the subconscious world were one of Lin Chuan's few methods. Time flies by like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed by. A certain wilderness area in the ecological garden of the Universal Capsule private residential estate. 2 figures, one large and one small, are practicing basic combat here. If it's not Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan, then who is it? In the past few days, Sun Wuhan was like a follower, practicing with Lin Chuan and embarking on the path of a practitioner becoming stronger. You said, didn't you teach Sun Wufan to sense qi, guide qi, and cultivate qi? Indeed. Originally, Lin Chuan thought that simply sensing qi and guiding qi would require Sun Wufan to practice for a long time. After all, this required him to understand the secret. What's more, Sun Wuhan has never been exposed to this aspect of cultivation. However, what he didn't expect was that it only took Sun Wuhan less than a day to sense the qi, and to guide the qi out in one breath. Although it only succeeded once, it still shocked Lin Chuan. I thought it was a coincidence, but what I didn't expect was that the next day, Sun Wuhan could release his energy easily and with ease. Under this situation, Lin Chuan had the urge to curse. It's so FG annoying. I think he still understood the plot of the original work and determined the approximate training methods to try. It took him several days to succeed and nearly 10 days to become fully proficient. Although he was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, smaller than Sun Wuhan now, this cannot be used as an excuse to be inferior to others. This talent, this bone, is really incredible. Especially after being guided by qi, Lin Chuan could clearly feel that Sun Wuhan's superficial strength had improved. The system also showed that his combat power value reached 100 points. You can see how much other people's combat power is through system capabilities. This is a hidden function that Lin Chuan discovered after trying it out on a whim after groping for a long time. As long as he stares at the target seriously, he can see the combat power index held by the target. Not only did Sun Wuhan's combat power improve, but his young body also became extra tough with the blessing of his own strength. In 2 days, he completed all the training steps assigned to him by Lin Chuan. Even on the 3rd day, Sun Wufan himself showed some tricks and was able to concentrate energy bombs on his own. That's right, the protagonist module is activated. Outrageous? Really outrageous? However, his potential is number 1 in the original work. After 3 days of accumulation, on the 4th day, Lin Chuan also had to seriously teach Sun Wu the method of practicing Wukong. In fact, the practice of Wukong is simpler than guiding qi, sensing qi, and controlling qi. Because as long as you can guide your qi out, it proves that you can initially control your own qi. With this, how difficult is it to use qi to lift up your body and fly into the sky? Sun Wuhan's terrifying talent was once again made known to Lin Chuan, and he was taught that there was really no need to waste any more words. He just casually taught Wukong technique, and once he learned it casually, he could already perform operations such as levitation and emptying on his own. Although flying is still relatively difficult, as long as you become more proficient in controlling the air, as long as the air becomes bigger and stronger, flying will be a breeze. On the 5th day, as always, Sun Wuhan shocked Lin Chuan again. First of all, I have completely mastered the art of Wukong and can fly freely in the sky. Secondly, Sun Wuhan took the initiative to tell him that it seemed that because he had mastered the Wukong technique, when he was practicing qi sensing qi, he always felt like he couldn't help but lose control of the power in his body. This aroused Lin Chuan's curiosity, until he saw Sun Wuhan's spontaneous outburst of anger. Lin Chuan was confused. At the age of 4, he only practiced for less than 5 days, and his combat power unknowingly exceeded 500 points. What's especially important is that this is something Sun Wuhan can control himself. It seems that the qi cultivation taught by Lin Chuan indirectly opened a little of the big lock that trapped Sun Wuhan's potential, thus allowing his strength to increase rapidly. Such results have been achieved in such a short period of time. Compared with Sun Wufan's year of outdoor survival training in the original work, it is more effective. It is conceivable that it will break 500 points in less than 5 days. It is no exaggeration to say that in a few days, it will be no problem to break 1000 points. After understanding Sun Wufan's current situation, Lin Chuan began to stop perfunctory and let him go. Especially on this day, because of what Bulma told Shishi. Shishi found this place and something happened. Lin Chuan saw a different Sun Wufan and understood Sun Wufan's desire to become stronger. He longs to become stronger to protect everything he wants to protect. A child's lofty dream. Because he chose to be independent, Sun Wufan rejected his mother for the first time in his life. He didn't want to grow up in a greenhouse, so he used a tough attitude to make Shishi make concessions and changes, and then proactively approached Lin Chuan to make a request. So, starting from the 6th day, Lin Chuan taught Sun Wufan basic training, and then spent 2 hours a day sparring with him to hone his fighting skills. Not to mention other things, Sun Wufan did respect him enough and regarded him as a mentor and an elder in his family. He obeyed his advice and never complained. Such a mind cannot be separated from Shishi's teachings, so Shishi is also successful. Ha! As the afterglow of the setting sun faded away the last blush of the sunset, Sun Wufan jumped up after giving out his last shout, and punched hard with his last punch. Naturally, Lin Chuan firmly caught it in his hands and easily resolved it, and allowed him to stand firmly on the ground. The power is pretty good, and it's better than yesterday, but there are still too many redundant movements. It should be noted that in battle, any fancy tricks are useless. Facing Sun Wuhan, Lin Chuan said to him, "Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan." Although Sun Wufan was very tired and breathing heavily, he still responded obediently as soon as possible. Lin Chuan was very satisfied with this. In fact, if he hadn't been a time traveler, or if he hadn't known what the future would be like, accepting a child like Sun Wuhan as his apprentice would have been the absolutely right choice. After having enough rest, Lin Chuan did not delay and said to Sun Wuhan, "Today's practice is over, we should go back." After saying that, Lin Chuan directly used the Wukong technique to fly up and headed towards the big round house of Bulma's family. Sun Wufan has long been proficient in Wukong Jitsu. Although his speed has not yet reached the standard, he can still reach speeds of tens to hundreds of meters per second. Don't think that this speed is very fast, you must know that after several days of continuous training, Sun Wuhan's combat power is already comparable to that of the year in which he practiced hard with Piccolo in the original work. Combat power 950 points? This number completely surpassed Radith's father, Son Goku, who exploded with all his strength when he first arrived on Earth. And if energy attacks are used, Sun Wuhan's maximum combat power can reach 1,200 points? This was tested by Lin Chuan himself, but after using this energy burst, his strength would be quickly depleted, and his combat power would quickly drop to less than 600 or 700 points. Going back to the flying speed, according to this combat power, the flying speed can completely exceed the speed of sound, or even several times the speed of sound. If you can't do it, you can only say that you haven't practiced enough. Back to the big round house. Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan immediately took a hot bath with Shishi's help. Of course, Lin Chuan did not ask her to do this, and even declined many times. Just because Sun Wufan lives here and practices with Lin Chuan, Shishi, in order to take good care of Sun Wufan and hope that Lin Chuan can teach him everything, will help put the hot water and tidy up every time. Good clothing. It should be said that that guy Son Goku is really a lucky person. It is said that Shishi is mean, harsh, doesn't even understand anything, and only thinks about herself. In fact, she really does her best to take care of people. Although she would say some uncomfortable words from time to time, her heart was good. After taking a bath, Lin Chuan put on clean and loose clothes and walked out of the room. At this time, the tempting aroma has come from the restaurant. It was also prepared in advance every day after Shishi arrived. It can be said that she brought all the pots and pans at home and prepared to fight a protracted war at Bulma's house. For her son to eat well, wear well, and live well, as a mother, she was worried about it. Of course, Sun Wufan was indeed worthy of her efforts. While she supported her son, Sun Wufan never let her down. "I practice every day during the day, read and study during my free time, and do homework at night. This kid is simply a monster." Lin Chuan couldn't say anything in person. He could only remind Sun Wufan when he was communicating alone, pay attention to rest, and don't overexert your physical strength and mental energy at the same time. As a result, Sun Wufan said to him, "I'm not tired at all." From then on, Lin Chuan vowed never to say anything like this to him again. They are actually smarter than he thinks and know how to make reasonable arrangements, so there is no need for him to worry. After dinner, because Sun Wufan had to study, Lin Chuan also ushered in the most relaxing moment of his day. Every day during the day, he would perform visible exercises and also provide guidance to Sun Wufan. Every night, he would meditate to a certain extent. Naturally, before meditating, it was the most comfortable moment, the so-called balance of work and rest. "I have been here for 10 days and nothing has changed every day." As his strength increased, his weight also soared, and his figure became more and more muscular. This is closely related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, especially food. In more than 20 years of life on the Doomsday Planet, even if I didn't starve myself, what did I eat? It was just what I needed to maintain my life. No matter how full you eat, it only provides basic nutrition so that you are not thin, but you are not burly either. Opening the system panel, Lin Chuan looked at the properties on the properties panel with a smile. Host, Lin Chuan. Age 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 981,780 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. The distance to 1 million combat power is getting closer and closer. In more than 9 and nearly 10 days, Lin Chuan's combat power increased by 800,000 points with the help of the system. You said, including the initial 110,000 combat power, doesn't it only have 910,000 combat power points? Of course, this has something to do with Lin Chuan's self-cultivation. While the system was increasing combat power, Lin Chuan was also practicing. Even though the improvement was not as dramatic as the system's increase, it was still very good. It should be said that after arriving on Earth, Lin Chuan's thoughts and past life memories began to flow wildly, which made him think of many new ideas. It should be noted that increasing the combat power by tens of thousands in less than 10 days is actually quite impressive. Tonight is when he breaks through 1 million combat power. In more than 3 hours, even if I don't do anything, my combat power will exceed 1 million. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Chuan looked at the universe and the sea of stars. The weather is very good today, the night sky is exceptionally bright, and the stars are extremely dazzling. And the moon, it's not even a full moon. However, it seems that the full moon is approaching. I remember that Sun Wufan in the original book saw the full moon while being trained by Piccolo, so he turned into a gorilla. Later, in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, Piccolo blew up the moon in one go. This point, until later when Vegeta invaded the Earth, King Kai secretly gave Piccolo a thumbs up. After admiring it for a long time, Lin Chuan walked back to the sofa nearby. Meditation training begins. In his meditative world, he constructed warriors from his memory to spar with him. Among them, there are not only boss opponents from the Dragon Ball world, but also characters from other worlds. Although this kind of mental training method is different from actual combat in the real world, the effect is still very good. In order to improve combat experience, in order to prepare yourself for various possibilities. And Lin Chuan could clearly feel that his strength had improved to a certain extent after each meditation. The Z warriors were all geniuses, and Klin and Piccolo in the early days were both great people. These training methods were just not valued in the future. Lin Chuan found it very useful. Time passed by bit. Just after Lin Chuan meditated and defeated several enemies. Outside, a tall maid with a mature aura walked up to the rooftop and came to him. Lin Chuan, who had just finished the meditation battle, sensed someone approaching and suddenly opened his eyes, just in time to look at the maid in front of him. Lin Chuan looked at the maid up and down. He had seen this woman before and she was pretty, but he had never been in contact with her, let alone spoken to her. Hello, Mr. Lin Chuan, Miss Bulma asked me to inform you that I hope you can come to the research room. They said that the research has made preliminary progress and needs your help. After the maid informed her of her intention, after Lin Chuan nodded, he retreated. Unexpectedly, research has made breakthrough progress in such a short period of time. Moreover, we still need his help? It was the universe spaceship that had some clues, but what was missing that he needed to find? Or is it that the gravity training room has achieved certain results? I wonder what breakthrough Bulma has made. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan decided to go and have a look first. After all, it's useless to think so much. As long as you see it with your own eyes, the truth will become clear. Leaving the rooftop on the second floor, Lin Chuan jumped up and flew towards the distance. Bulma's aura is in the research room to the south, and it is certain that Breve is also there. After a few days, Lin Chuan occasionally took a look. Looking from the air, he could see that special metal shelves were being built beside the building of the huge research institute, which seemed to be for the purpose of manufacturing something. Prepare. Falling from the sky, Lin Chuan landed outside the research institute, carefully examining the 20-meter-high metal steel frame. If nothing else, this should be set up to build a universe ship, right? Otherwise, Lin Chuan would never have imagined that such a huge thing would need such a large metal frame to support it. Bulma will build a large spaceship if she doesn't build it yet. Once built, she will build it. For boring universe voyages, the larger the universe ship, the more it can soothe the mood through activities between areas, and there are more things that can be done. Unlike a small universe ship, it can only stay in a fixed place, and even stretching its body is difficult to do. For example, Frisia's Legion's one-man universe ship can only spend a long time sitting in the cabin and sleeping. Lin Chuan is looking forward to what the universe ship will look like after it is actually built. Turning around, Lin Chuan entered the research institute. Because he had been here several times and was familiar with the road, the guard robot did not stop Lin Chuan after confirming his identity. Go inside. It is an extremely huge internal space. At a glance, countless mechanical equipment are in operation, which is particularly shocking. Just like a super high-tech factory, many machines are also operated by artificial intelligence robots. Looking towards the corner of the research institute, Lin Chuan saw Bulma working seriously. She was controlling a computer, assisted by Breve, who was holding a tablet in her hand and seemed to be checking the data. As Bulma entered information into the computer, the large square metal block at the front made a roaring sound. Countless circuits, combined with the transmission of information and the delivery of sufficient energy, completely activated this huge block of unknown origin. Strolling over to Bulma and Breve, Lin Chuan did not interrupt them, but relied on his knowledge to guess what they were doing. There is no doubt that the huge metal cube in front of you is the research result of Bulma and Breve. They want him to help. I'm afraid it has something to do with this. Otherwise, Lin Chuan couldn't think of anything else, and he didn't see anything new here. Could this be? As soon as I thought about it, I looked carefully and saw that there was a metal door opened directly in front of the big metal block. The internal space was empty, and I could see what it looked like inside. Gravity training room? There is no other possibility other than this explanation. Otherwise, what's the point of building such a metal room? Why didn't you say anything when you came? After completing the last important step, Bulma reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned her attention to Lin Chuan and stood up, said something. It's not that she's slow, it's that she was focused on research and didn't expect Lin Chuan to arrive so quickly, nor was she distracted. Brief also relaxed, put down the tablet in his hand and lit a cigarette for himself. Fortunately, the last step didn't fail, otherwise your trip would have been in vain. However, you still have to test it, to determine whether it was successful. After saying that, Brive took a hard puff to relax his tense nerves. Those who engage in scientific research need something to keep their spirits up at critical moments. Cigarettes are the most effective one, not only refreshing but also relaxing. In the original work, Bulma also became addicted to smoking because of scientific research. Later, I quit smoking twice, once when I was pregnant with Trunks, but I didn't quit completely this time. It was only after I became pregnant with Bra that I quit smoking completely. Of course, it is unknown whether it was successful because of Weiss's help at that time. In the Super Era, as far as the relationship between Bulma and Angel Weiss is concerned, such a trivial matter as quitting smoking should not be a big deal to Angel, who is almost omnipotent. His eyes followed Bulma's movements, and when he saw Bulma also picking up the pack of ladies' cigarettes on the table, Lin Chuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Bulma at this time would already be smoking. Looking at the ashtray full of cigarette butts on the table, Lin Chuan was sure that Bulma's addiction to smoking was already quite high. Not to say it's annoying, but this thing is really not a good thing for Bulma. Although it can play a role in refreshing and relaxing the body and mind, if you are too addicted to smoking, it will do more harm. Lin Chuan instinctively grabbed the pack of cigarettes and then crushed it into a ball, causing Bulma to glare. After finally completing the final steps, I was just about to smoke a cigarette to relieve my nervousness. What's going on? It doesn't suit you for a beautiful woman like you to smoke like a chain smoker. It's better to touch less of this stuff in the future. There are many ways to refresh yourself and relax. Smoking is the most undesirable. You are so smart, you should understand this. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chuan directly threw the crumpled female cigarette into the trash can. After hearing these words and seeing this kind of operation, Bulma almost lost her temper. You are not my boyfriend, why do you care so much? The expression on his face was just short of 4 words, none of your business. Just as he was about to get angry, Briff stood in the middle and said something, thus extinguishing Bulma's anger. It probably means that as his daughter, Bulma is top-notch in both mind and appearance. But for such a grown-up person, if you don't learn from the good ones, you will learn from the bad ones, and you will have more and more bad habits. Finally, he said something heart-wrenching. What it probably means is that Bulma has not achieved much except wasting her youth on Yamcha for so many years. Instead, she has quit smoking and drinking to relieve her sorrow. As a result, her sorrow has not disappeared, and her addiction has become more and more serious. In the past, Breve would have turned a blind eye to Bulma and ignored her. After all, his daughter is older and he doesn't need to worry too much. Now that Lin Chuan has arrived, it can be said that a lot has changed, so Breve decided to help his daughter make some changes. If Yamcha is gone, it's gone. The past will always pass, and the new future will always come. Lin Chuan is obviously better. He also felt that his daughter should be interested in Lin Chuan, otherwise she would not be able to take her in and live at home without looking up. The key is that my daughter agreed to help repair and build the universe ship, and by the way, she also took over the construction of the gravity training room. Even though he knew that his daughter aspired to achieve higher achievements in the field of scientific research, for this reason, his daughter obviously wanted to help Lin Chuan. Bulma would not know that her father had completely misunderstood her. Although she is very satisfied with Lin Chuan's appearance and body shape, and Lin Chuan's strength is also extremely powerful, she is not the kind of woman who will change her mind casually. Especially since the last relationship ended so hastily, and neither she nor Yamcha fully talked about it. No matter how satisfied she was with Lin Chuan, she would not take the initiative to get involved. The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Breve knew that he had inadvertently touched Bulma's sore spot, so he simply hid aside and stopped talking. In the end, Lin Chuan took the initiative to change the topic. After understanding that this was the gravity training room created by Bulma, he spoke. So, this is the gravity training room you created. Of course, why else would I ask you to come here? It is for your needs that my father and I will spend some free time to conduct research in this area after studying the universe spacecraft every day. Bulma crossed his arms on his chest next, he said with a proud look on his face. The eyes that looked straight at Lin Chuan seemed to say, praise me quickly. Her mentality changed very quickly. Perhaps as time went by, Bulma also took the initiative to let go of the knots in her past. Of course, that's what it looks like on the outside, but Lin Chuan can't tell what's going on inside. Brive was visibly relieved when he saw this. He was really afraid of Bulma yelling at him. He knew exactly what his daughter's temper was. Anyway, his father can't be restrained. He also talked to his wife more than once, saying that if Bulma's temper was gentler, they would have had a grandchild long ago. Are there many people pursuing Bulma? That's for sure. You can even walk around Zadu. But it was because of Yamcha that Bulma was delayed until now. The more the Bulivs looked at Lin Chuan, the more pleasing they became. Because with Lin Chuan's arrival, at least they no longer had Yamcha's entanglement. Not only could their daughter be in contact with other men, but in the past 10 days, Bulma no longer opened her mouth or shut her mouth. How about it? On the contrary, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to research, and the most mentioned name was Lin Chuan. Your intelligence really exceeded my expectations. In just a few days, you not only succeeded in researching it, but also created an entity. I just don't know how effective the gravity training room you built is. In other words, how many times the gravity of the Earth can it reach? Lin Chuan asked. After hearing the compliment, Bulma's arrogant demeanor became more obvious, but Lin Chuan asked the most important point again, so she quickly straightened her expression. After all, business is business, so he immediately answered, at present, we have only made some preliminary breakthroughs in gravity research, and the materials are limited, so you still need to test the 1.0 beta version of this gravity training room to confirm how many times the gravity of the Earth can be achieved. After the words fell, Lin Chuan roughly understood what Bulma meant. Emotions are just a test product, and the multiples that can be achieved should not be very high. I see, that's why you asked me to come over to help at this time? In that case, let me go in and test it myself. Lin Chuan nodded and walked towards the door of the gravity room without hesitation. Seeing Lin Chuan being so direct, Bulma and Breve didn't hesitate. After some introduction and explanation, Lin Chuan roughly understood the internal structure and operation methods. Then, the door to the gravity training room was closed. Lin Chuan, you have to remember that if there is an accident, you must tell me as soon as possible. I will directly interrupt the energy transmission outside. In addition, because the internal space is completely isolated from the external space, there is still a problem in the supply of oxygen, and you may have difficulty breathing. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, the last time you made a wish, you got the ability to survive in any harsh environment, especially the vacuum universe. Although I don't know how powerful this ability is, it can survive in the universe space. Then a mere anaerobic environment should not be a big problem for you in a short period of time. As Bulma's voice came and surrounded the small space, Lin Chuan raised his head and looked at the speaker in the corner. Don't worry, although the abilities given by the Earth's Shenlong are not so heaven-defying, and they can only survive in some not outrageous environments, the Shenlong has indeed made it possible for me to survive in the universe, so the lack of oxygen will not cause me any harm. Influence. Lin Chuan replied. After that, he stepped in front of the center console. Without saying anything, he directly pressed the switch button. Buzz buzz. With the activation of gravity, even the initial 2 times the Earth's gravity makes the originally white and bright space around it darken. If the pressure is too strong and the gravity doubles, the environment will naturally be different from before. Lin Chuan could also clearly feel that his body had become much heavier. Not only that, the pressure on his body had increased several times. We're starting to add more force now. Take notes, Bulma. Lin Chuan glanced at the camera and pressed the gravity plus button with his hand. Click once to double the gravity. From 2 times to 5 times, from 5 times to 10 times, and then more than 10 times. It has to be said that although more than 20 years have passed, Lin Chuan still remembers the feeling that Planet Vegeta with 10 times the gravity level gave him. Later, the gravity of Planet V3114 dropped significantly, so he could adapt so quickly. However, although Planet V3114 is not as strong as Planet Vegeta, its gravity is about 2 or 3 times that of Earth. Sure enough, for me, a force of 10 or 20 times gravity will not have much effect. There will indeed be pressure, but this pressure will be absorbed quickly, and then you will feel nothing at all. Of course, the results will be better if you practice in this stressful environment for a long time than practicing under the gravity of the Earth. With just such a small amount of gravity, the increase for Lin Chuan will not be much. After all, the strength is here, with nearly 1,000,000 combat power, even in an environment with 100 times gravity, Lin Chuan is sure to adapt quickly. At the very least, it would have to be 100 times the gravity to allow him to improve his strength faster in daily training. I remember the information in the original book. In the battle with Vegeta, Son Goku, who regained his strength after being seriously injured, should have increased his combat power to 20,000 to 30,000 points. On the way to planet Namek, he used gravity training to force his body to become stronger, and then used sunbeams to heal his body and continued to practice again, thereby eliminating several bugs that caused Saiyans to recover from serious injuries and greatly increase their strength. In 6 days, he not only adapted to 100 times gravity, but his combat power also increased to 90,000 points. In other words, if the combat power reaches about 100,000 points, it can adapt to 100 times gravity. It can be done with 100,000 combat power, so it is naturally trivial to have 1,000,000 combat power to adapt to 100 times gravity. Then according to Vegeta's millions of combat power points in the subsequent plot, he will practice in 300 times the gravity of the Earth. The situation at that time was still fresh in Lin Chuan's memory, which showed that 1,000,000 points of combat power could be practiced under at least 200 to 300 times the Earth's gravity, and the effect would not be bad. More than 20 times, can it continue to rise? All data and equipment are operating normally. Strange, according to my original calculations, the current beta version of the gravity training room 1.0 should be able to exert at most about 20 times the Earth's gravity. Bulma frowned as she watched the surveillance video showing that Lin Chuan had increased the gravity to 25 times, and doubled it every 10 seconds. Judging from the current situation, we have all misjudged the limits that the equipment can reach. The processor, operation volume, and equipment power have only reached about 65% of full load, and then calculated based on the amount of reserved energy, the gravity multiplier can be even higher. Brief's tablet contains all the data of the gravity equipment. Based on his experience, he directly confirmed that the limit of gravity is not 20 times, nor 30 times, but most likely 40 times. I hope there will be no accidents, Bulma said. They all underestimated this 1.0 beta version of the gravity chamber, which was pieced together with simple materials. Until the gravity exceeds 30 times, the fanaticism in their eyes becomes more obvious. Especially Brief, he is constantly thinking and using existing data to make bold conjectures. On the side, Bulma started to worry about Lin Chuan after being excited. It should be noted that gravity pressure and weight-bearing pressure are completely different. No matter how unimaginable weight-bearing training a martial artist performs, it is only weight-bearing, the weight of external pressure. Gravity is different. It is exerted directly in all directions, and every cell in the body will bear the pressure. For example, Lin Chuan currently weighs 85 kilograms, but under 30 times gravity, his body will feel more than 2,550 kilograms. This is only the surface pressure, the inside is even more terrifying. Even if the body's muscles and bones can bear it, what about the internal organs and tendons? Of course, Bulma wouldn't know that once the strength reaches a certain level, the body will continue to transform and become stronger. The internal organs will also be strengthened like the body under the baptism of energy. Surprisingly, there is no reaction at all. The gravity has exceeded 30 times, can we continue to increase it? I originally wanted to stop Lin Chuan from continuing to operate, but through the surveillance camera I saw Lin Chuan and Bulma who were calm and composed. The corners of his mouth twitched. She was worried for nothing. His strength once again exceeded her imagination. It's only more than 30 times the gravity, and it can't have any impact on me. There may be things I haven't told you so you don't know. To put it simply, with my current strength, it is not a problem to adapt to 100 times gravity in a short period of time. Only if the force of gravity is hundreds of times higher can I take it seriously. To be honest, although it is a bit exaggerated and overconfident, Lin Chuan can indeed do it. Yusians are all freaks. Bulma couldn't help but rolled her eyes and complained after hearing this. What's that word? He can easily adapt to 100 times gravity, but only a few hundred times gravity can make him take it seriously. You know, even if it is only a few times the gravity of the Earth, if an ordinary person were to stand in it, he would be pressed to the point of being unable to move in a short period of 10 seconds, and his body functions would quickly collapse. If she entered it, she would be in an environment with 2 or 3 times the gravity at most, and she would soon feel uncomfortable. Time passes minute by minute. When Lin Chuan adjusted the gravity to a point of 50 times, something abnormal appeared in the gravity training room. After a short period of more than 10 seconds, an alarm appeared, and the gravity began to decline rapidly, and finally returned to the level of Earth's gravity. 50 times the limit. After reaching this number, it can no longer rise, and the maintenance time is too short, which is obviously overloaded. Equivalent to 49 times, it can be maintained for a while, but after reaching a certain limit, the line equipment will be burned due to overpower operation and stop operating. Of course, even if it is broken, the gravity training room can still be considered a success. It should be noted that this was independently researched by the people on Earth with the help of their own scientific research strength. With a 50 times gravity training room, will 100 times be far behind? 1,000 times sooner or later? Although he only felt the effect of gravity for a short time, Lin Chuan has clearly felt the benefits that gravity cultivation will bring to him. Indeed, even practicing under 50 times gravity can only give him a slight sense of heaviness. But as long as the multiplier is increased to 100 times, it can at least be regarded as the best way to practice at the moment. That's it for today. Tomorrow all the materials I ordered will be delivered one after another. I believe that within a few days, we can create a gravity training room that can maintain 100 times the Earth's gravity for a long time. After finishing the day's research and saving all the data, Bulma spoke. If possible, it is best to expand the internal space, otherwise it will be too small and cannot be used. There is also the problem of internal oxygen supply. If it is not solved, the gravity training room can only be used by myself. Lin Chuan suggested. The 1.0 beta version is too small, just a small house with an internal space of 5 meters long and wide and less than 2 or 3 meters high. There are many other minor issues as well, but Lin Chuan believes that Bulma can be solved. Hearing this, Bulma nodded, her mind spinning rapidly. On the side, Brief had a flash of inspiration, thought of something, and said, it is possible to use the internal structure of the universe ship in the gravity training room. Or, we can simply build a ship that can control the internal structure. A large universe ship with gravity, wouldn't that be enough? Suddenly, not only Bulma showed surprise, but also Lin Chuan became excited. Brave is indeed brave. The original work is that Son Goku asked for a device to control gravity in the universe ship. Now he can think of it without Son Goku's reminder. Dad, you are really a genius? Starting from tomorrow, while building the universe ship, we will find a way to install gravity equipment on the universe ship. The outer shape modeling and internal structure of the universe ship have been clearly drawn. When the time comes, the construction of the fuselage and internal polishing will be left to you, Dad. The main engine thrusters, as well as the gravity equipment and oxygen production equipment, I can do it alone. Bulma's arrangement was concise and clear. The father and daughter reached a consensus and walked out of the research institute while speaking words that only they could understand. Lin Chuan became the heir at this time, because he really didn't understand anything. Returned to the big round house where I lived. Just when Lin Chuan was thinking a lot, thinking that after the universe ship was built, he could go to the planet Namek, suddenly something strange came from his body, which stunned Lin Chuan. Host, Lin Chuan. Age 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 1,025 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. Looking at his own combat attributes, Lin Chuan could not suppress the excitement on his face. This is the realm of strength that exceeds 1,000,000 level combat power. Compared with the previous strength and now, even if the difference is only 10,000 combat power, it is as huge as a chasm and abyss at this time. For a moment, Lin Chuan couldn't hold back because of the feeling of sudden increase in strength coming from his body, and he used Wukong technique to fly straight into the sky, break through the atmosphere and leave the Earth. And, heading straight towards the moon. Lin Chuan's speed has already reached hundreds of times the speed of sound. Under rapid speed, 100 km per second is no problem. When traveling in the universe, even if there were meteorites blocking the way, Lin Chuan would directly smash them to pieces with powerful means. There is quite a feeling of destroying all obstacles. However, in just half an hour, Lin Chuan crossed the distance between the moon and the Earth and arrived on the moon. Such a speed is so terrifying that even with the naked eye, it is difficult to catch up, let alone with the naked eye. Although the distance between the moon and the Earth in the Dragon Ball world is not as far as the 384,403.9 kilometers in his previous world, it is still 200,000 kilometers away, standing on the bumpy surface of the moon. Frankly, it's incredible. Never thought that one day I would be able to stand on the moon like this. Before, he had thought that this moon was also troubled. It had been shattered by the turtle immortal in the past, and was finally repaired by the gods. A few years later, it was completely shattered by Piccolo. Speaking of which, Lin Chuan had always been curious about why the moon in the Dragon Ball world had almost zero impact on the Earth after it disappeared. After all, as the only satellite of the Earth, the moon's gravitational influence on the Earth's tides cannot be ignored. Even if this world is the Dragon Ball world, I believe it will be the same. If the moon disappeared, the Earth's tidal phenomena would definitely change significantly. Otherwise, God will not use his authority to repair the moon later. It is conceivable that natural disasters are inevitable. Without the traction of the moon, the Earth's crustal movement will also change, and the entire ecological balance will be broken. Equivalent to destroying the moon is the same as destroying the world, except that it does not directly destroy it, but turns on the chronic self-destruction switch. No matter what, the moon in the Dragon Ball world has no impact on the Earth. Lin Chuan would rather believe that it is because of the existence of the god Piccolo, which ensures that the Earth is not affected too much. The reason why the god Piccolo stopped trying to repair the existence of the moon later was probably because he knew that the key to Saiyan transformation was the moon. Forget it, why are you thinking so much? To me, it doesn't matter what it is. Coming here, I can have a good explosion. Use your full strength for the first time in a long time, Lin Chuan said to himself. Because of the ability given by Shenlong, Lin Chuan can speak naturally here. I came to the moon to explode everything in one breath, to truly feel how powerful I am now. After all, since entering the Earth activation system, the strength has been increasing every moment. Even though it can be clearly felt, it has never been truly released. Now that the combat power has reached 1,000,000 points, this kind of strength difference that spans a huge realm makes him want to know how strong his current strength is. Although it is not as good as Frieza after his transformation, but with more than 1,000,000 points, he has really entered a new field. Lin Chuan could finally imagine why Frieza in the original work said that as soon as he transformed, Warrior Z would face an absolutely terrifying version of himself. Combat power of hundreds of thousands and combat power of more than 1,000,000 points cannot be compared on the same plane at all. Looking at the Earth blooming with azure light, I finally concentrated all my energy. Drink. A muffled shout came from Lin Chuan's mouth. In an instant, an invisible coercion expanded rapidly, covering the entire moon in a short period of time. The energy continued to sublimate and surge. The simple coercive momentum caused the moon to tremble, and even caused countless meteorite fragments and moon rocks to move around it. The closer ones were directly levitated away from the lunar surface due to pressure, and then most of them exploded into powder and ash. Those farther away are constantly circling the rhythm of the aura, constantly colliding with each other in the space. Lin Chuan naturally didn't care about this. He kept his legs firmly planted and continued to guide the energy in his body and spread it throughout his body. Then, a snow-white halo emitted from the surface of the body. 1% strength, 30% strength, 70% strength. In the end, it reached 99%. Heya! The deep shout was like venting. The next second, the aura exploded and turned into a cyclone covering the whole body, burning like snow-white flames, which was particularly conspicuous. At the same time, because the energy burst had completely stabilized, the moon also stopped shaking, and the rock fragments suspended in the air fell down. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The body slowly levitated, leaving the lunar surface, and turned to find the nearest and extremely huge meteorite. Boom, was heard in space. This is not the transmission of sound, but the agitation caused by spatial fluctuations. A punch out of thin air, 100 meters away. The invisible air fist was like a shock wave, hitting the meteorite several thousand meters in diameter. Pound. In just an instant, due to the bombardment of terrifying power, the meteorite instantly turned into fragments and scattered in all directions. Just like this, it is still impossible to clearly define the current level of strength. For Lin Chuan, the most important thing is the lack of opponents. Without an opponent, even if you know you are strong, you still don't know what level you have reached. It can be said that Lin Chuan now feels extremely eager to fight. He hopes that the plot will develop quickly so that he can face Frisia one day earlier. After all, in this era, Frisia is his first goal, and one that he must surpass in the short term. In the end, I have to use the clone as my opponent, Lin Chuan said to himself, using his methods. Clone? This is naturally a skill developed on Planet V3114. I also learned it from the Z Warrior in the original work. It's just that for the Z Warriors, it's a four-body boxing, but for Lin Chuan, it's just a clone technique. In comparison, it shouldn't be much different from Piccolo's demon clone. Over the years, this has been Lin Chuan's only way to relieve his boredom and loneliness. Likewise, this is one of the ways to provide your own combat experience. Casting the clone technique. In just a moment, a figure separated from Lin Chuan's body. Regardless of appearance, clothing, or strength, they are almost exactly the same. Not bad. As my strength increases, just a clone will not weaken my power much. And as a clone, you also have the strength to burst into 1,000,000 points of combat power in a short period of time. After evaluating the clone, Lin Chuan carefully felt the loss of power. It can be ignored. In the past, when his combat power was only 15,000 points, after he used the clone technique, his own strength would drop by about 20%, and he could only create 4 clones at most. Looking at it now, if he now splits into 4 clones, even if his own strength will decline, it will not drop as much as before. Isn't this natural? The clone technique is not an equal distribution, not to mention you haven't allocated much power to me. If I fight with all my strength with the power I currently have, it can only last for a minute or two at most. The clone Lin Chuan said. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled. It should be said that while the strength has improved, the control of skills has also reached a more subtle level. This invisible improvement is really exciting. Let's test the strength first. Here I come. The main body. With a loud shout, the clone Lin Chuan took action directly. Indeed, there is no need to continue to lament, because they are the same person. Seeing the clone coming, Lin Chuan's lips curved into a smile. What is needed is a short-term burst and an all-out battle. Lin Chuan luckily punched, and in an instant, he collided with the clone's fist. A jolt of pound. The next second, a fierce battle is about to break out. An all-out battle involving millions of troops takes place in the universe. You can imagine how intense it is. The two figures kept flying, flashing, fighting, and colliding in the universe space. The speed is so fast that it cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. The power is so powerful that just a simple swing of his fists and feet can shatter the surrounding meteorites. If such power were unleashed on the Earth, it would at least subvert everything within 1,000 miles. During the battle, he became familiar with his own strength and accepted the pressure brought by his avatar in the most positive way. This makes his strength more refined and his understanding of combat better. The self is constantly transforming, becoming stronger with the help of the clone. When the battle is over, the clone returns to the body and can bring more insights to itself. Pound. Bang. Boom. Bang. There are continuous explosions in the universe. In addition to close combat, there are also energy attacks. After the battle lasted for more than a minute, the clone clearly felt the loss of energy, and finally opened his hands wide. One final blow. Energy volatilizes, and chi continuously gathers and concentrates. Gather all the remaining power together and launch the final killing move. Thunder Crush Cannon. The blue and gold shock cannons shot out directly, bringing with it the power of thunder, like an extremely huge thunder dragon, roaring with its teeth and claws. It was so powerful that it shattered countless stars along the way. If this blow hits the Earth, it will undoubtedly destroy everything. Facing the ultimate move released by the clone, Lin Chuan was already prepared, and an extremely rich and frightening red light had already condensed in his hand. Scarlet penetrating wave. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Finding the best opportunity, Lin Chuan raised his hand to blast out the energy. Scarlet penetrating wave. This move was originally inspired by the combination of the demonic light-killing cannon and Frisia's death ray. It is the ultimate move that Lin Chuan has been researching for the longest time, and it can be ranked in Lin Chuan's top 3. Boom. A huge explosion exploded in the universe. No matter how powerful it is, the dazzling light can already be compared to an extremely bright luminous body. Here, the strength test between Lin Chuan and his clone reached the final stage. At this moment, other side, in the underworld, on the snake path that is more than 1,000,000 kilometers long, Son Goku and Raditz are running on the snake path. For them, during the 10 days after arriving in the underworld, apart from the necessary daily sleep and eating, they never stopped. In terms of speed, it's not too slow, but it's not too fast either. You can understand why Son Goku is not flying because he is not proficient in Wukong Jutsu. But why doesn't Raditz fly? Because flying for a long time not only consumes more power than running, but also the flying speed is not much faster than the running speed. Kakarot, your speed is really too slow. At your speed, I'm afraid it won't take you a year to reach the end and see the King of Kai. With a stupid brother like you holding him back, even my elder brother's progress has been slowed down at least twice. While Raditz ran faster, he did not forget to taunt Son Goku who was following him. These days, they are constantly competing and moving forward. In fact, there has been a good run-in emotionally and there has been some progress in communication. But Raditz is a tough-talking person, and only in this way can he find the strange sense of superiority he had in the past. Because of Raditz's strength, Son Goku was thrown away for a long distance in one breath. Son Goku naturally refuses to admit defeat, even if his elder brother's words are harsh, but there is comparison and motivation. Raditz gave Son Goku the greatest encouragement, and also allowed Son Goku to unleash his potential, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. It won't surpass his big brother, but it did exceed 1,000 points of combat power a few days ago. Raditz carries a combat power detector, so he can know this. Don't look down on me, this is just the beginning. Gritting his teeth, Son Goku seemed to have made another breakthrough in his realm. The burst of speed in a short period of time allowed him to catch up with Raditz, and even had a faint tendency to surpass him. Humph, you still have some backbone. You can catch up with me. Speaking of your indomitable spirit, it reminds me of our father. As he said that, the smile on Raditz's face changed. But, I don't intend to give you another chance. This time I will get rid of you in one breath. The next second, Raditz speeded up again. The gap was widened again, and Son Goku was angry, but did not give up. If he catches up, the speed of the gap will not be too big, at least not enough to even see Raditz's back. But if he really slows down, he will really fall behind. In Son Goku's dictionary, the word give up does not exist. This is also his belief that his strength will continue to improve along the way. Snake Road has become a perfect competition venue for the two brothers. The two of you chase each other. Accidents often happen at the most relaxing moments. Just when Raditz looked back at Son Goku, who was lagging behind, and was about to continue stimulating, he suddenly felt his feet empty. When he came back to his senses, at this section, the snake path suddenly turned at a large angle, and he rushed out too fast. It doesn't matter, he can fly, but... Stop it quickly, Kakarot. He yelled, but it was already too late. Son Goku, who was running at full speed, rushed out of the snake path just like Raditz, and crashed into Raditz. The two of them just fell into the underworld one after another.